just going to go through everything. Okay. Yes, the point of order, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday during question period, I'd like to inform the House that I misspoke when I said the Leader of the Official Opposition was offered a briefing on foreign electoral interference. What I had meant to say, Mr. Speaker, was the Leader of the Official Opposition had stated publicly that he would refuse such a briefing on classified information. I apologize for the confusion.
Very good. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade, Export, Promotion and Small Business and Economic Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 32, Sub 2, I have the pleasure to table in both official languages the annual report on activities 2021 to 2022 as prepared by the Canadian Ombudsperson for Responsible Enterprise. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation interparlementaire. Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion, l'honorable député de Salaberry-sur-Roi.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. After consultation with the parties, I believe that unanimous consent has been reached. Notwithstanding any usual practice of the House, whips of the recognized parties submit to the interim clerk of the House by March 31st, 2023, a list of members who have not voted and who should be considered paired for divisions numbers 218 to 256, and that the register be amended.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent.
All those opposed to the honourable members moving the motion will please say nay.
D'accord, la Chambre entend.
Very well. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
Adopté. Okay, so just read that. Okay. I'm sorry? Yes. Yes. Motions. And Mr. Seebeck, seconded by Mr. Genius, moves that the fourth report of the Standing Committee on International Trade, presented on Thursday, February 9th, 2023, be concurred in.
Yes,
Debate. The Honourable Member for Caledon-Dufferin.
Yes. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I am going to be sharing my time with the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. So, how do we end up with this report from committee so that we're here today talking about it? Well, I'm going to give just a little bit of background. So, we signed a trade agreement in 2020. This was CUSMA. This was almost 3 years ago. And in that agreement, it specifically stated that we would not allow goods made with forced labor to be imported into Canada on its own or through supply chains. And so I've been very curious as to what the progress has been made with respect to this and on this file. The Minister of International Trade actually came to committee, and I had the opportunity to ask her with respect to this what progress had been made, and in particular with respect to goods seized from the Xinjiang region of China. As we know, there are real challenges with goods that are being made there in the People's Republic of China. And so the exchange I had with her was, have any shipments been seized as a result of this at the Canadian border? Do you track that? Her response was, I believe that there are. And then she went on to talk about some bills and other things. And I said, but is the department keeping track of this? Are there any numbers that you can release to this committee? She didn't have any numbers to give to me, but finally said, absolutely, I'm working very hard with the Minister of Labour and my colleagues to ensure that we do have the mechanisms into place to live up to this important thing. And went on to say, what I'm saying is that the commitment by the Canadian government to ensure there is no forced labor in our supply chain is something that is very real and something that we're working on. So this prohibition started in 2020. The minister is saying in 2023 we're working very hard on it and we believe we received some shipments. So as a result of that, I did an order paper question on this, and you might be very surprised at the answer. So the order paper question was, with regard to government measures to stop the importation of goods made using forced Uyghur labor in China since 2016, how many times have goods been intercepted at points of entry in Canada by CBSA or the RCMP? What are the details in each instance, the description of goods, quality, estimated value, etc.? Well, you'd be shocked to know that the answer that came back is absolutely nothing. Zero. Zip. Zilch. So in 3 years, this government has not been able to seize a single shipment made by forced labor from the Xinjiang region of China. It's a shocking, shocking abdication of responsibility. The minister has done absolutely nothing on this. The Minister of International Trade has done absolutely nothing on this in the past 3 years. And if you want to look at CBSA, well, the Minister of Public Safety, he's also completely abdicated his responsibility on this. They've seized absolutely nothing. And you might say, well, what's the problem? This is probably a complicated thing. Well, guess what? It's not. Over the same period of time, the United States has seized more than 1,400 shipments. So they're taking this seriously. They're living up to their obligations in the CUSMA trade agreement. $1.3 billion worth of goods is what they've seized over this period of time. What has Canada done? Absolutely nothing. It's all talk, no action. Not only on this, but on virtually any file you want to talk about with this government. But this is a really important one. And you know what? The Liberals are going to say, Madam Speaker, well, it's really difficult to do this. You know, it's hard to figure out where it comes from. Right. It's very hard. Guess what? The United States has actually put together an entity list. A list of companies that they know that are very clear that they are using forced labor in their supply chains or directly for the manufacture of their goods. So guess what? That list is publicly available. I have it right here, Madam Speaker, the entire list. If it's so difficult, the minister could cut and paste. Look, I know that's hard. So the Minister of International Trade, she has time to approve a contract for her friend, a very lucrative contract. But what she doesn't have the time to do is cut and paste the entity list that the United States has created as a result of our trade agreement. I know we all have to make priorities. I think a former member of this place, Mr. Dion, said, you think it's easy to make priorities, and I suspect that that attitude has leaked into the current government because cutting and pasting, this is a very, very difficult thing to do. So, $1.4 billion worth of goods seized from the United States, zero from Canada. This is embarrassing, Madam Speaker. The Minister of Public Safety and the Minister of International Trade have completely abdicated their responsibilities on this file. And no matter what they say, there's no excuse. Because there's an easy-to-use list. And the United States is not the only one that has a list. There are all kinds of organizations around the world that have done investigations into this, and they've produced the lists. So how is it that we can't give a similar list to CBSA and say goods coming from these companies must be intercepted at the border? I don't know, Madam Speaker. I think it takes about 10 minutes. In fact, I'd be happy to table this document so the minister can pick it up, get someone to type it up, and send the instructions to CBSA. I know, it's hard work being the government, but they're not willing to do any of that hard work. And this problem, Madam Speaker, is not getting better. There is a report by World Vision, and they say, listen to this, right? And again, bear in mind that the government's done absolutely nothing on this. When I say nothing, I mean nothing. We got the order paper question back. They've done nothing. Unfortunately, Canada is a significant contributor to the global problem of using child and forced labor in supply chains. As this report reveals, Canada imported nearly $48 billion of risky goods in 2021. And they go on to say that this represents a nearly 30% increase since 2016. So talk about being asleep at the wheel. I mean, they're not even at the wheel. And the problem's getting worse all the time. And I don't understand what it takes for them to actually spur themselves to action. I've asked the minister at committee about it. There have been questions on it in the House of Commons. And again, I go back to the fact that it's not all that complicated, right? The United States has published a list. They acted quickly, and not just published a list, Madam Speaker, they also passed legislation. December 23rd, 2021, President Joe Biden signed into law the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, which bars the importation into the United States of products made from forced labor in the Xinjiang region of China. So I became a lawyer because I'm not very good at math, but this is almost 2 years later, December of 2021. What has this government done? Has a single piece of legislation been passed? No. Have they given instructions to CBSA to seize goods from the known list of entities? No. So they have not, and what's even more glaring, Madam Speaker, is at one point there was an article that they talked about this, and CBSA said we seized one shipment to try and say that they were doing something. But in answer to the OPQ, they've seized absolutely nothing. But you know what, Madam Speaker? I apologize. I said that they didn't do anything, and that was incorrect. They actually put out an advisory. They put out an advisory for Canadian businesses that are doing business in the Xinjiang region. I mean, stop the presses. 2 advisories saying you should check your supply chains. Well, here for the hard work that was done by this government on this file. Madam Speaker, this government should be absolutely ashamed of what they've done on this file. They should be embarrassed of the lack of action that they've taken. The minister should be embarrassed. The Minister of International Trade, she should be embarrassed because she's done nothing. The Minister of Public Safety, he should be ashamed as well. They've done absolutely nothing. It takes very little work. The United States is a trusted partner. They're part of our Five Eyes intelligence network. So guess what? If they've published a list of companies that are using forced labor and seized $1.4 billion worth of goods, we could do the same thing. But they don't do it, and I'd like to know why, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I see the Conservatives are up to their mischievous ways where they've pulled a concurrence report. No, I wasn't surprised, I must say that. You know, I understand the New Democrats were also proposing to bring a concurrence, and I think that was fairly widely known, and the members across the way know how to use the rules of the chamber in order to trump what the NDP were hoping to be able to do today. But my question to the member is not to marginalize the importance of the issue, and that is in regards to labor and the exploitation of labor that has been there for not only in the last few years, but has been there for many years. Even under Stephen Harper. You'll recall Stephen Harper, the former Prime Minister, the scary days of the Harper regime. Well, Madam Speaker, it's even gotten scarier within the Conservative Party as they've turned even a harder right, Madam Speaker. My question to the member is can he indicate to us what it is that Stephen Harper did to address the concerns that he has raised?
Member for Dufferin-Calton.
Yeah, I'd like to know what Laurier did. I mean, how far do we go back in time that's for them to justify their abysmal lack of action? So think about that, Madam Speaker. That's his response, right? His response could have been, the member made a great point. We're going to get back to the drawing board. Why doesn't he give me the list? We're going to get it to CBSA. We're going to get it done. And he says, what did a Prime Minister who governed the country 8 years ago do? I mean, talk about being morally bankrupt on such an important issue. The member should be ashamed for that question.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As you know, I used to teach history. I don't claim to be a historian. I was only a teacher, although that's also a noble job. But one of historians' great fears is to see the errors of history repeat, regardless of what government was in power. Well, it's very clear that in Canada there's a history of using underpaid, exploited labor. We should have fixed that a long time ago. There should be the desire to ethically not receive goods and services from countries that are underpaying their workers. So I'd like to know from my colleague what type of path we could find towards a solution in order to make our practices ethical.
Well, I want to thank the member for the question. I also want to thank the bloc members on committee that voted for this motion. Look, a very simple first step would be to take the list of entities that the United States has done the research on and have said, we very clearly know that these companies are involved in the use of forced labor. And this is just with respect to the Xinjiang region of China. We can look at other parts of the supply chain, of course. They could take that list today. As I've said, I'm prepared to table it. The members could go and walk it over to their respective ministers and say, here's a well-researched list. Let's give this to CBSA and say any goods that come from these companies will automatically be seized because we know that they're used with forced labor. It's a very simple solution. They could do it quickly. They could have it in place within a couple of days. I just don't understand why they won't.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The question of the use of forced labor in our supply chains is a very important question, and I'm glad we're debating it. But it also raises the question of the huge level of exploitation that we've seen from the myth that globalization could lead a race to the bottom and we'd all be better off. I would refer my colleague to Joe Fresh brand, that's cheap clothing sold by Loblaws, when the building collapsed, killing over 1,000 people in those sweatshops in Bangladesh. Loblaws paid out the equivalent of $150 per person killed from the negligence. And yet, when they attempted to get their rights heard in a Canadian court, Loblaws and Joe Fresh walked free, that they weren't responsible for what was happening because they'd outsourced this misery to a third world jurisdiction. We have to have standards in Canada. We have a right to ensure that what we buy is sourced ethically. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague if the Conservatives are willing to look at changes to the laws to make sure that these kind of practices are not allowed to go on without accountability measures.
Well, member for Dufferin-Caledon, 20 seconds.
Well, look, I think we absolutely have to look at the use of forced labor, not just from the Xinjiang region of China, but of course in any of our supply chains, and be willing to work with any party in this parliament to try and actually get some progress on this. I'd say a good first step would be for the NDP members to, if the Liberals won't take this copy of the list, maybe he could walk it over to them, they could copy and paste it, and we could have at least a good start.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to be able to speak on this important topic, and I want to recognize the work of my colleague from Dufferin-Caledon, our Shadow Minister for Trade, who is thinking very much about how to advance Canada's economic interests in terms of trade, but also about how to apply moral values and principles to the approach we take when it comes to trade and importation of products. Madam Speaker, I think when most Canadians think about slavery, they would think in terms of history. They would think in terms of stories they've heard or read, movies they've seen about the Underground Railroad, the horrors of the transatlantic slave trade, of the American Civil War, of figures like Abraham Lincoln and William Wilberforce. And these are important things for us to learn about from our past, to understand, and as well as to understand the ongoing legacies and harms that result from that violence. But we need to also immediately associate the reality of slavery with the contemporary experience, the ongoing reality that there are people, many people in our world today who are enslaved, who are forced to work against their will, without pay or without proper pay at least, but certainly in many cases without pay, that are compelled into those positions as a result of various forms of disadvantage, but also in many cases because of their ethnic identity, and that we have trading relationships with countries that are in fact involved in the horrors of modern-day slavery. So when we reflect on the injustice of the past, and we look back and we wonder, how did people allow that to happen? Why were people so indifferent? Not everyone, but why were many people so indifferent to the horrors that were happening around them at those times in the past? We need to then pull that reality up to today and say, why aren't we doing more? Why aren't we today more seized with the reality of modern-day slavery and with the actions that we need to take in order to respond? Madam Speaker, a few years ago I visited Whitney Plantation, and just a powerful exposition of the horrors of slavery as it existed in the United States in the past. But then always bringing that reality forward to recognize the continuing horrors of slavery today is, I think, very important for all of us. And there are limits to what Canada can do, what we as Canadian parliamentarians or what members of the Canadian public can do to respond to these horrors. But I think at a minimum, we should be setting a standard of firm non-complicity. That is, we should be doing everything within our power to not be in any way supporting or enabling the practice of slavery around the world, and that includes firmly saying no to the importation of any products made from slave labor. So I actually think there would be agreement in this House on that principle, on the principle that we should not be purchasing products made from slave labor. But the problem has been the complete absence of will on the part of government to implement this. As my colleague has said, we have seen actually no shipments stopped coming of products coming from the Uyghur region in China as a result of slave labor. There was one case of a shipment that was stopped and then subsequently released. And you compare that level of enforcement to the much stronger levels of enforcement we've seen in the United States and in other countries. And any time we have a total gap of enforcement on an issue in Canada, you could say a similar thing about foreign interference, frankly. When there's a significant gap in enforcement in Canada, and yet there's high levels of enforcement, shipments being stopped, people being arrested, expelled for spying, etc., in other countries, then you have to ask, well, is this because Canada's not being targeted? Or is this because Canada is not being effective in its enforcement? We shouldn't have a situation, Madam Speaker, where ships containing products made from slave labor are told you can't dock in Seattle, but then the same ships with the same products are docking in Vancouver. I don't think that's in any way morally acceptable. Now, let's acknowledge as well that international supply chains are complicated. That saying as a moral absolute that we shouldn't be importing products made from slave labor is something we can, I hope, all agree on. But on the other hand, figuring out the systems and processes that are going to get us there is potentially challenging and complicated. But what my colleague has said, rightly so, is that we should simply work with the Americans, collaborate, align our enforcement, use the information and the research that they've already gathered, and that actually makes the enforcement process much simpler. I would like to see us go further than that, actually. I would like to see us gathering together like-minded partners from around the world and saying, can we have a common standard as well as common tools of enforcement to keep out products made from slave labor? Because given the research and analysis that's required, if we can have a group of like-minded partners, G7 countries, perhaps others, and saying we are all going to work together to ensure effective enforcement of rules around keeping out products made from forced labor, then it would be less resource intensive for us to do that work. And we could simply say that if an analysis has been done collectively among allies, or by a trusted agency within a particular country that says that there is a high risk that particular products contain slave labor, then those products will not be able to be sold in any of the partner countries that are working together on this common framework. I think that makes sense from a moral perspective, following up with our moral obligations. It also makes sense from a practical and resource perspective. Why would we have a different assessment from our partners and allies on whether or not a particular product was made from slave labor? It has been encouraging to see in the United States, in an admittedly highly partisan environment, that issues around forced labor have been an issue of effective cross-party collaboration between Republicans and Democrats. And I would like to see that spirit prevail in this place as well, but it requires, I think, the government to listen and respond to the legitimate concerns that have been brought forward, because so far the government has done nothing. We have, and I give due credit, we have a private member's bill from an individual member of the government that deals with a specific issue around disclosure. But we have not seen, contrary to promises that have been made, we have not seen government legislation on some of the broader issues around forced labor and supply chains. We have not seen what many people are calling for, which is a specific targeted approach to some of these extreme hotspots of forced labor. Because in some cases, we see forced labor happening kind of in ungoverned or less governed places. It happens outside of the law without the official sanction of the state involved. But notably in the case of the Uyghur region in China, we see forced labor happening in a way that is coordinated as part of a genocide of the Uyghur people, a genocide that this House, but still the government, have failed to recognize. So when you have a state-directed genocide which has forced labor associated with it, surely you should have a targeted approach to that specific region. And I've said many times before that I support a framework that aligns with the bipartisan Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act in the United States, which presumes that products that come out of the Uyghur region have forced labor involved in those products, unless it can be proven otherwise. If it can be proven otherwise, okay, but it is reasonable to presume that products coming out of that region have a very high risk of forced labor, so we should just say no to products coming out of that region unless we can prove otherwise. If we were to adopt measures like this, it would strengthen, again, that alignment, that opportunity for shared enforcement among allies. So I would continue to call on this government to benefit from the work that's being done in other countries. You know, this is a case where it's acceptable to copy someone else's homework, right? When the work is being done in other countries, we can be more effective in our enforcement, in our work to keep products made from forced labor out, if we simply work with our allies. Now, Madam Speaker, in closing, I would submit to you this, that if slavery was still going on in an industrial scale in North America, if there were still plantations in the southern United States, we would not be comfortable importing cotton or other products that came from those plantations. We would say no in that particular case. So we should say no as well in the case of slavery happening in China or other parts of the world, and we should be effective in aligning our enforcement with our allies in order to get that done. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate the member's comments and those of his colleague. This is an important issue that we're actually debating here today. The question I would put to him is that with respect to the Xinjiang Integrity Declaration, it's about a broader examination of what is going on in China, and particularly with respect to one community, the Uyghur community. But the issue of Chinese human rights violations is articulated quite clearly in the Indo-Pacific strategy that our government launched last November. It talks about being clear and open-eyed and transparent about calling out human rights violations of Tibetans, of Hong Kong democracy dissenters, of Taiwanese individuals, and of Uyghurs. Does the member acknowledge that that is an important step in the right direction vis-a-vis more accountability and transparency for China?
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, I think I did a panel with my honourable friend precisely on the Indo-Pacific strategy, and I told him at the time that the Indo-Pacific strategy sounds in certain respects like the Liberals are trying to talk like Conservatives, but they are still acting like Liberals. Now, this is the problem. If you read the Indo-Pacific strategy, sure, there's some pieces in there where you could say, yeah, okay, they mentioned Tibetans, that's good. They mentioned Uyghurs, that's good. There's a few things in there where you can nod along to it. But in terms of the substance of what the government has done before and since they released that strategic document, they're not following through. What I care much more about, what Uyghurs care much more about than what is written in a strategic document is actually whether products made with slave labor are being prevented from getting into Canada. That's what really matters, and the rubber hasn't hit the road.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for Sherwood. I can't quite remember the rest. My apologies. Well, thank you to the member and the member for Caledon's leadership. There are many questions. What companies are targeted? What products will be targeted? Are consumers ready to perhaps pay more? These are all questions that we have to ask when it comes to human rights. Will the consumer be aware of the choices that they have? Will that have an impact on Canadian companies when it comes to providers? Are we ready for this kind of choice? I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about this. S211 is also a bill at third reading in the House. This is also a consideration. Will S211 bring answers to the motion that was tabled today? Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Sherwood for Saskatchewan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague. It was a pleasure to work with the Bloc Québécois on this question. On the bill that he has mentioned, S211, I said that this bill is a positive one. It enforces objectives, but it's not the full story. It doesn't cover everything. There are many other elements that we have to do and act upon, and I would like the government to do more to put forward objectives. I will vote for that bill, S211, but it is not the be-all and end-all of the matter.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If one wanted to deal with slave labor products, all one has to do is walk through any shopping mall. They've identified 83 major brands that are tied to slave labor: Abercrombie & Fitch, Adidas, Carter's, Gap, Bosch, Calvin Klein, plus General Motors, Google, Dell. So I'd ask my honourable colleague, we have seen the reports, we know where these corporations are. Is it about working with our allies, or simply saying in Canadian law, if you are selling products in Canada from slave labor, that you will be held accountable as a corporation? I imagine if we actually put laws in place to deal with that, these companies would up their standards. Right now, they're getting a free pass, and it's not acceptable.
Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would share the honourable member's criticism of many of these companies that, frankly, they talk a good game when it comes to corporate social responsibility or community engagement in North America, and they completely fail to apply those principles in other countries. Some of the companies, for example, that were very happy to talk about Black Lives Matter in North America, but they weren't in China saying Uyghur Lives Matter. And it was very clear, I think, with many of these corporations that if they were sincere about questions of, for instance, racial justice and inclusion, that they would understand a global obligation to talk about these issues, not simply an obligation to talk about them in particular consumer markets where the discussion of those issues were more appreciated, as opposed to other places where it would have been detrimental to their business to actually be focusing on these issues. So we need to hold governments as well as corporations accountable, but I think it has to come down to enforcement here. The government, in order to stop slave labor, has to stop these products from coming in.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an important issue, as I was mentioning in my earlier intervention, that is being discussed today and was being raised at the Trade Committee prior to. When we talk about the Xinjiang Integrity Declaration, what we're speaking about, Madam Speaker, is issues about goods whose provenance originates in a particular part of the People's Republic of China, known by locals actually as East Turkestan, known by the PRC government as Xinjiang. But the notion of an integrity declaration is ensuring that the provenance of such goods that are coming from that particular area do not originate with labor, including forced labor or even slave labor, as has been mentioned by some members opposite, specifically on the part of Uyghurs. And this is a significant concern, not just for the government of Canada, but for our allies and for many liberal and democratic nations around the planet, as it should be, Madam Speaker. And I think the awareness of Canadians, the awareness of folks around the planet has been accentuated in recent years with the rise of a more strident policies on the part of the People's Republic of China and the Communist Party of China. So that's the scope is sort of what we're discussing right now, and it's about the declaration itself and what actions are being taken under the declaration. But I think in order to contextualize the discussion, Madam Speaker, what we need to understand is the evolving approach to the People's Republic itself. The People's Republic of China under President Xi, who as we speak is actually visiting with Vladimir Putin, of all people, in an effort to address and shore up the alliance between Putin and Xi. That's a cause of concern for all right-thinking and democratically oriented governments around the planet, particularly those that oppose an illegal and unjustified invasion. But that gives you a sense of sort of where President Xi is in terms of his aligning and overtly aligning himself with the policies of Vladimir Putin. Those policies include policies of aggression. We're seeing Putin's aggression vis-a-vis Ukraine. We're seeing an aspiring and more aggressive and more imperial-based sort of Chinese policy that we're seeing in terms of sort of potential ambitions with respect to the island of Taiwan, the way that they have treated Tibetans for the last 63 years, and as well the way and the treatment that is being meted out towards Uyghurs. I'll say with respect to sort of our policy as a government and our policy as a parliament with respect to this part of China and the positions that we are taking, I'd say look no further than the things that have been passed on the floor of this chamber. So, Madam Speaker, what am I speaking of? I'm speaking of a motion that was about 12 to 18 months ago with respect to labeling what is transpiring in Xinjiang with respect to the Uyghurs as a genocide. That's a very significant conclusion to be drawn by parliamentarians. That is something that parliamentarians voted on in this chamber, and that is an accurate depiction. If the evidence is borne out from what we have thus far, we know that those elements of factual elements that have been laid out, if proven, would demonstrate genocide in terms of international law. That's a significant sort of aspect to be considering. Literally about 6 weeks ago, Madam Speaker, we passed yet another motion entirely unanimously in this chamber to address, again, the Xinjiang region. And what I'm speaking of is a policy and a motion that was presented by the member for, I believe it's Pierre Fond Dollard, if I have it correct. And what he indicated, he's also the chair of the Subcommittee on International Human Rights, it was this idea that with respect to Xinjiang, what we need to be doing as a government and as a nation is ensuring that individuals who are fleeing that type of persecution have a safe haven here in Canada, and bringing as many as 10,000 Uyghurs to this country by 2024. That is a very significant step in the right direction in terms of taking a position as a parliament, as a government, towards the human rights violations that are occurring in the Xinjiang region. Madam Speaker, you heard me outline in my original intervention, we've also taken a very significant orientation shift with respect to our foreign policy. What am I speaking of? I'm talking about the Indo-Pacific strategy. Canada, like many other nations around the planet, we can talk about what the Americans are doing with their Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, the IPEF as it's called in the United States. Canada, the United States, many nations are veering their orientation and their foreign policy that is geared towards Asia away from China and its strident, aggressive policies, including its human rights violations, and towards other nations. The Indo-Pacific strategy is a classic example of that. Why do I raise this in the context of Xinjiang, Madam Speaker? Because the Indo-Pacific strategy speaks directly to this very issue. What am I speaking of? There are several pages dedicated towards Canada's eyes wide open, understanding approach of China as a strident and more assertive, disruptive nation. And what the Indo-Pacific strategy outlines is that with respect to China, what we will do is be more clear and articulate and transparent about holding China accountable for various human rights violations. And what am I speaking of? I'm speaking of the Tibetan Canadians whom I represent and their Tibetan counterparts that remain in the Tibetan Autonomous Region, and the human rights violations that have occurred since 1959, including before 1959, with respect to that community for the last 64 years, Madam Speaker. That's important to underscore in terms of their religious freedom, linguistic freedom, and cultural freedom. We're talking about things such as Hong Kong democracy protesters and what has been transpiring over the last 2 to 3 years in terms of Hong Kongers daring to rise up and speak out against legislative policy that would restrict their freedom of expression. We're talking about individuals such as on the island of Taiwan who fear for their physical safety and their survival as an independent nation among the community of nations. And we're talking about Uyghurs that come from East Turkestan, also referred to as Xinjiang by the People's Republic, and their rights to physical safety, their rights to religious freedom, their rights to cultural freedom and cultural liberties that are being deprived in the People's Republic of China as we speak. those positions, those components are articulated in our Indo-Pacific strategy. And I think that's important because it shows the orientation of this government vis-a-vis China and vis-a-vis Xinjiang in particular. Some of the contributions to the debate thus far by the members opposite have included criticisms and indeed, in some respects, accusations that the Government of Canada is not raising these concerns with sufficient alacrity or sufficient clarity or with sufficient repetitiveness or comprehensiveness, including in international dialogue. Nothing could be further from the case, Madam Speaker. I know with absolute clarity that the issue of Chinese human rights violations, whether it is with respect to Uyghurs, whether it's with respect to Tibetans, whether it's with respect to Hong Kong democracy protesters, are articulated at every instance and at every available opportunity by representatives of the Government of Canada, including at bilateral and multilateral meetings and multilateral fora. I will give you a case-in-point example of which I participated, Madam Speaker. In February, the OECD held an annual forum on responsible business conduct, which is exactly what we were talking about in this context. And that is about the conduct and the comportment of enterprises that operate outside of one's borders. At that forum, I was there as the head of the Canadian delegation representing the Minister of International Trade, and I went to specific lengths to articulate the positions we are taking as a Canadian government with respect to responsible business conduct. And I articulated specifically references to the Indo-Pacific strategy and the very Xinjiang Integrity Declaration that is the subject of this morning's discussion. And that prompted a very strong and firm response by the Chinese delegation that was present at those Paris meetings, who effectively indicated, dans un bon français, que j'étais en train de lancer
that I was lying.
Of play in the People's Republic of China. Madam Speaker, I was not lying when I was articulating in an open international forum at the OECD about China's track record of violating the human rights of Uyghurs, of Tibetans, and others with respect to people particularly that originate from Xinjiang. But the fact that those instances are being articulated by the Canadian government should give some comfort to those in this chamber that would argue that we need to be doing more of this. We are doing it. We will continue to do it, and we'll continue to do it in as many fora as is possible. What I would say to you is that you have to understand the approach towards Xinjiang within the broader context of our approach to labor issues. Now, Madam Speaker, this has come up about forced labor in the supply chains, a critical issue. The issue about potential slave labor being in supply chains. This is also a very critical issue. What I would say to you is that Canadians need look no further than the mandate letters that we publish as a government that are given by the Prime Minister to different members of Cabinet. If you look clearly, Canadians who are watching right now can look clearly at the mandate letter that has been provided to the Minister of Labour. And the Minister of Labour's mandate letter articulates and provides a direction from the Prime Minister for him to work on a comprehensive piece of legislation that would work to eradicate forced labor from Canadian supply chains. That is something that the Minister has been mandated to work on. That is something that he, his political team, and his departmental team are working diligently on. What will that include? That will include things such as a due diligence standard. That will include things such as the standards by which Canadian enterprises need to operate under, and also the repercussions for transgressing those standards, including for not rooting out forced labor in supply chains. We've heard a little bit about a bill called S211, which is being sponsored in this chamber by the member from Scarborough. I'm going to, I can't remember his exact riding's name, but it's the member from Scarborough who served in this chamber for about 7 terms, and it originates in the other chamber, in the Senate, in terms of its origins, from Senator Millville Deschênes. And what I would say to you is that Bill S211 and also the mandate given for government legislation to the Minister of Labour demonstrate our government's commitment to eradicating forced labor from our supply chains. But while we're looking at this, it's also important to understand the international context. And the international context is a wide one. And again, at my meetings at the OECD, I talked to the actual governmental representatives of about 4 different nations that have launched into this area of eradicating forced labor from supply chains. And people talk to me quite candidly about what's working in Northern Europe, what's working with respect to the UK Modern Anti-Slavery Act, where things could be tweaked, how the Dutch are approaching it, for example, how the Germans are approaching it, how the French are approaching it. These are important conversations that we're having because what we're seeking to do with our legislation here in Canada is adopt an international best practice, picking and choosing what works in different jurisdictions and improving upon where there may be obstacles or errors or challenges that those other jurisdictions are coming up with. That is to indicate to Canadians that are watching today, Madam Speaker, that the idea of eradicating forced labor in supply chain is an important one, but it's also a complex one in terms of getting it right. It dovetails with things such as the size of the company. What companies do the due diligence standards apply to? What are the penalties on the back end with respect to those companies, for example? Another important issue when we're looking at eradicating forced labor from our supply chains is looking on the zoom out about what we are doing to ensure proper and responsible business conduct. And I'm going to point to you several things that we're doing. Madam Speaker, we launched a responsible business conduct strategy in April of 2022. Again, on behalf of the Ministry of International Trade, I was there at the launching it with a whole host of civil society organizations that were very keen to see what we were doing in terms of ensuring that when Canadian entities work abroad, they're acting and behaving responsibly and complying with the law and with Canadian values. That includes things like an attestation clause, Madam Speaker. What's that? Well, fair enough. Good question. An attestation clause that's attached to our responsible business conduct strategy says to Canadian entities that are going abroad to various parts of the planet that in order for you to avail yourself of things like the Trade Commissioner services, the very hardworking Canadians that operate in 160 offices around the planet that help Canadian enterprises do business in all four corners of the globe, if you want to avail yourself of those services, you need to attest formally in documentation that you will abide by Canadian values, Canadian norms, Canadian laws, and also international norms, guidelines, and statutes in the location where you are doing the work. That is important, should go without saying, Madam Speaker, but by having a quid pro quo, without the attestation you don't avail yourself of Trade Commissioner services, we are putting teeth to the notion that Canadian enterprise must be conducting itself responsibly when it's working abroad. These are very, very critical. As part of the responsible business conduct strategy, we're also developing a due diligence standard. That due diligence standard also dovetails with the work that is being taking place at the Minister of Labour's offices. Madam Speaker, there's also a whole host of legislative tools that we've implemented. And they're so large, Madam Speaker, I'm going to utilize some of my resources here because the list of legislative resources is quite in-depth. We've passed legislation that deals with the corruption of foreign officials. Should go without saying, Madam Speaker, but you can't be engaged in corruption of foreign officials and bribery acts when you're a Canadian entity operating abroad. We've passed legislation that deals with Extractive Sector Transparency Measures Acts. This deals with one of Canada's great fortes, which is our mining expertise, our mining know-how, and Canadian mining operations operating abroad. In the extractive sector, there must be transparency that is informing the conduct at all times of Canadian entities that are operating abroad. We've passed a Customs Tariff Act amendment that deals with the entities that will be brought into the country. Directly relevant to the issue that has been raised in today's debate is about goods that are being brought into the country on a customs basis must abide by the customs tariff regulations and amendments which we put in place to guard against human rights violations on the part of goods that are entering into the country. We created the Canadian Ombudsperson for Responsible Enterprise, Madam Speaker, created this entity in our first parliament as a government, circa 2018-2019. This is the only office of its kind on the entire planet. To purport, as the members opposite have, that we are not showing leadership on responsible business conduct abroad is categorically false. The creation of a Canadian Ombudsperson for Responsible Enterprise, whose annual report I tabled moments before this debate even started, today, this morning, Madam Speaker, in this chamber, demonstrates what we are doing as a government to put money where our mouth is in terms of creating an office, funding that office, staffing it with personnel so that they can examine critically the conduct of Canadian enterprise abroad and what kind of norms, rules, and values are being observed by those enterprises. We've heard interventions by the member for the New Democratic member 2 or 3 times just in the course of this morning's debate thus far about the garment industry. The Canadian Ombudsperson for Responsible Enterprise, pursuant to her own mandate, initiated a study of the garment industry and Canadian enterprise operating abroad in locations like Bangladesh that was raised by the member from the NDP. That is specifically the work that we feel needs to be done and is being done right here in Canada by virtue of legislation that we've passed, an office that we've created, and an office that we've staffed here in Canada. Again, being the only country on the planet that has such an entity. That is critical initiative, and that's critical leadership, Madam Speaker. We've also, in terms of legislative initiatives, legislated UNDRIP and passed it. We've abided by UNDRIP, we've ratified UNDRIP, and we've passed legislation that relates to UNDRIP. Why is UNDRIP related to issues that relate to conduct abroad? Madam Speaker, you can't deal with responsible business conduct abroad without understanding the impact enterprises have around the planet. You pick your continent, Asia, South America, Africa, There are Indigenous communities all over the planet that are affected by the conduct of Canadian enterprises. Pick your sector, the mining sector, the garment sector, etc. When Indigenous communities are affected, we have responsibilities pursuant to UNDRIP that inform what can and cannot happen vis-a-vis those Indigenous communities, what they can and should be availing themselves of, such as benefiting from the resources that are being extracted from the wealth that is on their land. That's an important legislative component that has not been mentioned by the member opposite in terms of raising this issue of the debate. That's the legislative component, Madam Speaker. There are also international commitments that we not only have led on in terms of signing on to, but that we have worked to further. Madam Speaker, I'll just raise 4. There are the UN guiding principles with respect to responsible business conduct. There are the OECD guidelines on responsible business conduct that were the subject of the very conference that I was attending in Paris in early February of this year with respect to how businesses must comport themselves when they're operating abroad. My NDP friends will be keen to know that we are very active in terms of international legal organization guidelines that dictate labor norms and labor conventions that dictate how businesses must operate and what kind of protections they need to observe when they are operating abroad. And we've also been in the forefront of advocating for sustainable development goals and meeting those sustainable development goals at an international level. Madam Speaker, the last piece I will speak about is that there's also an industry component of industry leadership on the part of Canadian entities taking the reins themselves. And I'll point as just one example to an entity called the Mining Association of Canada and their Toward Sustainable Mining Initiative. It's called TSM in the vernacular in the industry. TSM is something that has been adopted by 9 countries around the planet so far. They're looking at adding another 4 more at the PDAC conference that I just attended in Toronto, the biggest mining conference of its kind in the world. That initiative was touted by all of the nations that were there. Many nations were expressing interest in participating in it. This is just to demonstrate to Canadians that there's a component in terms of what the government is doing, what Parliament is doing, but there's also a component in terms of what industry is doing to ensure that its conduct of its enterprises operating abroad is clear, is accountable, and is transparent with respect to human rights. Let me bring this back to the Xinjiang Integrity Declaration. There's one thing that I agree on with the members opposite in terms of raising this issue of debate, is that it's an important declaration, it's an important initiative, and work needs to be done with clarity and with expedited work with respect to this particular issue and acting on the declaration itself. That is an important initiative, and we need to show leadership in not just creating the declaration, but also in acting on the declaration and working to ensure that goods that are coming in from that part of China are not tainted by the scourge of forced labor, including Uyghur forced labor. That is an important initiative. That is one of the reasons why I decided to run for office and stand in this House 8 years ago, Madam Speaker. It's about taking a human rights lens and applying it to the various policies of the Government of Canada. I felt that that was something that was sorely lacking in the previous government. I'll acknowledge that some of the legislative measures, including, I believe, the issue about the extractive sector transparency measures, were enacted by the previous government. So there were some good initiatives that were made by the previous government. But what I would say is that since 2015, we've taken that ball and moved it significantly forward with creating the core, with creating the customs tariff amendment, with passing UNDRIP, with launching a new responsible business conduct strategy. That's the work I'm committed to continuing with the help of all parliamentarians in this House to ensure that initiatives like the Xinjiang Integrity Declaration feel and are fully fulfilled. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. If my life's ever on the line and I have an untenable case, I'm going to get in touch with the member because, boy, did he try and take a lot of information to create a case that they've done something when the absolute result is nothing. It's like writing a 20-page paper on a particular topic and getting an F, and the teacher says, well, the topic was something else, so of course you got an F. The issue is, have they actually intercepted any goods made from the Xinjiang region of China where we know forced labor is being used? The answer to that is no, and the members said, well, we've talked about it. I went to a conference and I had a stern word with a representative for the PRC. Great, but my question is this. The United States has created a rebuttable presumption goods from the Xinjiang region are based on forced labor. It's rebuttable. If they can prove it's not, the goods can come in. Plus, they've put together a list of entities that they know. So it's 2 things that are going on. This is not hard. It's really simple. I can give the member both of these things. Will they just do it? Will they take this list, put together the list and create the rebuttable presumption from goods from Xinjiang are being made with forced labor and therefore are not importable into this country. Will they do it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I'd say I thank the member for starting this debate. I think the level of sarcasm in his intervention is actually beneath him as a parliamentarian, but I'll put that aside. With respect to the actual question that was raised in terms of substantively on the issue of this debate, I think what's important is that we take evidence and information from all parties, whether that's leadership that's being shown by the Americans, whether that's leadership by European allies, folks in the South Pacific, Australia, New Zealand. I think what's important is aggregating as much information as possible, learning what actions are being taken by other governments abroad, and seeing if we can work with that. On the eve or a few days before a visit by the President of the United States to this august chamber, I think it's incumbent upon us to actually be consulting with our Canadian counterparts, with our American counterparts about this and many other issues, specifically as it relates to the Indo-Pacific.
Questions and comments? The member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague from Parkdale, my colleague, on the government side for his speech. And what has to be done is that businesses have to be more transparent about the efforts they're making to eradicate child labor. Unfortunately, child labor exists everywhere and it affects everything. Garments in Bangladesh, it was mentioned by my colleague, but also food. I mean, computers as well. There's child labor to make all of those things. So there's legislation in the U.S. and France and a number of countries in the European Union have a more restrictive legislation. What does my colleague think about Canada's efforts to be more binding, to force businesses to be more transparent? The Parliamentary Secretary. I appreciate the Bloc member's question. And that type of question underlines the complexity of this situation. And it is far-reaching. We can discuss cotton garments from the Xinjiang region, for example, but when you talk about computers or telephones or other goods like furniture, there are materials that are threatened by the use of either child labor or slave labor all over the world. It is complex. And this subject has to be studied again and again to create legislation like the Labour Minister is doing, to look at all regions in the world and all of the goods that you mentioned. Thank you.
Comments, the Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think there's a number of issues we have to talk about here in terms of Canadian law and protecting those in the Global South, those who are exploited through ruthless practices that are considered illegal here, whether it's slave labor in China. I would ask my honourable colleague about the Joe Fresh disaster, where over 1,000 people died working in sweatshops for Joe Fresh and Loblaws. And yet Ontario courts threw out their attempt at compensation to hold the Canadian companies accountable for the conditions that existed in Bangladesh. That it was just thrown out by the court. So what the people who suffered the horrific deaths, over 1,000 people in Bangladesh, were paid the equivalent of $150 per family per death. This is outrageous. So we can talk about working with our allies, we can talk about international agreements, but we have a responsibility in Canada to say there's going to be a corporate accountability mechanism. For the companies that use slave labor, they're going to be accountable. For companies that offshore to sweatshops that are using brutal conditions where people are suffering and dying, that they are going to be held accountable. Is the government ready to take the steps necessary to make sure companies take responsibility for the abuses that are happening?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the member opposite for his question, and I'd say a couple of things in response. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to opine on the floor of this chamber about determinations made by an individual court in Ontario or at the federal level with respect to what's called the extraterritorial application of law, whether Bangladeshi laws can be enforced here in Canada. But what I would say is that it is important to ensure that the responsibility and the accountability that attaches to Canadian enterprises operating abroad renders them more accountable vis-a-vis potential human rights violations that occur abroad. And where we can cure this is not by purporting to enforce Bangladeshi laws in Canadian courts, but by enforcing Canadian laws in Canadian courts. So while I will find agreement with him is that by measures such as our Extractive Measures Transparency Act, amendments to the customs tariff, UNDRIP, etc., by passing domestic laws in this chamber that relate to this issue, such as the forthcoming forced labor bill from the Minister of Labor, that will ensure accountability for Canadian enterprises operating abroad in Canadian courts, which is the result I believe he is after. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Beauport.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thought the Speaker said Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, we know that for years, large companies in the developed world have been subcontracting in order to reduce their tax liabilities and other costs, which has led to all sorts of problems, including labor conditions that are even worse than those that were seen during the Industrial Revolution. Therefore, we need to think about how to avoid being complicit in forced labor. Is my colleague aware that the blind pursuit of profits and the use of consultants without considering their reputation has had disastrous effects on labor and human rights? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I appreciate the question from my colleague on the other side of the House. I'd like to say that we are entirely aware that there have been serious violations of human rights throughout the world. During the time period, she mentioned the Industrial Revolution, and we've still seen those kinds of working conditions today in some parts of the world. We need to ensure that we lead to a change in the culture about labor rights here in Canada and elsewhere. We need to strengthen that with our laws, values, and principles, which we will promote with legislation like the one forthcoming from the Minister of Labor. This is a complex issue, but also a very important one. We need to eliminate the type of human rights violations that my colleague mentioned. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Hopefully I'll never be called a member from Edmonton. That's for my other colleagues. Previously, the member for Dufferin-Caledon brought up the fact that an answer from the government signed off by a parliamentary secretary was a written question, 1112, indicated that since 2016, CBSA has not actually seized any goods coming into Canada that were made with slave labor, that were made through forced labor. I listened carefully to the speech given by the parliamentary secretary. He did indeed do his very best to defend the government's record, but it's been 7 years, and no goods have been seized at the border. One shipment was stopped, but then released. So can he simply answer the question, when can we expect the government to actually direct the CBSA to seize goods made with forced labor, as the Americans are doing?
Parliamentary Secretary, 20 seconds.
Well, I thank the member from Calgary Shepherd for his contribution to today's debate. And what I would say is that the mere fact of this debate, the issue that came up at committee, is important in terms of having a salutary impact on the behaviour of Canadian government institutions and raising this as an important priority on the part of the Parliament of Canada with respect to CBSA officials.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Nicolas de Condorcet used to say that the friends of truth were those who were seeking it and not those who would boast of having found it. And so, Madam Speaker, I would like to say that this motion is positive. As my colleagues on the committee know, I will be voting in favour because, in my opinion, it's a way to start things, to get on the right path. The last time I brought forward a unanimous consent motion in this place regarding a policy on due process, well then, my colleagues on my right, in all senses of the word, were against it. So I'm glad they finally woken up a bit late, but at least they have. Now, right now, we have not yet finalized the report, and we have not received the Minister of International Trade. So there's a lot left to do, but at least there is a level of awareness now from the Conservatives. Better late than never, as they say. I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade. We recently went to the OECD summit in Paris on this exact question. And I'm glad to see that the OECD and many countries are building awareness on this issue. But the problem is that it seems like everyone is saying that they're working very hard to do something about this. And yet, there's many a slip twixt cup and lip, as they say. And this is an issue that I care about very much because I tabled a motion in this House last spring in order to bring in a proper due diligence framework. Here in the Bloc Québécois, we don't care who's bringing forward a bill. If it's good, we support it, and if not, we don't. Now, I co-sponsored 2 bills, C-262, which has not gotten anywhere since first reading, and if really we cared about this issue, this should be made a priority, and C-263, which would be to set up a commissioner's office on this, an office that could really become an authority on this issue. Now, once upon a time, let's go back in history, there was colonization. Many countries that today we call developing countries in the global south, in many of these countries, there was colonization, and colonizing countries wanted to extract resources from these places. Now, each of these empires had their own method. Some said they had to civilize these supposedly inferior civilizations. Others went even further and exterminated them. And there was also the British model, which said, we will remove all of your powers and reduce you to insignificance as long as you wish to do business with us. We'll set up small local leaders so that you feel that you still have some powers. Then later, there was a phase of decolonization, and then we moved on to globalization. From the 80s, governments were deregulating, allowing multinationals to travel the world over, saying that the profits that these multinationals made would lead to the common good. And this ultimately was based on a faulty interpretation of Adam Smith and his invisible hand metaphor. Although really, Adam Smith never really used that metaphor, and he was using it to discuss something completely different. But that metaphor was ultimately used in a new way that was erroneous in the 80s. Then the Berlin Wall fell, the Soviet Union imploded, and then the time of the reign of private capital began. The social safety net was weakened. Capital was encouraged to move quickly between jurisdictions in any which way. Everyone wanted capital to be as free as possible and to be able to flow wildly between various countries and jurisdictions. But today, things have changed. Globalization is in crisis. We're back to a multipolar world. We're seeing the environmental and social consequences of this unbridled capitalism. We're seeing the consequences. Now, we know that Quebec has done pretty well from the free trade system. But we must continue to diversify our trade partners, yes, but not at any price. We cannot possibly do so without consideration of the human rights consequences and the use of forced labor. We can't ignore that, and that's what we're looking at here today with this motion. Now, we need to show some level of seriousness on this issue. As we've seen with dumping practices, in many cases, products pass through a third country, and that's a way to hide the fact that forced labor was used. The Canadian Network for Corporate Accountability has asked for various measures, and I will read them out because I think it's very relevant. Let me just consult. So, this organization has stated that the essential parts of a proper framework on this, and this is something that civil society groups agree with. So these essential factors are the following: to require that corporations prevent human rights violations in their global supply chains. Next, require that companies create due diligence processes on human rights and that they be accountable and report on what they've done, including consulting rights holders. Next, lay out significant consequences for corporations that do not take these obligations seriously, and offer legal recourse for affected communities. Next, to comply with UN requirements on human rights, and that this should apply to all corporations, except perhaps in low-risk, small companies from low-risk sectors. And lastly, to also consider related issues of human rights. In 2022, I tabled a petition on this topic as well. Given that corporations headquartered in Canada are participating in environmental and social harms throughout the world, given that people who are defending these rights are often harassed, attacked, or murdered, Indigenous peoples, women, and marginalized groups are particularly affected, and given that Canada encourages that companies reduce harm but does not require it, we, the undersigned citizens of Canada, ask the House of Commons to adopt a framework on human and environmental rights that would require of corporations, and then the petition continues essentially with what I just read out, those 5 requirements that should be made of corporations. And that's also what I put in the motion on that I wanted to table, but that, as I said earlier, was rejected by the right in this House. Now, on this motion, I'd like to congratulate its sponsor. We know that there was Bill C-243 and S-211. We will be supporting them, but it's just not enough. Because if we ask ourselves whether this allows individuals who are affected to access justice, then the answer is no. Does this bill help involve affected communities? No. Does the bill apply to corporations from all sectors and of all sizes? The answer is no. Only companies with more than 250 employees and with assets that are considered significant. Does the bill apply to all human rights? Well, no. It only applies to forced labor and child labor. So yes, this is a step forward, but it should go far further. Will corporations be obliged to respect human rights? The answer is no. They will only have to indicate yearly if they have taken measures to identify and prevent the use of forced labor. But to report is not enough to be fully accountable, Madam Speaker. Will the bill oblige companies to prevent harms? No, it only asks for an annual report. Does the bill require that companies take measures to identify, mitigate, prevent, or be accountable for human rights violations as well as environmental violations in their supply chains? Because the problem exists throughout the supply chain. Well, the answer again is no. Corporations will not be required obligatorily to undertake these due diligence measures. Will there be significant consequences for corporations if they cause harm or do not apply appropriate frameworks? Once again, no. So, in every regard, the bill that I co-sponsored with the NDP, the answer to all of those questions would be yes. And so I would say that this House needs to make that bill a priority because it's much more appropriate in regard to the the urgency of the situation. Also, I'd like to touch on the topic of Canadian mining companies, which is a topic that I raised at the International Trade Committee. I would just like to say that the term Canadian mining companies is a very, very broad term because Canada ultimately represents a flag of convenience for mining companies. Very often, these companies are only Canadian on paper because we have very lax laws, so it's very easy for companies to present themselves as Canadian. And they can ultimately use the Toronto Stock Exchange, but they really don't have anything to do with Canada. The Bloc Québécois brought forward a bill several years ago that would get to the bottom of this because it would create not a symbolic ombudsperson, but a real commission of inquiry, nonpartisan and arm's length, that would have the right to carry out inquiries. Such a commission could have done inquiries and could have called upon Foreign Affairs Canada, which is what Global Affairs Canada used to be called, about companies that were violating human rights. During trips that I made to Chile or Colombia, I saw a mining company, for example, in Colombia, that was originally Canadian, that ultimately passed into Chinese hands. And speaking of forced labor, we saw a bus full of inmates from the People's Republic of China. So very often, after forcing out local miners, because very often the argument is, oh, we'll create jobs. But no, when you bring in inmates from China, it's not really a matter of creating local jobs, Madam Speaker, you'll agree. When it comes to diplomacy, we also need to ensure that our Canadian embassies are not supporting all the aggressive actions of Canadian mining companies abroad. And let's also talk about the money, because in my opinion, that's very important. Export Development Canada holds investments in many problematic companies. For example, gold companies. And it has continued to work with these companies in Chile despite the brutal repression. And in fact, $1.5 billion have been invested in this sector. A business that was also involved in 2 mining waste catastrophes in Brazil. For example, there was also a situation where hundreds of people died in 2019 when a dam that was holding back waste products crumbled. And so we see that the building practices used for this infrastructure, well, the methods used were not of good quality. And we know that also this business has been involved in a mine that was ordered closed on several occasions because of its impact on indigenous tribes. Vedanta Limited received a sum of between $100 and $250 million in 2017 as a loan. And we know that this company was also involved in a massacre where the police opened fire on a crowd and caused 13 deaths. Another mining company that has taken advantage of EDC support and which is involved in human rights violations, according to Emily Dwyer from the Canadian Network on Corporate Accountability, there are also other companies like Tech Resources. So the money that is being sent to the mining sector adds up to $624 million. So we're talking about accountability and knowing what the origin of our goods is. So, Madam Speaker, let me conclude on that note. I'm now ready to talk with other members in this House about this, but we need serious policies on this. Like Bill C-262 and Bill C-263, bills that I co-sponsored, as well as the Bloc Québécois bill on the Commission for Mining Accountability, because currently the Ombudsperson is just a website, a complaints office. That is not how we can really do something about serious and brutal issues. And I would also like to also wish everyone a good end of March, which March is Clothing Purchase Detox Month. It's a time not to buy new clothes and has a lot to do with what we're talking about today. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister.
Intervention. I'll just take today's occasion to wish all Ismaili Canadians a very happy Navroz Mubarak, the start of the new year and the first day of spring. Mais j'apprécie les...
I appreciate my colleague's discourse, who sits with me out on the International Trade Committee and who was with me in Paris. I would just like to highlight that I believe that the difference between Bill S-211 and the one from the NDP is a question of where the bills are on the order paper. Another point is that I completely agree that rules, guidelines and strategies that we establish in this chamber and that the government implements must apply to all companies, but also to all institutions, especially Export and Development Canada. So I completely agree with that. I do have a question regarding a point that was raised about our strategy. The amendment brought in July 2020 on custom tariffs forbids the import of products made, at least in part, through forced labour. The government, in amongst other measures, committed to adopt an act to eliminate forced labour from Canadian supply chains and will make sure that Canadian companies operating abroad do not violate human rights. Just a little 2-minute question is a bit more than a question, I think. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. I had a good time working with him. We will always commend a step in the right direction, but it is also incumbent upon us to highlight the fact that this is a bit too timid, and that's part of democratic debate and political debate on the matter. I don't agree on the nature of the difference between both bills. As he mentioned, I enumerated, I don't have time to re-enumerate it, but I enumerated the differences with regards to the size and sectors of companies and the level of profits and various requirements that are established. Differences, for me, are many between the two bills. They're not just symbolic differences. So I would just like to re-invite the government to establish it as a priority. 262, as a priority, would be very enthusiastic of a bill for us. The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, the member for Dufferin-Caledon, worked on the matter diligently. He asked a written question to the government. 1,112. A question going back to 2016. Since 2016, has the CBSA stopped any product coming in from the Xinjiang area in China? Products made through forced labour. If so, how many? The answer was 0. This was an answer given by the government, and so now we are debating a report from the committee. I would like to ask the colleague for his opinion. We know that the answer is 0. Since 2016, no product was stopped at our borders. What could we do more as opposition members to force the government's hand so they can give a clear directive to the CBSA so they actually do their jobs? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. For there to be political will, there needs to be funding, of course. The issue is also upstream. We need real investigations, real oversight. We need a commission with bite. Real powers need to be granted to the Ombudsman. The powers are a bit of a joke right now. It's not funny, but it's a bit of a joke. The money and diplomacy have to go hand in hand. Upstream, we must not encourage these practices. We have to encourage a culture of accountability and not a culture of impunity.
Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened with great interest to my honourable colleague. I come from mining country. We have seen over the years the fight to have environmental standards, some of the highest, safest working conditions, workers who are paid good wages for the work that they do. And yet we know that Canadian companies do not have this reputation in the global south. In fact, there are a number of Canadian companies that are mythic companies in Canada who've been accused of some horrific human rights violations. I think of the report by Osgood Law, the Canada brand in 2016 that identified in Latin America 44 murders, 403 attacks, 700 cases of targeting of Indigenous people to pursue Canadian mining interests. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, we know the horrific story of what happened to the women in Guatemala and the allegations of rape at Hut Bay Metals. Does my colleague support the ability of survivors of this kind of abuse taking their cases to Canadian courts to holding these companies accountable under Canadian law?
The Honourable
Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, absolutely. This goes to the heart of what we've always put forward. That is at the heart of a motion that I tabled. It's at the heart of a petition that I tabled in this House as well last June. It's at the heart of the two bills from the NDP that I co-sponsored and I supported wholeheartedly, and I'm putting forward and I'm reminding everyone of their existence. So yes, of course we have to move forward. It's an emergency. An ombudsman without bite is just symbolic. Just a question, at the moment it's just a question of saying, well, if there's a violation, it'll be on our website. You can go look it up. The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're talking about results. We're talking about results, and we're expecting results from the CBSA and from all government agencies. The Honourable Member has talked about another ombudsman. That's what government MPs are saying. They've talked about statements and meetings and lists on their website that they update. They've updated a website. They've had meetings with other countries on the matter, but they don't talk about tangible results. There was a written question in the House, an answer stating that 0 products have been stopped at our borders and sent back to the PRC, to Beijing, because it was created under forced labour. So the question is the government taking this seriously? Does the MP not believe that results count at the end of the day? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, evidently, without results, we can just conclude that everything was insufficient. That seems perfectly logical. We often have to judge one thing at a time, first with its intentions and then with its results. The Ombudsman was a request that was made a long time ago, and finally it was a lot much ado about nothing at the end of the day. I'd like to thank the Conservatives for having put this question on the order paper that allows us to put numbers on this, or the absence of number, because it's 0. I wouldn't say that nothing has been done. The tabler of Bill C243 works hard on the matter, so I won't cast doubt on their honesty. They've been asking for this for a very long time. Something was tabled, something similar was tabled under the Harper administration, and it was his own party that didn't support the bill, but it clearly doesn't go far enough. The question of 0 products, the Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague. His presentation was very evocative. It talked to us about what the bill will do and what the bill will especially not do. It won't change anything, as far as we can see. I understand that this bill will not correct what is happening when it comes to textiles in supply chains. Bangladesh was mentioned. There were 1,000 deaths in a textile factory in Bangladesh. This was 10 years ago. There was a social conscience that came from the fact that there were women working in terrible circumstances. And so a bill should come and correct this. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe and Begot. Yes, in 10 seconds, Madam Speaker. I can't give an answer in 10 seconds because I would like to invite my colleague to read Bills C264, 263, that has many provisions on the matter.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As always, a great honour to rise in this House. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Windsor West. The fact that we have to discuss in 2023 the need to stop slave labor products from entering Canada is a very telling indicator of where we are in the world right now. We are, of course, the focus for the Conservatives is the horrific treatment of the Uyghurs in China, but we need to broaden this to look at the global race to the bottom that has led to such massive exploitation of environment, Indigenous people, and the rights of working people around the world. What we are talking about is the dark side of globalization. You know, 5 years ago, probably, it would have been heresy to question the great myth of globalization, but then that was before COVID and the fact that the supply chains were not able to withstand, that we couldn't provide our frontline medical workers with proper PPE because we didn't have the factory capacity, because we had offshored all these basic things that a country needs to keep itself safe to the lowest common denominators and to the sweatshops in the global south. Before, with globalization, we were told that it would lift all boats. And it certainly lifted some boats. It lifted the super yachts. But it was always about freeing the power of capital to live and move wherever it wanted without obligation for the environmental or legal obligations in the jurisdictions that they worked within. In fact, globalization was about limiting the power of countries and regions to protect their interests. We know what happened when Mexico tried to stop toxic chemicals. They were targeted because that was supposed to be unfair to trade. So we're now at a point where the global supply chain is using slave labor. This is not some dark, obscure fact. All one has to do is go to any shopping mall, go into any of the big stores. The companies that have been named and as being complicit in slave labor, we know them all. Adidas, Carter's, Gap, General Motors, Google, Bosch, Calvin Klein, Abercrombie and Fitch, Dell. That's just a few of the 83 that have been identified. They are the corporations that have their products in all of our stores. And of course, I find it interesting that the Conservative focus is, well, let's try and work with our international allies and try and deal with this somehow, as opposed to saying to these companies, you deal with slave labor, you get charged. End of story. But what we see here, Madam Speaker, again, is this myth of this race to the bottom, that somehow people are surprised that we'd end up with slave labor. You know, I go back to the free trade debate with Brian Mulroney. And in that original free trade debate, it was arguing that if we merged our environmental and our labor standards with the United States, we'd all be better off. And of course, we saw a huge bleed off of manufacturing jobs. But at least with the United States, we were dealing with comparable economies. But it was Clinton and Mulroney's decision to extend it to Mexico that was the real indicator. Because Mexico had much lower wage standards. They did not have the protection of laws that Canadian and American workers had. And once the free trade agreement was set with Mexico, we saw the setting up of the maquiladora sections where these companies just moved across the border and were protected under Mexican law from all kinds of obligations to pay proper wages, to pay even properly into the Mexican system. So it was the race to the bottom. We was signed on by our country right then. 766,000 U.S. jobs just moved over the border into Mexico to low-wage maquiladora plants, which is interesting that those plants were also locations where horrific numbers of young women were being found murdered, sexually mutilated. Is if you create disposable products, you're somehow creating disposable people. And we've never actually dealt with that. But from the model that they had with the maquiladora section set up in Mexico was the idea, well, let's offshore to the global south. And remember Jean Chrétien and the great Team China initiative. And it wasn't that we were going to be able to sell our furniture into the world's biggest market. This was about capital being able to offshore its jobs. And the company known at that time for the biggest drive to going to American Canadian corporations saying you could make more money by shutting down your operations and shifting that work over to places like India or China, of course, was McKinsey. McKinsey, which is getting $100 million in contracts now from the federal government. McKinsey being the company that has been called the single biggest factor in the destruction of the American working and middle class. So what we saw in the move to shift work to low-wage jurisdictions without legal accountability or legal standards was the race to the bottom became more and more severe as economic precarity grew in North America. And so we ended up with a situation, for example, Joe Fresh, I spoke about earlier today, Joe Fresh and Loblaws selling cheap clothing that you could get, $2 shirts for your kids as you're at the checkout counter. These were being made in sweatshops in Bangladesh under horrific conditions. And there was a collapse of one of these sweatshop factories that killed 1,135 human beings. 1,135 human beings died because of corporate negligence. Another 2,500 were injured. And there was no accountability for Loblaws, who makes record profits, as we know, or Joe Fresh. They paid $150 per person and walked away. That's astounding. We know the story of Apple, the very cool iPhone company, working in sweatshops in China, where the workers were so mistreated they started to kill themselves in such numbers that the contractor put nets out to try and catch them from jumping. That is a degrading, despicable race to the bottom, and yet there was no accountability. Apple remained the cool company. In fact, speaking of Apple, if anybody has their phone, pick that phone up and you're picking up at least a ton of rock. That's what it takes to make a phone. And that ton of rock is coming out of Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo, coming out of slave labor conditions in Congo. And our supply chains have not even addressed that. So we need to start talking about the corporate accountability and responsibility for allowing this race to the bottom to happen. And what has it meant for the jobs that used to be here? Madam Speaker, I'll quote from the RAND Corporation, not exactly your left-wing think tank, the RAND Corporation, which has worked for the U.S. military for the last half century or much longer. RAND looked at the growth of inequality in the United States, and they identify from the 1980s $50 trillion that was transferred from the savings and the wages of the working and middle class and transferred to the upper class, the 1%. RAND says that's the equivalent of $1,144 for every worker for every month for 4 decades. That's what created in the United States the growing political inequality, the growing uncertainty, the anger that's out there. So we have to address in this House accountability for what happened, allowing globalization to shift responsibility, shift work to brutal, underfunded conditions where people are exploited while undermining the middle and working class in North America. And to do that, Madam Speaker, we need corporate accountability. If you commit crimes, if your subcontractor commits crimes against people in the global south, you need to be held accountable for it. If you are using slave labor and selling it in malls, you need to be held accountable for it. Canadians expect that. They also expect that corporations are going to be held accountable for this offshoring of work to sweatshops, slave labor conditions, and the brutality that we've seen over the last few decades. The time has come where we have to start to shift back to corporate responsibility, environmental responsibility, and fair labor standards. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
I thank the member for his contributions to today's debate, his speech and his questions earlier that were posed, and with respect to really identifying issues that are much broader than just one particular part of the world, and the fact that there are human rights violations occurring throughout the planet for which people need to be held accountable. I want to take him back to the fact that I know him to be also a strong advocate for Indigenous rights. What's changed in the last 4 to 5 years is that in a situation where we've torn to an international convention, UNDRIP, we've also domesticated that agreement by passing domestic legislation in this chamber, which he and I and many others in this chamber actually voted on. And with respect to UNDRIP, it talks to specific rights that are ascribed to Indigenous people. I want to put to him one of those rights and ask him whether it is that kind of promise and that kind of legislation that can actually help fulfill the protection of human rights violations that relate to Indigenous communities abroad. And the article is Article 26.1, which says, and I quote, Indigenous peoples have the right to the lands, territories, and resources which they have traditionally owned, occupied, and otherwise used or acquired. That's in the text of UNDRIP. Does that kind of legislative mechanism that is now passed into law in Canada give him provide him with some of the potential for enforcement of the rights of Indigenous persons abroad who are affected by Canadian enterprises that are operating and potentially violating their human rights?
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you. I want to thank my colleague for the excellent question. We certainly need to have a fair playing field, and one of them is the rights of Indigenous people to participate in resource development and the right to say no. We cannot have armed gangs, threats, intimidation like we saw the allegations, the horrific allegations against HoC Metals in Guatemala. There has to be legal accountability for such measures. But in Canada, for example, the Ring of Fire, which could be a massive benefit economically, but Niskandaga First Nation, which has gone 28 years without clean drinking water, has not been consulted by anybody on this. This is highly problematic. We have the opportunity in Canada to create a standard for the development of critical minerals by using in high environmental standards, Indigenous consent, Indigenous support, and we cannot allow that to be weakened. This should be the Canada brand that allows us to meet the challenges of an environmentally sensitive future. This is what we need to be pushing for.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech, which I find to be extremely relevant. It is sad that we are at this point where we have to legislate on a topic as important as this. But I'd like to ask him this question. What does he think would be the right way to control businesses that do not have the minimum amount of ethics necessary to regulate themselves in this matter?
Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I think one of the really disturbing signs was the Joe Fresh lawsuit in Canada. I mean, it's horrific what happened. It was thrown out by Justice Paul Perel, who, by the way, has not had a great record with the survivors of St. Anne's Residential School, but that's a side issue. The fact that corporations are allowed to make this kind of money and there's not accountability for the conditions that led to over 1,000 people dying, that's outrageous. Same with this issue with HoC Metals in Guatemala. They have to be held accountable in a Canadian court. Once you hold these corporations accountable under Canadian law, not under Bangladeshi law or Guatemalan law or anywhere else, under Canadian law, you will see that these activities end and you'll start to see higher standards.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish that I could have stood and cheered at every syllable of the member from Timmins James Bay's speech, because it's exactly right. We lived through an era, particularly through the 1990s, of triumphalism, of transnational corporate rule, and that included the WTO rules, World Trade Organization rules, that we were not permitted to ask, was this product made by child labor? That was called a process and production method. PPM. We weren't supposed to be able to look behind where the carpets came from that were made in India, or where our chocolate bars that we give our children on Halloween. Did slave children pick those cocoa beans? Probably yes. Over and over again. Slave trade in the shrimp that we buy at the grocery store, slave trade in the chocolate bars that we still are buying. I asked the honourable member, when do we get rid of these pernicious rules that protect human slavery?
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay, 15 seconds.
Thank you. I want to thank my colleague for the excellent question. I mean, again, one of the dark falsehoods of globalization was that it was going to bring freedom. And Bill Clinton, when China was allowed into the WTO, Bill Clinton said, you can't put the genie of freedom back in the bottle. Well, we saw what happened. This was right after the Chinese government used tanks against unarmed protesters in Tiananmen Square, that there is nothing naturally democratic about capitalism. Capitalism needs to be constrained.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Timmins James Bay for his intervention, and I will start with a little bit of acknowledging his work as well domestically here with the Canada Pension Plan and ethic reviews, which are very much important. And when you think about the Canada Pension Plan, it goes back to Pat Martin, a former NDP colleague, who for many years said that we actually have to have a green and ethical screen on our investments at the Canada Pension Plan. And for those Canadians tuning in right now, how disgraceful it is to this day that our pension plan has actually supported child labor, invested in everything from guns, tobacco, and other types of endeavors that would be seen as like reprehensible. And we still continue to have this arm's length approach for how we use the public funds from many people who are activists against this, and many investors in Canada who actually include small, medium-sized businesses that have to compete globally against our own investments that we have in these types of natures and endeavors. And myself, coming from an industrial town in Windsor and Essex County, have seen, our job losses at the expense of using child and forced labor, which, Madam Speaker, also includes not only just the abuse of those individuals, but has been used by other countries for ethnic cleansing and other types of imperialism put on themselves. And many times it's been through investors coming even from our own country. So we've actually undermined our own self. And I've been at the meetings where I've had, for example, unions from Mexico come down and said to us, like, don't do the investments or allow the investments because you're abusing our women, our children, and our men. And that is a short-term gain that they get for jobs through exploitation versus that of long-term proper investment and humanitarian advancements that are necessary. So we finally, thanks to the good work of the member from Winnipeg Transcona, and he carried on from his father's amazing work in this chamber, being Bill Blakey, we got actually with the U.S.-Canada-Mexico agreement, at least some type of a labor and some type of a environmental lens that can be applied to our agreement. But we see how fragile that is with even the United States in this last number of weeks being identified with problems on labor and using children, including the Ford Motor Company, which is, founded in many respects from my riding here and across from Detroit, Michigan. These are real things that are happening because we don't impress upon the right standards that are necessary, and we don't do the routine things that we should. And I want to transition a bit to talk about one of the routine things is with our Customs and Immigrations Union. And Madam Speaker, I've been here at the beginning where they used to actually use students to cover their employment breaks at the border. And this past year, we have seen, again, the government not taking the contract and the types of supports necessary very seriously. And so when we talk about the CBSA and our men and women that are on the front line for us every single day, we don't give them the proper supports. And that's what's upsetting about today's debate and the verbiage coming from the government side on this is because the routine thing we could do is actually support our CBSA officers, our men and women who've had to deal with extraordinary circumstances under COVID, underfunding, and in fact, this last summer had to go into forced practices to actually be able to staff properly because this government has mishandled the actual implementation of the right people. And on top of that, they have actually even moved to try to actually move more automation as opposed to men and women at our border as a policy. That's really what the Arrive Canada situation was. We know that it's had lots of discussion in the House in terms of its mismanagement as an application on your phone. But at the end of the day, what the real thing was this was about the Liberals trying to defund men and women at the border. And we've seen that at airports. We've moved to automation, and then we're seeing now at land border, which is unacceptable, especially where, I've been fighting for over 20 years, and we're finally getting it, a new border crossing here in Windsor-Nessus County, the Gordie Howe Bridge. But there's going to be a shortage of officers. And that's the best line that we actually have to be able to back up the policies that are spoken about in legislation that's made in the House right here. Why is it that we have underfunding at our ports? Why is that we check very few of those facilities? Why is it that the men and women at our CBSA don't have the proper technology or the right supports? And I've been in this House and chamber when Liberal then Derek Lee called them wimps. And he called them wimps, and the government did nothing to actually discredit themselves from that statement because they weren't getting the proper supports at that time. And what we did do is we actually then moved to a modernization process and gave them some better skills and some better supports. But still, through successive governments, they are constantly having to go through contract renegotiations and often working without a contract and a collective agreement on a regular basis. And that's unacceptable. And so if we want to do the routine things to back up what we say in this chamber, one of the things that we could do is support our men and women at the border. And what that means is proper identification. And those things that they can do are very much a skill set that's important for not only just ending issues with regards to forced labor and types of trade agreements that we don't enforce on the shipping levels, but then arrive on our doorstep here, but also public safety. So done a lot of work on fraud and prevention of different types of things coming into our country. And I always remember the fact that we have a lot of different devices, different types of materials coming into Canada that need to be checked on a regular basis that are actually important for our economy to actually be checked because we're competing against manufactured knockoffs and a series of different things. And we just can't, assume that they're just, garments or clothes. The reality is some of the knockoffs that we have seen come into our Canadian society and also even our industrial manufacturing industry include parts for hospitals, airplanes, cars. These are all things that are actually getting through our system right now, but are actually things that we can identify and deal with if we do the proper training and supports. And so when we talk about today's motion and the fact that we have identified this particular issue with regards to especially the Uyghurs and what's taking place, a genocide and a series of other exploitations that are very important, is we have to come back to what we can control. And what we can control right now at this time is supporting our CBSA officers by having proper collective agreements, by having proper training facilities, and by doing proper staffing on a regular basis all the time. And that's where we can control something and make a difference at this moment. Having words in the House and dealing with the larger corporate issues that we have less control over are things that are going to be challenging, and we should take them on. But again, I referenced the CBSA one because it could be done in a heartbeat. The issue related to our Canada Pension Plan, that can be done in a heartbeat. That's a political appointed process to get actually on their ethics board and actually follow through. And I think the member for Timmins James Bay brings in a really good point in terms of accountability, being back on our shores here for, the investments and the exploitation that takes place. And there's no reason we couldn't start that in-house with our actual own investments that we do as a country and as a government nation, deciding how our own public money is used. And I think, Madam Speaker, one of the things that becomes the most upsetting about this is that those are the simple things that we can control, and yet we hear more excuses and more complaints from the government having to exercise basically the systems that they have employed at their fingertips. And I've witnessed this on a regular basis, and it's always been the excuse that that's the capitalist way or the free market economy that is actually out there. Well, let's take a look at that as I wrap up here, is that if the free market economy is what we want at the end of the day with no regulations, then here's what we're getting. we're getting child exploitation. We're getting women's exploitation. We're getting other populations that are doing migration for different reasons. And even in our own country, when it comes to foreign workers coming in, exploitation. So it's up to us as policymakers to make the decisions to make things change. If we want to just accept the free market the way it is right now, then you are literally accepting the exploitation of children, women, and migrant workers as a status quo. And that's unacceptable from my standpoint as a New Democrat. And I think it's unacceptable for most members in this chamber. But at the end of the day, it takes real action on the controllables that we do instead of complaining about the things we can't.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. What I've witnessed over the last number of years in particular is there has been a great deal of advocacy within the chamber from all sides of the House in terms of dealing with the issue of forced child labor in particular, but forced labor in general. And what I have found is that we now are at a stage in which we have a department that is actually developing and looking at ways in which we can bring into legislation. And I'm wondering if my colleague could provide his thoughts in regards to how this issue of forced labor is something that offends members on all sides of the House. And if he can just provide his thoughts.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the challenge that we face here, and what I find most offensive, is that we know all this and we don't act, and the government still is consulting. What's there to consult about the exploitation of children? I don't understand that.
Honourable Member for Niagara.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his comments and the direction that he took in talking about the actions that we can take. For example, on the enforcement side, and he spoke about the CBSA and needing urgently to update not only their collective agreement, but the number of employees that are working at border facilities. In Niagara, for example, when we did the ArriveCAN study, Mark Weber, the president of the union, mentioned our Rainbow Bridge, for example. Instead of having 100 officers, it's only staffed with 48. So I think it was an important area that things that can be done should be done quickly. And so I wish if he could elaborate just a little bit more on that.
Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate the question from a fellow border colleague that knows the stress that the issue takes and thank his work on that. Mark Weber was very clear in terms of what them and their members can do. And with the proper training and supports, we can actually advance not only the protection of general society with regards to our border officers, everything from gun control and a number of different initiatives with the drug response and so forth, but we can also do the same thing for businesses that want to compete fairly by intercepting the illegal products or those that are actually manufactured under duress or other types of measures, but they just need the boots on the ground, quite frankly. In fact, this last summer, they actually had to go into forced vacation time and other types of initiatives because they didn't have the proper staffing. So those are the things that we can't control.
Honorable Député David.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my excellent colleague for Windsor West for his speech. And I was not surprised to hear what he had to say on this topic, and I'd like him to go a little bit further. How can we be less dependent on the Chinese market? How can we make sure that our supply chain is more internal without having a huge impact on the costs to consumers, because that is also a big issue? How can we have more resilience and more local production to make sure that we can improve labor conditions for the workers who are affected by the supply chain? We know that here and abroad there are difficult conditions for workers. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague and his work on our committee where this actually rights and a fair balance is part of his regular work. And I think one of the things I look towards is I look at Quebec and Montreal, where the textile industry was undermined by public policy through our trade agreements that actually allowed for a lot of the work historically to go to Jamaica, and now it's been offshored to China and other places at the expense of good workers, a good system in place, and good quality. And I think that's where we have to look towards is our trade agreements and following up with that. And if there are going to be supports, then we support, say, for example, childcare, we support dental care, pharma care, all the things that actually can subsidize the worker in a sense of making sure that any type of public money goes to the training and that individual's well-being so that governments don't just fund corporations and see that investment disappear to other areas, or we end up undermining our own selves by basically funding the competition.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. And this wouldn't be the first time in which I've actually raised on the issue of forced labor and the impact that has had on not only on Canadians but throughout the world, Madam Speaker. And, you know, as an issue, we have had a number of debates on it. In fact, it wasn't that long ago that we were debating Bill S-211. I know, and I like to consider him as a dear friend, the member from Scarborough, Guildwood, who has put in a great deal of effort on this issue and corporate responsibility and good behavior for many years, going well over a decade. In fact, Madam Speaker, I can recall when I was in third-party status with the member from Scarborough Guildwood. And he was talking about this and sitting beside individuals like Stéphane Dion, understanding and wanting to see us deal with an issue that no doubt is of critical importance. One of the aspects that I always thought was the way in which you get corporations being able to take certain actions as a corporation. And the individual board members were never really held accountable for it. And when you take a look at S-211, and there's many aspects of the legislation, Madam Speaker, but that was one of the aspects that I had liked, where it put more of a responsibility also on the directors, so you could go after the directors, where we do see this forced child labor or forced labor in general. We had very healthy debates on this issue. I find it interesting today the way in which the Conservative Party has actually brought forward what we are debating. And if I read the actual motion itself, Madam Speaker, doesn't take long to read because it's pretty straightforward. The committee goes and they take a look at it, come back with a report, pretty straightforward. That the committee report to the House that it calls on the government to immediately take any and all actions necessary to prohibit the importation of any goods made wholly or in part with forced labor and develop a strategy to prevent the importation into Canada of any goods mined, produced or manufactured wholly or in part with forced labor. Madam Speaker, this report was actually tabled here weeks ago. And I found it interesting that the Conservatives actually chose today to bring forward the concurrence on the report, as opposed to just accepting it, because after all, I don't think there's anyone inside this chamber that doesn't understand the importance of the issue, whether it's the Prime Minister or members of opposition, wanting to be able to see something done on this file. But I suspect that the motivation of trying to get the debate today has more to do with preventing the NDP from bringing forward a concurrence on a PROC report, Madam Speaker. So it's interesting that they chose this particular topic. I understand the way in which the rules work inside the chamber, and at the end of the day, I'm always happy to be able to talk about an issue that is so very, very important. To the point of the motion itself, what I'd like to be able to do is to share with the members, and I don't need to table it because, Madam Speaker, it's public knowledge. You know, the member across the way that introduced the motion said, well, what is the government doing? The parliamentary secretary spoke exceptionally well in terms of how Canada, in many different forums, can play a leading role in dealing with the issue of forced labor and the impact that it has on our supply chain. And the Conservatives were very quick to scoff at it, Madam Speaker. And it's interesting to hear Conservatives when they're in opposition versus when they're in government. Because when I posed the question to the member in terms of, well, it's all fine and dandy to be, so critical of the government and making accusations that aren't necessarily founded, and I posed the question, well, what did the former government do? The Harper regime, Stephen Harper. And the member mocked the question. Of course, Madam Speaker, because Stephen Harper didn't do anything. Well, I don't have a problem in terms of contrasting that, in terms of what it is that we have been able to do and deal with. The Parliamentary Secretary made reference to that in terms of the international presence. And what people don't necessarily recognize that we should acknowledge is that Canada, for a population base of 38 million people, carries an incredible amount of weight when it comes to international policy. We have seen that in many different ways, Mr. Speaker. I've always been a big fan, for example, of Lloyd Axworthy. And if you take a look at the banning of landmines as an issue in which Lloyd Axworthy championed on behalf of the government of Canada, and the success that we were able to achieve with it. And again, you've got to put it in the perspective of the world. Well, the same principles apply for a wide variety of different issues. And this is one of those issues. So unlike the scoffing coming from the Conservative benches, I believe that the Parliamentary Secretary that spoke before me, when he talked about that influence, standing up and speaking out, even in the presence, and we hear a lot about China because China was the example, or has been the example that's been used. Whether it's the Uyghurs or the Tibetans, Mr. Speaker, we recognize that, yes, there has been a great deal of exploitation. But the government is not just talking about that inside the House of Commons, on the floor of the House. We are talking about that internationally, even in the presence of China. And yes, that means that the government of China, and often China officials, will be very irritated. But, Mr. Speaker, I believe it is a role that Canadians expect, because it is, in part, our values. I think that if you take a look just at sheer immigration numbers and people that want to come to Canada, it is a very impressive thing, Mr. Speaker. And it's because I believe they look at the values and the opportunities that Canada has to offer. And that translates into the House of Commons and the role that we play, not only domestically, but internationally. And that is the reason why, it is important that whether you're the Prime Minister or a critic from the opposition party, and you have the opportunity to be able to talk about Canadian values, then this is the type of value that we should be talking about. We have a Convention of Rights for Children adopted by the United Nations many years ago. And it talks about, the rights for children and to protect them. And there are things that we can do. And that's one of the reasons why, a few minutes back, I made reference to a public document. And the Parliamentary Secretary earlier made reference to it. I actually went and printed a copy of it, Mr. Speaker. And it's the ministerial mandate letter from the Minister of Labour. This is something that's authored by the Prime Minister, providing instruction. Members that are watching or following the debate can easily look into it themselves by doing a simple Google search. And I'd like to make a very clear indication in terms of what it is that the letter states, Mr. Speaker. Again, coming from the Prime Minister, as the Minister of Labour, your immediate priorities are to work with the federally regulated workplaces to ensure that COVID-19 vaccinations are enforced for those workers and to advance amendments to the Canada Labour Code to provide 10 paid days of sick leave for all federally regulated workers. I also expect you to work with federally regulated employers and labor groups and with provincial and territorial counterparts to make workplaces fairer and safer for everyone across the country, as well as lead our efforts to eradicate forced labor from Canadian supply chains. To realize these objectives, I ask you to achieve results for Canadians by delivering on the following commitments. And it lists a number of commitments, Mr. Speaker. And one of those commitments, and I quote, with the support of the Minister of Public Safety, the Minister of Public Services and Procurement, and the Minister of International Trade, Export, Promotion, Small Business, and Economic Development, introduce, and I would like to emphasize this, Mr. Speaker, to introduce legislation to eradicate forced labor from Canadian supply chains and ensure that Canadian businesses operating abroad do not contribute to human rights abuses. Well, Mr. Speaker, I would challenge the member that has chosen to try to turn this into a political issue by saying, well, the government hasn't done anything, and then goes on to criticize the Canada border control. And that's why I posed the question. In opposition, it sure is easy for the Conservative Party to be as critical as they want, knowing full well when they were in government, they did absolutely nothing on the file. Even during a pandemic, even during many other aspects, a war, you see that this is a priority of the government. And we have different departments that are coming together to provide legislation. Tell me where the former government had any interest in getting legislation. Now, they can talk about, and their math is all messed up, Mr. Speaker, as it was pointed out earlier, as one member says, well, 8 years later. Well, Mr. Speaker, sometimes it takes a little while to clean up the Conservative mess, and then we go into a pandemic. There's a war that's taking place, but albeit, Mr. Speaker, we have seen other budgetary measures and legislative measures, some of which have already been pointed out from a previous speaker. But we have a very clear indication that we are developing the legislation. It's interesting. It was in the EU, and I thought I might have had it here, Mr. Speaker. I guess it's back in September of 2022, the European Commission presented a proposal for a regulation to prohibit products made using forced labor, including child labor, on internal market of the European Union. The proposed legislation fits into the context of the EU efforts to promote decent work worldwide. Now, I don't know all the details of it, Mr. Speaker, but I think that it's important for us to recognize that it's not just Canada alone. Canada does work very closely with its partners, with its allied forces, the EU being one of them. You notice that was made reference to 2022, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister's letter to the Minister went back in December of 2021, Mr. Speaker. And it does take time, because you have to factor in a great deal of considerations. From a good governance corporate perspective, they want to ensure that their supply chains are, in fact, being supported by non-forced labor. Companies that are prepared to put in that extra effort will ultimately have more security going forward. Because I don't believe Canada is alone, Mr. Speaker. I believe that Canada is working with other like-minded nations in recognizing the harm that forced labor causes. And forced labor takes many different forms, Mr. Speaker. You know, there's exploitation of individuals that are here today in Canada. It's just, so when you think of exploitation of labor, don't just believe it's something beyond our borders. There is a role for provinces in particular, along with the federal government, to look at what's not only happening abroad, but also happening here in Canada, Mr. Speaker. I know it exists. And like I've advocated consistently in the past in regards to the exploitation of human beings, it is just wrong. And as a parliamentarian, we'd like to make sure that we're making progress at dealing with that. Human smuggling takes place, and it is pure exploitation. Whether it's for getting an individual into a factory or selling an individual for sexual services, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, it is something that happens. You know, the United Nations, I believe, said something to the neighborhood of could be as high as 10%. Don't quote me on it, Mr. Speaker, but I believe that it's somewhere in that neighborhood worldwide where you see about 10% of the population in the globe that are actually exploited in one form or another. Now, I noticed that I mentioned the word children more than anything else, and that's because that's where my primary focus is. But there are vulnerable groups, some more than others, Mr. Speaker, that have to be taken into consideration. I like to believe that as Canada continues to move forward on this file, we will continue to have healthy discussions. I hope to be able to see, as I know my colleagues, legislation that will be coming forward at some point in time in the future once the appropriate consultation has actually taken place, Mr. Speaker. I believe that this is an issue that has been there well before any of us were around. And I'm not just talking inside the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker, I'm talking in life in general. It is something that's not going to be cured overnight. At the end of the day, we do have a responsibility, and that responsibility is, in fact, and has been taken very, very seriously. The government has seen the benefits of trade. Canada, more so than most countries around the world, Mr. Speaker, is dependent on trade, exports and imports. It's not like we are a self-sufficient producing country where we do not require importation of products. Far from it. And that's one of the reasons why, as we move forward, and we will move forward on the file, that we do so in a way, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians can get behind and support. You know, interesting enough, we had reference to the North America Trade Agreement, where we saw incorporated into the trade agreement the issue of workers' rights and environmental rights concerns, Mr. Speaker. As a government, we have actually signed off on more trade agreements than any other government before us, Mr. Speaker. Because we recognize just how important trade is to our country. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, we have very much taken a keen interest in regards to the supply chain and getting rid of the exploitation of people, Mr. Speaker. And I believe in part that we're going to see more effort on that issue in the coming months and years ahead. So with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to share some thoughts and look forward to any questions if there are any.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
So I want to clarify. The government members seem to be saying, I said they've done nothing. I didn't say that. I said they've done things. They passed an advisory for businesses. They've had a couple of talky moments at international places. They've passed some legislation and other things, perhaps. But actually, the result is nothing, right? So it's a lot of talk for absolutely no results. And I think Canadians want results on this, Mr. Speaker. U.S. has seized 1,400 shipments totaling $1.3 billion. Canada, 0. So all their talky has actually produced no measurable, tangible results. And they could do it very quickly, Mr. Speaker. The U.S. has a list of companies, right? It's literally right here. I have it. They could give it to the various ministers, cut and paste it, deliver it to CBSA. It's simple. It could be done tomorrow, and it would stop at least these goods from coming into the country. Why is it so hard for this member and this government to do it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that the member belittles in terms of the efforts that have been put into place. And, the Canada Border Control Agency has done fine work over the years in regards to protecting the interests of Canadians. And unlike the former government, we have actually invested more in the CBSA than the former government. I can assure you that we have done more in terms of taking a product off the market than Stephen Harper ever would have during his 10-year period of time.
Question et commentaire.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague mentioned that there are international conventions to protect children's rights, for example. Despite this, children are working every day sometimes for hardly any money in very dangerous conditions in other countries. Far too many are still beaten every single day or are fined on their salary for the tiniest of violations of rules, far from ideal conditions. This because a thirst for profit caused companies to delocalize and export their jobs under the recommendations of consulting firms. Yes, steps have been made in the right direction, but this won't be enough so long as children and families are still working in the conditions I've mentioned. To carry on carrying on is not enough. My colleague mentioned the importance of having to put forward more efforts. What tangible results in the future will the government put forward in order to protect the 99% of the population that is subjugated by the 1%? Thank you.
Honourable Deputy de Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think, I look forward, as I'm sure the member opposite does, in terms of the work that the Department of Labour is currently doing, dealing with the issue at hand, working with other departments, doing the consultation that's actually, it's essential. You have to do that consultations, and it's a wide variety of consultations that have to take place. And that work is, in fact, being done. I look forward to seeing some of the results of that work in the coming months and years ahead of us. In terms of the Convention of Rights for Children, I think that comparably, when you compare Canada to other nations of the world, we do exceptionally well. But we can play a very strong leadership role, and that's why it indicated Canada does often punch over its weight when it comes to be able to ensure human rights and protection of children and vulnerable people by speaking out in the forums that we are provided to do so, and we'll continue to do that.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague's comments and his contribution to today's debate. He talked about leadership on the global stage, and we know that Canada remains the only country in the world to have created Canadian Ombudsperson for Responsible Enterprise. Another area of Canadian global leadership has been on the environment, and I want to put to him a question that has not yet been injected in a comprehensive manner into today's debate, but it is the idea that when we're enforcing standards on Canadian enterprises operating abroad, Those include environmental standards. How can that help with our work to achieve net zero emissions by 2050?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think that the member raises an excellent point, and that's one of the reasons why, when you take a look at the more recent trade agreements, you will see that there is an environmental component to it. You know, with the exception of the Conservative Party of Canada, everyone else seems to understand and appreciate that climate change is in fact real, and we do have to do things in order to protect our environment into the future. By incorporating environment in our trade agreements, I think it sends a very strong message. It's also important, things such as the Paris conference that had taken place back in 2015, when the countries around the world come together, and we recognize things such as the price on pollution is a good thing, Mr. Speaker. At one time, even the Conservative Party supported it, Mr. Speaker. But at the end of the day, there is many things that we can do just to enhance and promote a healthier environment as well.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Sanders Gulf Islands.
It's a rare opportunity in this place to bring into sharp focus one reason the Government of Canada has consistently failed, regardless of who's in the PMO, to meet climate targets. And it is directly related to the debate today, which is trade rules. The World Trade Organization interceded between when we used trade sanctions that made the Ozone Protocol, the Montreal Protocol of 1987, work spectacularly well, and 1997 when we negotiated in Kyoto. And the difference was the interference by the World Trade Organization and trade ministers to say to environment ministers, you're not allowed to use enforcement mechanisms that work because we, the World Trade Organization, trade ministers, don't like that. Now, it wasn't a ruling, but I put to this House that we need to re-examine the ways in which the World Trade Organization has undercut the work at the Paris Agreement, or for that matter, the more recent work at COP15 in Montreal. Trade rules must not undermine global survival any more than we use them continually to support forced labor and children's labor. We need to examine the trade rules and make them work for survival.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe that never before have we seen the issue of our environment elevated to the degree in which it has been, not only here in Canada, but in many places throughout the world. Yes, there are some chronic abusers, and there is areas in which we could even improve here in Canada, but we at least have a government that is committed to doing and making a difference, and that's one of the reasons why we brought in legislation to achieve ultimately net zero, Mr. Speaker. Because as a government, we recognize that something has to be done. As a government, we incorporated it into a trade agreement. As a government, we have constantly raising the issue of environment when it comes to trade or virtually all other issues, because we recognize the importance of our environment.
Question and commentaire. Questions and comments. One final quick one. The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to question the member opposite, just around Canada's record when it comes to fighting foreign human trafficking and modern-day slavery. The United States, in the same amount of time, seized 2,398 shipments suspected tied to forced labor and modern-day slavery, and Canada only one in that same amount of time. And then after that was contested, they let it go through. Does the member think that Canada is doing a good job of stopping forced labor coming through our border? Thank you.
In a whole 45 seconds, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I think that you have to compare apples to apples, and the United States has a very different situation in regards to human trafficking than Canada. We both have an issue in dealing with it and responsibilities. So I don't necessarily know all the details that the member is making reference to. I suspect that he might be comparing apples to oranges.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. L'honorable député de Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Speaker. I do intend to split my time, but I just can't quite notice the member I intend to split my time with. So when I get there and when I see the member, I will name his riding. It's possibly for the Wellington region. I'm glad to be joining this debate because this is, for me, accountability to the government on the enforcement portion of passing legislation and regulations and rules and advisories that come from the work that we do here. So it's holding the government to account. Part of holding the government to account is doing the work that the member for Dufferin-Caledon did, which is he believed the government wasn't doing enough to prevent goods made with forced labor from coming into our country. So we ask ourselves questions. In this House, you have an option to ask an oral question during question period, or you can turn and write a written question and then submit it to the government to respond to. And that's exactly what the member did. They're called order paper questions, written question. One is 1112, 1112, which basically asks the government a very simple question: how many goods since 2016 were seized at the border by the Canada Border Services Agency or the RCMP that were made with goods coming from the Zhejiang province using Uyghur forced labor? And the answer was a big fat zero, nothing. They had stopped one, and as the member before me from Priest River Westlock spoke and asked and commented on it, it was then released. At the same time, the United States government seized over 2,300 goods. Shipments of goods that were seized at the border because their government was directed by their Congress for specific areas that the Department of Homeland Security was told to watch for. It's on their website. You can go onto it. In fact, the member for Dufferin-Caledon has repeatedly stated in the House he has that list. I looked it up. I have the list too. We'd be happy to provide the government the list, and then they could use it. This is great. This is bipartisan cooperation. We're trying to help the government do its job. They could just come over to this side and we'll give them the list. There's even something called electronic mail. I don't know if you've heard of this, Speaker. We can send them the email list and they could actually use it and adopt it. The 4 areas that the Department of Homeland Security said were of special concern were apparel, cotton, tomatoes, and polysilicon. And based on that 4 categories, 4 sectors they're especially concerned with, they've seized thousands of shipments of goods that were found to be using Zhejiang as the source country and Uyghur forced labor. Uyghur forced labor has gone up in its usage in the People's Republic of China since 2017. Those labor camps were established in 2017. There's a generalized acceptance that that's when this program started. The program is intentionally created by the communist government in Beijing. It started early on. The level of repression has been going up since Xi Jinping was first elected in 2013. He's on his 3rd term and now likely his permanent terms as essentially a dictator in the People's Republic of China. You know, when you compare the timelines, and the member for Dufferin-Caledon did the work, the investigative work that a parliamentarian is supposed to do, and has proven that the government hasn't been enforcing the rules. Or if it has been enforcing them, it's been incredibly lax. It basically hasn't done anything. And, you know, and since then, we've had one government caucus member after another, and parliamentary secretaries come out and give the best possible version of events. I mean, really try incredibly hard. And like some members have mentioned that some of them, you know, in the future, I hope never to be before court, but I will look to that side to find one of them to defend me if it ever comes to that. Because they really gave it the best possible face that you could have. They talked about convening things and declarations and meetings they had and advisories that were posted and attestation. I heard this as a speaker, an attestation. You click on a website, you read the terms of reference of what you're not supposed to do, and you click an attestation and move on. Actually, I was speaking to a member of Dufferin-Caledon. Based on attestation, the government's own officials say that nobody's been found guilty on broken dam. There's been no follow-up on this attestation, which reminds me of a Yiddish proverb, Speaker. It's a great one. I was looking for this one. It's from a book called Kvetch. So it took me a while to go look it up so I could find it in there. A drowning man will grab even for the point of a sword. Drowning man will reach even for the point of a sword. In this case, it proves the point we're making on this side of the House that they've done nothing. If all you can point to is advisories and websites and web pages and ombudsmen that haven't done much of anything that we can say and attestations, well, we have a written question in the House with a response that says you have 0 goods from this particular region, a region that is so egregious in its known violations of the human rights of the Uyghur peoples that the United Nations has written successive reports, that we've had rapporteurs go over there, actual rapporteurs actually doing the work on the ground of trying to ferret out what's been going on, Bachelet in this case, where we've actually had repeat congressional hearings. We've had hearings here in different parliamentary committees of this House, in the United Kingdom as well. So we know what is going on. We have heard the stories of the Uyghur peoples. You know, I went even online to see the People's Republic of China's response to the United Nations report, and they said everything is A-OK. There's full employment in Xinjiang province. Like, everything is good. All laws are being respected. They especially draw attention to anybody who would read it. It's on the back, I think it's page 109 of their response, saying that, you know, the religious rights of the Uyghurs are being respected. There are so many mosques outside of the Xinjiang region that you could go to, and all of the rights, and you have nice pictures of very happy workers. I'm sure all of them were, you know, knowing of what was going to happen here, that they wanted to have it. And I noticed that the member for Wellington-Halton Hills is getting ready to speak after me and add to my contributions. I will share my time with him, Speaker. And that's the point. The government has reached for the sword, which is they're pointing to what we are pointing to, which is they only have pretty words. They only have attestations and declarations and websites and web pages, while we have their own words showing the proof of their work, that they have done nothing since 2016. No goods have been stopped at the border and actually seized. Like we said, one shipment was stopped, but eventually it was released. Well, the Americans have proof that they have actually obtained results, and we want results. And this reminds me of how our sanctions regime, equally, there have been members that have come, members of the public who have come to testify before the Canada People's Republic of China Standing Committee, Select Committee of the House, that have basically said that the enforcement is lacking on the sanctions regime that we have. And this is, I you know, profess to you, Speaker, that I believe this is part of the sanctions regime we have against regimes in the world who do things that we disagree with, that we find profound violations of people's human rights. This House has found that the People's Republic of China is committing genocide against the Turkic Uyghurs in Xinjiang province. The House has said that. In fact, the government was so inspired by its own principles, it abstained on that motion. It sent in a minister at the time who's now resigned from this House to say that you know, they're abstaining as a government, as a cabinet. They're choosing to abstain on the matter, and it's deeply embarrassing for them. And it should be embarrassing for them. It's embarrassing for all of us that they would do that. We've passed a motion since then calling on the government to expedite and ensure that another 10,000 Turkic Uyghurs would be brought to Canada as refugees, that we would identify who they are. This is an incredibly important part of ensuring that we have accountability in the House. When they are not doing their jobs, they need to be raked over the coals for it. If the Minister of International Trade has the time to hand out you know, a sweetheart $25,000 contract to a friend, she has the time to expect that her cabinet and the rest of her colleagues, and she is doing the job that she is sent here to do. She's named to the cabinet. She should be doing her job. We have proof now that she is not. She's failing on the job to deliver the results that are needed. And she hasn't done. 2016, Speaker, it's been 7 years. It's been 7. And I just heard a member say, it's the pandemic. We blame the pandemic. When world trade was collapsing and less goods were being shipped, it's not as if the CBSA stopped doing its work. They were still on the job. Because it's not as if goods were being stopped all over the world at the borders. We still have many goods coming into the country. I see, Speaker, you're giving me the signal. I almost wish I hadn't shared my time with the member for Wellington-Halton Hills. I could have used an extra 10 minutes to lambast the government for its failure. But we owe it to the people in Xinjiang province to ensure we have a regime in place that stops goods, seizes those goods at the border made with their labor. The Americans have done it. Other Western governments have done it. We have the results now showing that by the government's all accounting, they haven't done it. Shame. Thank you, Speaker.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives make a great deal of reference to China. On all issues, they tend to focus a lot of attention on China. And my question to the member is, what would the member suggest the Conservative Party in general would do in dealing with China when it comes to the issue of trade? Given there was a secret trade agreement that was signed off with the former Prime Minister of Canada. And I'm wondering if he could provide his thoughts in regards to, does he feel that there should be, what kind of a consequence generally for China based on the comments that we're hearing today from the Conservatives?
Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Well, Speaker, that's actually quite simple to answer. I would turn to the member for Dufferin-Caledon. I would ask him for the electronic list of all the companies that the Department of Homeland Security has. That's a list of basically sourcing forced labor goods and trying to ship them in, and I would give them to the CBSA. It's pretty simple, and the particular treaty he's actually referring to is not secret. It's a public document that was approved by the House.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I've been reading Watson's Dictionary of Weasel Words. It's a fascinating book, and I've been studying it very closely. There's such good words like aspirational, drill down, to recontextualize. But I'd ask honourable colleague, on the term move on, I'd like to just quote it so I get it correct. It means going forward basis. It's a popular form of escape from responsibility, accountability, or discomfort, much favored by cads, conmen, and carpetbaggers, etc. As in, let's not dwell in the past, let's not wallow in the lens of history, let's not waste public money setting up inquiries, let's not argue, wasting time arguing about who said what and whether or not they meant it. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague if he thinks that the advice that we're getting from the Dictionary of Weasel Words might help give clarity to the debate that we've been having in the House for the last few weeks.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure which book it is that he's referred to. I kind of missed that part. I did catch the word inquiry, though, and I still notice we're waiting to hear how the New Democrats intend to vote on our motion to call the Chief of Staff of the Prime Minister to testify before a committee of the House.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
I want to ask the member. So there is an advisory that's been put out by the Government of Canada which says the Government of Canada is deeply concerned by reports and documentary evidence of the repression of Uyghurs and other ethnic minorities by Chinese authorities. The U.S. version says the People's Republic of China government continues to carry out genocide and crimes against humanity against Uyghurs and members of other ethnic and religious minority groups in the Xinjiang Autonomous Region of China. The PRC crimes against humanity include imprisonment, torture, rape, forced sterilization, and persecution. I wonder if the member could comment on why is the Government of Canada's approach to this, including not seizing any goods, seemingly so at odds with our #1 ally and trading partner?
Of the Deputy to Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Speaker. So the member is absolutely correct. You know, he named off kind of some of the crimes that we see happening against the Turkic Uyghur peoples in the Xinjiang province. That really ramped up since 2017, the start of these formal labor camps that the regime in Beijing keeps referring to as vocational schools, typically. That's kind of the nomenclature that they use. As someone of Polish heritage, I'm pretty used to this from communist regimes. They give everything weird names. Potyomkin villages come to mind as well. This is consistently done by regimes like this. And we should be aligned in this case with our partners in the USMCA who have done a much better job, especially the Americans have done a much better job in enforcing the rules. If this is truly, if we're going to take this to heart, we have to enforce the regimes and the sanctions regimes passed by this House.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Beauport and Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to hear what my colleague thinks about the answer we got earlier about the fact that there are consultations about the actions that should be taken to improve the situation with regard to forced labor, to eradicate it. In other words, but when it comes to child labor, the Convention on the Rights of the Child was signed in November over 34 years ago. And so there's been consultation for 34 years, and we're not actually, perhaps that means that all of the inhabitants of the planet are being consulted when, in fact, action should take place. Thank you. the member for Calgary-Shepherd. Of course, I agree with the member. There's a Yiddish proverb that says that a drowning man shouldn't take a sword to try to save himself. But when it comes to, consultations, websites, attestations, all of that is not enough. What we need is enforcement on the border to ensure that the products that come into this country are not produced through forced labor. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government can introduce all the legislation it wants. Parliament can adopt all the legislation the government presents. The government can introduce all the regulation it wants. It can sign all the treaties it wants. But if it doesn't operationalize that legislation, if it doesn't operationalize those regulations, if it doesn't put into effect those treaties, it's all for naught. And what is going on with Xinjiang is a good example of this. Clearly, a genocide is taking place in Xinjiang. As you know, Canada is obligated under the Genocide Convention to prevent genocide. Article 1 of that convention says, quote, "The contracting parties confirm that genocide, whether committed in time of peace or in time of war, is a crime under international law which they undertake to prevent and to punish." One of the elements of a genocide is, quote, "imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group," end quote. The UN High Commissioner for Human Rights said that the birth rate in Xinjiang plummeted by 50%, by 1/2, between 2017 and 2019, in 2 short years, in 24 months, from 16 births per 1,000 people to 8 births per 1,000 people. So clearly, one element of the genocide is taking place. 2 other elements of genocide under the convention are causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, and secondly, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. And there is evidence, Mr. Speaker, that both of these 2 elements are also in place in Xinjiang, in the massive detention camps the PRC has set up in Xinjiang. Evidence based on satellite imagery, survivor testimony, investigative journalism, leaked documents, smuggled videos, and so many other pieces of evidence documenting hundreds of detention camps that were built by the PRC in Xinjiang province. It is estimated that more than 2 million Uyghur Muslims have been detained in these camps. Some experts have called these camps the greatest detention of a group of people since the Second World War. PRC authorities first denied the very existence of these camps, but when presented with high-resolution satellite evidence, they recanted and explained them away as simply educational camps. Documents obtained by the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists have highlighted what is going on in these camps, including torture and forced labor. There is evidence that Uyghurs are being forced to pick cotton and produce tomatoes, that the PRC is exporting around the world, just like what happened during another genocide, the Holodomor in Ukraine in 1932 and 1933. Where millions of Ukrainian peasants were forced to produce grain that Stalin then exported to the rest of the world and left them with nothing, not even seed grain for the next year's planting and harvest. And as a result, over 3 million Ukrainians starved to death. So clearly, a genocide is taking place in Xinjiang, and Parliament recognized that a genocide was taking place in early 2021 by adopting a resolution in this House. It is now time, Mr. Speaker, for the government to uphold the international-based, rules-based order. It's now up to the government to uphold 2 treaties to which this country is a party. First, the 1948 Genocide Convention. By preventing genocide from continuing, by preventing the importation of products like tomatoes and cotton that have been produced using forced Uyghur labor. Another treaty that the government should be upholding, if it's serious about upholding the rules-based international order, is to uphold our obligation under the Canada-United States-Mexico Trade Agreement. Article 23.6 of the agreement requires Canada to ban imports produced with forced or slave labor. The agreement says, quote, accordingly, each party shall prohibit the importation of goods into its territory from other sources produced in whole or in part by forced or compulsory labor, including forced or compulsory child labor, end quote. Subsequent to the signing of the USMCA several years ago, Canada and the United States adopted legislation to implement the CUSMA Treaty, to implement the elements of that treaty that ban imports that have been produced using forced or slave labor. Parliament amended the Customs Tariff Act in July of 2020 to come into conformity, to bring Canada's laws into conformity with CUSMA. And the government published regulations stemming from those changes to the customs tariff that came into effect that same month, in July 2020, some 2.5, almost 3 years ago. A year later, the United States also changed its laws to bring its laws into conformity with the CUSMA Treaty. But here's where the similarities end. While the similarity between Canada and the United States is that both of us have implemented laws bringing CUSMA into effect, both of us are party to the Genocide Convention, the similarity ends right there. Since these laws have come into force, the United States has stopped thousands of cargo container shipments from entering the United States from Xinjiang. But Canada has stopped not a single shipment, not one shipment from entering this country. In fact, the government temporarily halted a shipment, one shipment, from coming into Canada and subsequently released that shipment. I believe that was, Mr. Speaker, in the province of Quebec. But no shipment has been blocked and interdicted and prevented from entering Canada, despite the fact that south of the border, the U.S. government is upholding the rules-based international order and has prevented the importation of thousands of cargo containers containing things such as tomatoes, cotton, solar panels that have been produced using a labor force of millions of Uyghur Muslims in Xinjiang province. Despite the U.S. interdicting thousands of shipments, the U.S. government has admitted this isn't good enough. In fact, they have plans to hire over 300 new positions at the border to continue to interdict even more products coming into their country from Xinjiang. They have plans to implement new computer systems, new training. They're conducting outreach to importers to prevent further shipments from arriving on American shores. But in Canada, nothing. Nothing has happened, despite the fact that the law came into effect almost 3 years ago. One shipment, Mr. Speaker, temporarily blocked and then admitted into Canada. Meanwhile, thousands of cargo container shipments have been blocked from Xinjiang by the U.S. government because they are upholding their treaty obligations. They are upholding their laws. They are upholding the regulations that they have published. They are upholding the rules-based international order, which this government says it supports. But yet, as CBC and the Globe and Mail and so many other investigative journalists have reported, tomatoes and cotton produced from Xinjiang, likely with forced labor, have continued to flood Canadian supermarket shelves, Canadian retail shops, and the government turns a blind eye, despite the fact that it has these treaty obligations under CUSMA, that it has these laws in place, despite the fact that there's regulations that have been gazetted. So let me conclude by saying this, Mr. Speaker. The government can introduce all the regulations it wants. Parliament can pass all the laws it wants. The government can sign all the treaties it wants. But none of this is of any effect unless the Government of Canada and its agencies operationalizes these laws, operationalizes these regulations, upholds these treaties, and starts putting the work in place to actually block shipments from Xinjiang from coming into Canada. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion in front of the House. If the government is truly going to uphold our international reputation, truly uphold the rules-based international order that it says it so deeply believes in, that starts with doing exactly what we are calling for in this motion. Stop blocking cargo container shipments at the Port of Vancouver and at other Canadian ports that contain tomatoes and cotton from Xinjiang that have been produced using forced and slave labor.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things I made reference to during my comments was in regards to the Minister of Labour and the mandate letter that's been provided by the Prime Minister, which gives very clear indication that we are to be developing legislation, and that legislation is, in fact, in the works. Now, I'm not going to indicate in terms of when we'll see it, because I'm sure the member can appreciate that it does require a great deal of consultation and working with a wide spectrum of different types of stakeholders. And I'm wondering if the member could provide his thoughts in regards to the type of work that should be done prior to introducing legislation, given the consequences of a substantive piece of legislation that we would no doubt hope to be producing sometime, whether it's in months or years from now.
The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the government doesn't need new legislation. It's got immense powers under existing framework legislation. It has immense powers under the Customs Tariff Act and its regulations. The government needs to get its hands dirty and figure out what exactly it needs to do to empower the Canada Border Service Agency's officers to interdict these shipments. It needs to sit down with frontline officers and say, what do you need? What do you need in terms of training? What do you need in terms of computer systems? What do you need in terms of personnel? And let's get this done in the next 6 months so we can stop bringing in these products that have been produced using this Uyghur forced labor.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. And I have to say that his answer to the Parliamentary Secretary, well, I agree with it. Absolutely. We didn't need to talk to each other about it. There are billions of dollars in play, and that is why the situation is not going to change suddenly. Between 2015 and 2020, there was an increase of the estimate amount of goods produced with forced labor, or the amount, the value of them. So when it comes to ideas about how to improve the situation, does he think that maybe transparency and labeling could be solutions? The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills. I would like to thank my colleague for her question. And I think we need an awful lot of information from this government. It is a problem here in Ottawa. Ottawa is a place where there is no information compared to other capitals in the G7.
Lack of transparency and information. It's very difficult to find out from the government whether or not shipments have been interdicted and blocked. We often have to get that information through access to information requests or through other investigative techniques rather than the government being transparent about what's going on by default. And so I think that adds to the problem here, is that people are generally not aware that we are not upholding our treaty obligations. We are not upholding the rules-based international order when it comes to preventing imports using forced or Uyghur labor. And I think part of that problem is the lack of transparency from this government about what exactly is getting interdicted at the border. We do know one thing. No shipment has been blocked from Xinjiang that has been produced using forced Uyghur labor.
Comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to my colleague for his intervention. With regards to the CBSA officers, one of the things that we had this summer was mandatory working during vacation time and mandatory overtime. One of the things that we could do is actually expand their operations and boots on the ground, so to speak. Wonder what his comments are about that versus that of, I guess, right now is an agenda to actually move to more automation. Where do the Conservatives stand on that position?
The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's hard for me to give a specific answer to that question because we're not presently in government. I don't have access to that information, unfortunately. But I think the minister should sit down with frontline CBSA officers and obviously the head of head of the CBSA to talk about what resources and tools they actually need to start blocking these cargo container shipments. 98% or so of the world's trade arrives on these cargo containers. There's got to be a way to implement computer systems, training, and other measures in order to interdict these shipments. The United States has been doing it. They're further improving on their record. There's no reason why Canada can't do the same.
And just as the warning, there's a 3-minute to go here. The honourable member for Reprise du Débat, continuing debate, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honor to rise today to talk a little bit about the forced labor that's happening around the world and the concerns around the importation into Canada of some of these products that have been produced with forced labor. So I want to just talk a little bit today about products that get a free pass, so to speak. So we have increasingly we have these environmental governance and social indicators that ESG is what it's called about, and to some degree that ends up having a watering down effect of folks that have so-called environmental footprint get a free pass on some of the other issues. And so there's been a number of organizations around the world that have pursued looking at so-called green technology, wind turbines, for example, solar panels, for example. And what happens is these products get a great brand around their environmental bona fides. So you see, you've got people with solar panels or the wind turbines. They get a relatively free pass. We can override a number of other issues. We've seen right here in the province of Ontario a lot of frustrations by locals who live in areas where they're putting up wind turbines or solar fields. The locals not necessarily appreciating that and yet having little recourse in order to fight that. Now we see the same thing happens when it comes to forced labor around the world. When it comes to the production of wind turbines or solar panels, for example, a blind eye is turned to the forced labor that happens for those things. For example, in Congo, most of the cobalt in the world, if not all the cobalt in the world, comes out of Congo. Vast amounts of that cobalt is harvested by forced labor and child labor. We've had examples from the U.S. Department of Labor where the polysilicon that goes into the making of the solar panels, up to 75% of that polysilicon is coming from forced labor around the world. We've got 90 reports have identified 90 Chinese and international companies whose supply chains for these solar panels come from forced laborers. We see these 7 of the top 10 wind turbine manufacturers are come out of China, and over 50% of them have been installed. Over 50% of the installations around the world come from these seven companies coming out of China. Most of these companies have been identified by the Sheffield Hallam University. They have shown that forced labor is a major part of all of these companies' supply chains. And so I just wanted to highlight today that while these are green technologies, sometimes that allows us to overlap or overlook the forced labor that is in many of these products. So thank you for the time today, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to continuing.
It is my duty to interrupt proceedings And now place the question before the House.
Mr. Jennis moves that the fourth report of the Standing Committee on International Trade presented on Thursday, February 9, 2023, be concurred in. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The member for Dufferin-Caledon.
I would request a recorded division, Mr. Speaker.
So pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the division stands deferred until later this day at the expiry of time provided for oral questions. The House will now resume with the remaining business under routine proceedings, and of course we're under the rubric of motions. Any other motions? Des motions? No. So we go to présentation de pétitions, presenting of petitions. The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today to present a petition signed by thousands of Canadians, including the residents of the town of Georgina and the small but mighty community of Pefferlaw. The petition calls on the government to prohibit the development of the so-called Baldwin East Aerodrome. To date, the Liberals have done nothing to prevent the planned dumping of more than 1.2 million cubic meters of potentially contaminated soil on the environmentally sensitive area within the Lake Simcoe watershed, and have ignored the previous involvement of the aerodrome proponents in waste management and illegal fill dumping. The petitioners are calling on the Minister of Transport to prohibit the construction of the Baldwin East Aerodrome and amend related Transport Canada regulations to ensure that false pretense of building an aerodrome cannot be used to illegally dump fill. We need action, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Presenting a petition, présentation petition, the honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm so glad to have caught your eye for this petition. It comes from constituents of mine who are calling on the government to prioritize Hazaras coming to Canada as part of the 40,000 target of Afghani refugees. They draw attention of the House to the fact that over 28,000 Afghans have been brought to Canada as refugees. They also remind the House that for the past 130 years, the Hazara ethnic group has faced genocide and systemic ethnic cleansing in Afghanistan, that since the fall of Kabul in August of 2021, Hazaras have once again been targeted by the Taliban regime, as they are also a minority religious community. The Taliban regime is responsible for the massacre and genocide of Hazaras. Taliban gunmen have directly been involved in executing Hazaras and forcing them to leave their homeland. And again, they remind the government of Canada, as part of its international obligations, has an obligation to also ensure that the Hazaras form a sizable proportion of the 40,000 Afghans who are being brought to Canada as refugees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting a petition, présentation petition, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Many thanks, Mr. Speaker. And as I rose to present the petition today, I'm struck by how timely it is. We wouldn't have known when I pulled this petition for today what we would be debating in concurrence debate. But the petitioners from my writing are calling on Canada to pay attention to the fact that companies within Canada, Canadian-based companies, are responsible for human rights abuses around the world, killing, attacking, harassing Indigenous peoples, other citizen societies around the world, marginalized groups, on their way to also damaging the environment in those countries. These petitioners call on the House of Commons to require, through new legislation to protect human rights and environmental due diligence, that Canadian companies prevent adverse human rights impacts and environmental damage throughout their activities and supply chains, and requiring these companies to do due diligence as to subcontractors and so on, to be sure that the products Canadians buy from them do not involve human rights abuses, forced labor, or slavery, and to avoid, insofar as is possible, environmental damage around the world, and to establish a legal right for people who have been harmed by Canadian companies overseas to seek justice in Canadian courts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétition, presenting of petitions. There you go. Since there's none, we'll move on to the next rubric. Or questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Now it's orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, government orders, government bills commons, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-23, Historic Places of Canada Act.
We left C-23 last time. I believe the Honourable Member, Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader had about a minute in his speech, so that means he's got 19 minutes left in his speech. So the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and what a pleasure it is to be able to rise and talk about what I suspect should be legislation that all members of this House should get on side and support. If you think in terms about C-23 and what it does, it's all about people, places, our history, our heritage. And when you think of our heritage, there's a flood of things that come to mind, at least for me, Mr. Speaker. You know, that Canadian identity. That wasn't that long ago we were talking about the $198 billion 10-year health agreement between the national government and all the different provinces, and I can remember standing saying that, you know, our healthcare system is at the very core of what it means to be a Canadian. So you can talk about a policy of that nature, or you can talk about Canada's rich diversity, which I would argue is second to no other country in the world, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I often have had the opportunity to talk about that diversity when I go to a multitude of different types of events, whether it's in Winnipeg North or outside of Winnipeg North. We often hear about Canada's greatest, one of our greatest assets is in fact our diversity. Our heritage is changing every day through people and the things that we do as a society, I would ultimately argue, Mr. Speaker. Compare those values that we have today to what it would have been 30 years ago in terms of diversity and the way in which we approached a wide variety of different areas. And today, I think that when you take a look at the C-23, one can't help but to reflect on a private member's bill that was actually passed through the House a couple of years back. It had the second reading, it went through the third reading, it ultimately went to the Senate, but it died, unfortunately, in the Senate. It was a private member's bill, 374, which was actually introduced by my friend and colleague, the member from Cloverdale Langley, a man that is very passionate about our heritage and our parks, and brought forward this legislation. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, that that legislation actually received unanimous support in the House of Commons prior to going to the Senate. Now, it's not word for word, the legislation. In fact, there's quite a significance in difference between what we have before us today and ultimately what passed through the House in that unanimous way, but died in the Senate. But, Mr. Speaker, I think the principle of the importance of our historic places, people, and acts is something in which we have to make sure that we preserve. And that is what C-23 is actually all about. That is why I believe at the end of the day, I would hope that all members will support it. You know, it was interesting, if I could find it here, it's something that I did not know, and that was in regards to the channels. And it's makes reference, Mr. Speaker, to a number of channels in Canada. Now, you'd think I'd be able to find it, but it appears that I might not be able to, Mr. Speaker. Oh, yes, no. I'll put on my glasses, if I may. And why it's important is that there are 9 historic canals that are listed in the bill itself. Rideau Canal, Trent, Severn Waterway, Sault Ste. Marie Canal. And this is the one that really kind of made me reflect. It's in the province of Quebec, St. Ours Canal. Now, my ancestry, a few generations back, came from that area. And I suspect that some of my family might have even historically been a part of that. But it goes on to list the canals. So whether it's in Ontario, Quebec, or the one in Nova Scotia, in the important role that it plays, and it gives specific directions. I use the canals because if you take a look at what it is that the legislation does, is it establishes a very strong framework in dealing with something that should be important to all of us, Mr. Speaker. The designation of place, person, and or events in Canada is something that we should all take an active interest in, Mr. Speaker. And that's what I like about the legislation. And I believe it also then, by passing this legislation, will put us at par and maybe even better than some other jurisdictions, Mr. Speaker. So it's something that, as the member from Cloverdale and Langley had pointed out to members a couple of years back, it's something I believe that is warranted, that is necessary. And I'm glad that the department has made it a priority to the degree in which we're actually having that debate, not only today, but the other day when it was first introduced. And I would hope, Mr. Speaker, that members would see fit to supporting the legislation ultimately so that it can go to committee and hopefully receive some sort of passage. And let's get it back into the Senate, hopefully before the end of the year, Mr. Speaker, because, as I say, it's not identical to Bill C-374, but it sure did receive a great deal of support. When I think of the legislation, there are certain parts of it that I think that's worthy for me to make reference to. The Truth and Reconciliation report or commission is something that I, and I know many members of the House of Commons, hold very dear. We want to see action on the calls for action, Mr. Speaker. Over the last number of years, we have seen many calls acted on by this government. Whether it's statutory holidays, the language legislation, there have been many different calls for action that have been acted on. And within this legislation, you are seeing the call to action number 79. And, you know, it's gratifying because at the end of the day, it's hard to believe that we have to put into legislation at this late, and, you know, this is something that I would have thought would have been automatic many, many, many years ago, decades ago perhaps, Mr. Speaker. Legislation that ultimately puts into place a guarantee of Indigenous representation, for example, on the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada. This is a board, Mr. Speaker, that helps portray Canada's history and where we have come from. And at the end of the day, how can one not incorporate call to action number 79? So I'm glad to say that it has been incorporated into the legislation. I'm glad to see that it expands by talking about when a board is actually looking at some form of designation, that it also needs to take in consideration Indigenous knowledge, so that we ensure that there is a fair reflection of our history. I want to give a tangible example, Mr. Speaker, that I think has really made a profoundly positive difference in the city of Winnipeg. In the city of Winnipeg, we have what we call the Forks, and that's where the Red River and the Assiniboia River come together. And there are some historic buildings that are there, Mr. Speaker. You can talk about the Via Rail station, by the way, where you can get your citizenship court ceremonies often in such a wonderful heritage building. You can talk about what used to be freight, not containers, but freight type of buildings, Mr. Speaker, At one time, the Forks was really a rail yard. There was very limited access to the Red and the Assiniboia. And what you had is the different levels of government recognizing the heritage that was within the Forks and invest millions of dollars in terms of converting the Forks into what it is today. They took heritage buildings and converted them into a modern use while preserving their heritage, Mr. Speaker. And you will take a look at the walkways along both the Red River and the Assiniboia River and the value that it has added to the city of Winnipeg. Today, it is the most visited spot in the province of Manitoba. A number I heard a while back was close to 2 million visits a year at the Forks. And there is a very important educational component to it for children and adults alike, Mr. Speaker, as it continues to evolve. Prior to this investment and recognition, you might have virtually nothing in terms of people going down to the Forks compared to what it is today. And ultimately, Mr. Speaker, there is no comparison. There is no comparison because at one point in time, it was something that was hidden away from the residents of Winnipeg and those that were visiting our city. Whereas today it is recognized, as I say, as one of our shining attractions. So if you're going to be going to Winnipeg, you have to go and check out the Forks, Mr. Speaker. It's an area in which Winnipeggers are very, very proud of. You can talk about downtown Winnipeg, or you can go into rural communities. The Riding National Park, if you were to check with some of my Conservative colleagues from the rural northern area, you'll find that they are very proud of the Riding National Park and the many things that it has to offer, and the museums that are located in many different communities. What's important, I believe, and again within the legislation, there's mechanisms that enable anyone to ultimately make the suggestion and bring forward what they believe should in fact be recognized, Mr. Speaker. So it's not just top down, it is something that anyone in our communities can say, well, look, this individual, example for me would be a Louis Riel from Manitoba. You know, this place, you know, I would suggest you the Forks, as I've highlighted as an example, or event. One could talk about the occurrence that took place in Upper Fort Garry many years ago, or what was taking place in Lower Fort Garry, all of which is an example in Manitoba. Things that could be recommended in hopes that maybe they will be accepted. When I talked about the fact that this legislation puts into place a very strong framework, through it and complemented by regulations, you will see that there is a criteria. Because no doubt we all have personal opinions, Mr. Speaker, in terms of what we think should be recognized from a national historical perspective. We all have our personal thoughts on that, but we need to establish a criteria. So first and foremost, I would say that, look, within the legislation, anyone can come up with their thought, that person, that place, or that event, and recommend and suggest that it be recognized. The criteria and eligibility would likely restrict a number of those thoughts and ideas, at least possibly for the short term, Mr. Speaker. But at the end of the day, we have an excellent organization in the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada. So that when you think in terms of issues such as transparency and sustainability and the issue of reconciliation, we have a board that's in place that's there to protect the interest of Canadians in preserving those important things that we hold as part of our Canadian identity. And as I had mentioned, within the legislation, now it's mandated that we will get full participation from Indigenous community members, along with provinces which have been there in the past, and a few others, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, this is the group of individuals that will ultimately provide those recommendations and assist in drawing the conclusions. One of the things, Mr. Speaker, that I didn't make reference to, and I see you're already telling me I don't have very much time left, so I'm hoping to expand on some of those heritage buildings. We have beautiful heritage buildings across our country. I made reference to a couple of them in my example of the Forks, promoting the Forks today, Mr. Speaker, as you can tell. But there are federal buildings throughout the country that have played some historical significance. I think it's Pier 21 in Halifax, Mr. Speaker. I remember having a tour of that facility, and you get that sense of pride, that is a part of our Canadian identity. Immigration today is so critically important to our country, as it has been in our past, Mr. Speaker. And that Pier 21 amplifies that. Take a look at what they've done with the building. Obviously, if you had a picture hundreds of years old, it would look quite different than what it looks like today. But because of intergovernmental investments, because of literally so many volunteers that recognize the true intrinsic value of Pier 21. If you were to take a walk through it today, what you would see is a modernized facility that preserves and protects the heritage of the building itself. And that is something, Mr. Speaker, that we should be encouraging. Not only does it protect our history and preserve it for future generations, it also creates jobs. Through alternative usages, it brings people into the facility so they can learn more about our heritage, Mr. Speaker. It becomes an attraction. And if you talk to the minister responsible for tourism, it doesn't matter where you take him in Canada, he's talking about how wonderful our tourism opportunities are. I think that we underestimate just how important our heritage can be in terms of promoting and using as a magnet for tourism. So if people take a look at the legislation, it is not controversial. It is legislation that should be universally supported by all members, as the member from Cloverdale and Langley brought through Bill C-374 a couple of years back, Mr. Speaker, and received unanimous consent. So I hope that my colleagues in the Conservative Party will recognize that and not want to filibuster this particular bill, Mr. Speaker, and hopefully we'll be able to see it get even possibly royal assent before the end of the year. How nice that would be. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We're really impressed that he was talking about that. The honourable member was talking about the canals in Nova Scotia. The historic Shubenacadie Canal was the one that was on the list. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, I guess the first thing I would say is I struggle to understand why this bill had first reading in June of last year and only being brought back now for second reading almost a year later. If this is something that the government feels is so important, it seems like they lack urgency on this. As long as miss other things like the motion, the concurrence debate we just had, there's no urgency there. Going through law school, I was always told that the devil's in the details. And I have some details that I want the member to comment on. So under this piece of legislation, the minister is going to have the ability to restrict or prohibit navigation, anchoring, or mooring of vessels in historic canals. So the minister is going to have that ability. For example, the Trent Severn in Ontario is a massive tourist draw. People use that all the time. The minister could shut that down with the powers under this bill. The other troubling part of the bill is that these powers can extend to lands adjoining or incidental to historic places, which could be lands that are privately owned. So what safeguards is this member willing to put in place so there can be no overreach by the minister with respect to using historic canals or lands adjoining historic places?
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I would first of all suggest that there's the issue of ministerial accountability, in which if there was an issue of closing down a canal, I suspect that there would be a great deal of thought before a minister would actually close a canal. It goes far beyond just the department having to make a decision upon itself, a great deal of consultation, and you have opposition members that would be more than happy to hold the minister accountable if, in fact, a poor decision was being made. Not to say that our government would make a poor decision. The member opposite also made reference to why we waited so long. Because, bringing forward legislation to deal with child care, dealing with dental benefits, dealing with a wide spectrum of issues to support Canadians, even though the Conservatives didn't support most of that stuff. But at the end of the day, it all takes time to get through. If only we had more time in which we could actually bring things back. I can assure the member that it is a priority for the government. We do want to see the legislation passed, and hopefully the Conservative Party will be sympathetic to allowing this bill to pass, given I suspect it has unanimous support of the House.
Question et commentaire.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a speech in December on C23, the Bloc Québécois confirmed its interest and its desire to be for Bill C23, first of all, because it's part of Canada's will to respect its international commitments when it comes to UNDRIP, for example, and so it recognises Indigenous knowledge that could help the Commission to make decisions. My question is, will C23 be serious enough, severe enough, so that contractors and builders can't simply once again destroy historic sites in order to build whatever they want and to do business and to make business on the back of the environment and on the back of Canada's history?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The short answer to that is yes. And I think that through time what we have witnessed is that people continue to understand and appreciate the importance of our heritage and our buildings. To this very day, Mr. Speaker, I find it somewhat shameful, for example, that the City of Winnipeg lost its original City Hall. It was an absolutely beautiful building. I don't know, and I wasn't obviously a part of the decision-making process back in the 60s, Mr. Speaker, but it was such a beautiful, historic building, and I don't think for a moment that we would have lost that in today's values or attitudes towards the importance of preserving our heritage. I believe that this legislation has the teeth. Obviously, it will be supported by regulations, and I think that the type of support for the legislation goes far beyond just the House of Commons, but also incorporates Indigenous community support and provincial support.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments. The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Et
thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Because this government, quite frankly, legislation calls for ensuring that there is Indigenous representation. But we know that this government has failed in so many ways in terms of providing respect to Indigenous peoples. We see this with the boiled water advisories. We see the lack of by Indigenous for Indigenous housing. These are all crucial elements where the government, quite frankly, has failed over the last few years. So I wanted to know from my colleague how the government will step up to ensure that there are investments that are adequate to actually ensure Indigenous representation and participation on these boards and in these activities that are foreseen by the bill.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, first of all, Mr. Speaker, I would have to agree to disagree with the member opposite. I believe that the government has made significant strides. In fact, I would suggest to you that no government in the history of Canada has made more efforts and provided more financial resources and has taken more action than this government over the last 6 years in terms of addressing the importance of the relationship between Canada and Indigenous people, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, within this legislation specifically, there's a call for action number 79, which ensures that there's a guaranteed partnership within the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada, Mr. Speaker. It also ensures that when the board is making decisions, that Indigenous considerations have to be taken also into consideration in making decisions.
Joey Kamal-Tar, the Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Permit me for a moment, because I'm sure you felt the same sense of nostalgia for Pier 21. I just want to call out the name of the woman who made it possible, a dear friend of mine, the late Ruth Goldblum, who did that. And I also wanted to my honourable friend from Winnipeg North, shout out to Gail Asper, who did the similar driving force work to give us the Museum of Human Rights in Winnipeg. With that, I definitely support Bill C-23, but it needs work. It's strange to the heritage community. People can't figure out how could this piece of legislation fail to use the same terminology, National Historic Site, something people are used to. This throws a great deal of uncertainty into how we protect our national sites. How many Crown Corporation sites are not covered? How many federal buildings that are designated important to our heritage are left in a sort of murky state? So I'll be bringing forward amendments flagging that, and I ask the honourable member, first chance I've had to speak to C-23, will the government be open to amendments to improve this legislation and ensure it meets the needs and demands of the heritage community?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I think I would be disappointed if the member, the Green Party leader, did not bring amendments. She consistently does that, and the short answer to her question would be is that the Government of Canada has demonstrated over the years that we are very much open to amendments if, in fact, it adds strength and makes the legislation better, Mr. Speaker, whether it's coming from Liberals, Conservatives, NDP, or Green members. The idea behind this is to make it better, strong legislation. As I say, it's establishing that healthy framework. And as the member also pointed out, the individual. There are so many individuals that are in our communities. They don't necessarily hold elected office, but they contribute immensely to ensuring that the proper recognition and designation is given to so many things, the peoples, the events, and the places, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to express my appreciation for the fine work that they do in preserving and through that preserving, encouraging that future generations of Canadians are going to be able to have the type of value that we see within the heritage sites that we have today.
Reprise de débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise to speak today. I'll be sharing my time with the hardworking member from Dufferin-Caledon. Mr. Speaker, this is a piece of legislation that has some good things in it that I think everybody in this House will support. It also has some things that speak to the importance of the committee system and getting a bill to committee so that experts can weigh in and highlight any potential shortcomings, any potential unintended consequences that might result from legislation that tries to do maybe as much as this bill tries to do, which is not incredibly clear. And I think even the government recognizes that because they brought this bill forward in June of last year, and this is the first time that we're actually debating it in the House. So, you know, on the front of things that we can all agree on, I think, in this House, you know, the move to amend the Historical Sites and Monuments Act to include First Nations, Inuit, and Métis representation on the Historic Sites and Monuments Board, I think is really important. That representation is a significant step, and an important part of the legislation. Other things that we might agree on, I think that it is really, really important to preserve our heritage. It's really important to Canadians to have the ability to visit places of historical significance, learn from the stories that are told at those places, and I would encourage all members of Parliament to visit as many of these places while we have the opportunity to meet Canadians as we can. I'm going to use the opportunity to speak to one such place that I would highly encourage members of Parliament, particularly members from the government side and the NDP and even the Bloc to come and visit, is listed on the Canadian Register of Historic Places. This is a place that's right in the heart of my constituency. In fact, it's about 3 minutes from where I grew up in the town of Devon, and it is the Leduc No. 1 Discovery Well site. And just reading from the actual Canadian Register of Historic Places for everyone's benefit, because I'm sure once folks hear this, they'll learn some things, and it will drive them to want to come and visit and learn some more. The heritage value of the Leduc No. 1 Discovery Well site lies in its association with the finding of massive petroleum deposits in Alberta and its connection to the dramatic social and economic transformation of the province in the second half of the 20th century. I'll just break away from what the document with the registry says to point out that it also led to a dramatic social and economic transformation in this entire country, and we all, and our kids and grandkids, for those of us that have kids and grandkids, have benefited from this, and future generations will also benefit from what happened in 1947 at the Leduc No. 1 Discovery Well site. So continuing from the Canadian Register of Historic Places, it goes on to say, in the first half of the 20th century, Canada was almost entirely dependent upon the United States for its oil supply. As Canada's industries were established and grew, the demand for domestic oil to power the country's economic engine grew. The Imperial Oil Company Limited, founded in Ontario in 1880, began to explore for oil and gas deposits in Western Canada in the 1910s, and for 3 decades they were unsuccessful, drilling 133 dry wells in the region. On February 13, 1947, however, the Leduc No. 1 Discovery Well blew into the delight of the spectators assembled for the occasion. The eruption of oil from Leduc No. 1 triggered extensive exploration for further petroleum deposits as seismic teams, geologists, and geophysicists fanned out across Alberta in search of black gold. Though the Leduc field was a major find, new fields with even larger petroleum reserves would be discovered in subsequent years. Again, I'll break away from this, Mr. Speaker, to speak to the relevance of this bill. I'm guessing that for some members of this House, this is a new story, a story that they hadn't heard before. But it is a story absolutely critical to our history as a country, certainly to the history of my province and my region, but to our economic history, our economic story in Canada. And if more members of Parliament maybe understood this story, took the time to visit parts of the country where maybe there would be a little bit of a different view on political issues, the issues that we discuss in here every day, we would have better debates with more context than maybe we have right now. So I'll continue again. This is from the Canadian Registry of Historic Places that this bill addresses and seeks to fine-tune in terms of our approach to our Canadian history. It says, the spectacular discovery of oil at Leduc in 1947 marked a watershed in Alberta's economic and social life. The find attracted massive American capital investment into the province and resulted in the creation of wells, refineries, and pipelines throughout the province. Oil exploration also uncovered another valuable resource under Alberta's surface, natural gas. The population boomed in subsequent decades as fortune seekers, many of them well-educated professionals, flocked to Alberta to tap into the province's newfound wealth. New towns were established near oil fields and both Edmonton and Calgary grew dramatically. Edmonton became a service center for the oil fields and home to numerous refineries, while Calgary developed into the administrative and managerial heartland of Alberta's burgeoning petrochemical industry. The tremendous wealth generated by the province's reserves of oil and gas also accelerated the demographic shift in Alberta from a rural to an urban population, and funded the creation of universities and colleges, galleries and museums, and hospitals. And that's where the entry in the registry ends, Mr. Speaker. But I'd point out to that last phrase there, funded the creation of universities and colleges, galleries and museums and hospitals, Mr. Speaker, because that funding just didn't accrue to the benefit of Albertans, Mr. Speaker. That funding accrued benefit for Canadians across the country, because through transfer programs and tax revenues and all of the different economic mechanisms that this country has established over the years, some of which are widely supported and some of which are widely debated among my constituents, there's no question that our healthcare system that we enjoy today across this country, that our education system, our post-secondary education system, our social safety nets, across this country from coast to coast in every province and every territory owe to great extent the benefit that has come from this one plot of land in the center of Leduc County that is recognized on the Canadian Register of Historic Places. And Mr. Speaker, as I close, I would encourage every member of this House, as we debate really, really important issues around environment and health and immigration and all of the different things that we day after day debate with an eye to making Canada better and better and better. I would encourage members of Parliament who have the opportunity to fly into Edmonton. Sounds like in the coming weeks we'll finally get direct flights again. You can fly into Edmonton, a 15-minute drive from the airport. You can come out and visit this site of historic importance in Leduc County at Leduc Number 1. You can come out like the member from Louis Saint Laurent, my colleague, Conservative colleague, has done. Had an opportunity to host him at Leduc Number 1 at one point in time. Gave him a little bit of a tour of the Canadian Energy Museum there. And it was interesting. He came out and a bus pulled up. A tour bus pulled up, and I was kind of excited as a member of Parliament to introduce my distinguished colleague from Quebec to the folks on the tour bus. And lo and behold, wouldn't you believe that the folks on the tour bus got off the tour bus, and every one of their faces lit up as they saw this celebrity. This was a tour bus, tourists from Quebec visiting Alberta, and the member from Louis Saint Laurent was an absolute celebrity as he shook hands with every single person on that bus. And I grew to understand why this gentleman is such a legend in his home province of Quebec and in his riding. So I've got 30 seconds left, Mr. Speaker. I've used my time to give one example of the potential benefit of this legislation if we get it right. I'm really looking forward to taking a look at some of the challenges with the legislation or potential challenges with the legislation at committee and hearing what experts from across the country have to say on some important parts of this bill. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Beauport.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I agree that the bill should go to committee so that it can be amended in the ways deemed necessary. My colleague said at the end of his speech that there are challenges raised by the nature of the bill, and when I look at it, there's Clause 2 in the definitions. I do not see a definition of what a person of a national or a place of national interest is exactly. At Clause 24, Sub 1, where there's a time period for the minister to support a request of the Commission regarding the designation of such a place, that's a challenge as well. Does my colleague agree, or are there other challenges that he sees? The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Madawaska.
I thank the Honourable Member for the question. There are innumerable challenges with this bill, many challenges potentially with this bill, and among the least of them might be definitions. I think that speaks to why the government has taken so long to actually bring it forward for debate. I have other concerns. We're a country right now over the last 8 years that has had a significant challenge building anything. I want to make sure that as we protect our Canadian heritage, that we don't inadvertently, in efforts to do that, make it harder and harder to actually build anything in this country. I think that's an important part of the conversation that we can take a look at when we get this bill to committee, and we hope to hear more of that through the debate in the House today.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New Westminster.
Mr. Speaker, I always appreciate my colleagues' interventions in the House. I understand that he is really putting forward a changed position from the Conservative Party 5 years ago, when the Environmental Committee, the Committee on the Environment, had a study on heritage sites, and Conservatives said, though they agreed in principle with the need to support Indigenous perspectives in heritage sites, they felt that this would represent additional stresses to the federal government's fiscal framework. And I get the sense that the member is really providing a new position at the Conservative Party, that they do believe that it is important for Indigenous peoples to be represented and that there be adequate resources to ensure their participation in these important sites. Could the member clarify, have the Conservatives changed position from 5 years ago?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Well, absolutely not, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a different piece of legislation. The member has been around this place for a long time and understands that different legislation requires a different approach. There are important conversations that we need to have. I represent an area with a significant Indigenous population, many of it living off reserve. We have the community of Maskwacis just south of my constituency, which already is the largest constituency in the country by population by a long way. And I take my role as a Member of Parliament to hear from constituents and constantly learn from constituents every day really very, very importantly. And this is, again, why it's so important to get this bill to committee and make sure that we hear from experts from across the country in every community in terms of ensuring that we have always the strongest legislation we can.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. And we'll actually have exactly 10 minutes to do that. The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and really happy to be able to discuss this bill today. I obviously think there are some very good things within this bill. I think that it sets up the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada. It's going to add Indigenous representation, which responds to Truth and Reconciliation Recommendation number 79. I would quickly note that this piece of legislation had first reading in June of 2022, and here we are in March of 2023, and it's coming up for second reading. And I wonder why it's taken the government so long to do this. I was a history major in university. I love history. I love the concept of expanding Canadian historic sites from coast to coast to coast. I love the idea of finding ways to make sure we maintain them, maintaining birthplaces of prime ministers. So there are certainly things within this bill that I like, and I'm very happy to support. However, going through law school, we are always told the devil is in the details. And when I look at this bill, to me, I'm describing it as the iceberg bill. And I question why they've designed the bill in such a way. If they really wanted unanimous consent to a bill like this, why did they put so many things in this particular piece of legislation that can, quite frankly, be considered to be controversial? And I want to talk about those. And I'm going to explain that the actual pieces of the legislation I find could be controversial, but when I combine it with how I have so little faith in this government to do what's right, that's what gives me incredible pause. For example, they say they've done lots to prevent the importation of goods made with forced labor from the Xinjiang region of China. We had a concurrence debate on that today, and the evidence is they didn't do anything. That's one of the reasons why I don't have a lot of faith in how they're going to implement certain sections of this bill. So I want to talk about this. The first thing is that it gives the minister the following powers, like to recognize the national historic significance or national interest of places. So that's fine. They can make that designation. That, I think, is absolutely fine. But when that has taken place, the minister gets other powers. And that's what I'm concerned about. And I want to talk a little bit about that. So, with respect to historic places and historic canals, this bill is going to give the minister the power to restrict and prohibit the navigation, anchoring of mooring of vessels in historic canals.
That's shameful.
Now, if they designate a different waterway, Mr. Speaker, a historic place or historic waterway, will those powers extend there? For example, if you were to dedicate a certain portion of waters on the west coast of Canada as a new historic site or a historic waterway, would the minister then have the powers to determine whether or not navigation can go through that? If you think of the tourism industry on the west coast, that has to do with that on cruise ships, etc. Would the minister therefore have the ability to limit where the cruise ships can operate? That is sort of deeply problematic to me. And right here in Ontario, we have the Trent Severn system. There are thousands of Canadians that have cottages along the Trent Severn, and the minister would have the power to restrict or prohibit vessels mooring or operating in the Trent Severn waterway. Now, they'll say, oh, the minister would never do that unless the minister absolutely had to. But the power to make that designation or the reasons for being able to make that designation are not defined in the bill. It's a blank check. Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry to say this, but I would never give this government a blank check for anything because they just have such a terrible track record on things like this. So this is highly, highly problematic, and it has to be studied at committee, and I'm very hopeful that the government members, recognizing how important it is to add Indigenous representation to the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada, that they will put some guardrails in place to restrain the minister's powers to make these kinds of restrictions or prohibitions, because that's the way to build consensus with all parties and to make sure this bill will have speedy passage. They don't have a good track record of doing that, though, Mr. Speaker. The general approach is it's our way or the highway. And so I'm asking them today to make very sure that there's going to be a very collaborative approach to how we do this. The member for Edmonton Leduc talked about Leduc, I think he said Leduc well number 1, and the historic significance of that, which could be designated by the minister. So the minister has the power to designate an historic place. That is fine. I think there's somewhere near 36,000 submissions on this. So these designations will take place from coast to coast to coast. Again, Mr. Speaker, the devil is in the details of that, because what the bill also gives powers to is this, that the minister may have the authority over lands adjoining or incidental to historic places. So what does that mean? And why hasn't that been clearly defined in the Act? So let's say, for example, they decide to declare an historic place near your property. But then they say, the windmill on the property, it's kind of taking away from the historic place. You need to take the windmill down. Or, we need this chunk of your land. What are the rules regarding that? What's going to restrain the minister's power? Now, you might be saying, well, you're sort of reaching or overreaching, except this government doesn't have a good track record of collaborating. This government doesn't have a good track record of ensuring that they don't overreach. And I could go on and on about the challenges of the minister having power over lands adjoining or incidental to historic places. Have they defined what incidental means? I think we can all understand what adjoining means, but have they defined what incidental to means? Of course they haven't. So why have they done it? And why have they included language like this in a bill that they say everyone should support? It's sloppy drafting. It's trying to put way too much into this that shouldn't be there. There are other powers in this bill that, of course, weren't mentioned in the member's speech and haven't been discussed. So, there are new offenses created under this Act. And if a person is convicted under this Act, the court can order the seizure of an item or property. So let's think back to my example of the Trent Severn. They say you can't operate in the Trent Severn. Someone who has a cottage there decides, well, I need to get in my boat to go to the grocery store because those exist. They can be charged, the boat can be seized. That's a problem. But wait, there's more. They're also setting up the Historic Places Protection Fund. Where's the funding for that going to come? It's also not clear in the bill whether the fines, the proceeds of seizures, will those funds go into the Historic Places Protection Fund? Because you can think of the conflict of interest that exists if the government says, well, the more things we seize, the more money we have in the fund. And we know this government likes to tax everything, whether it's the escalator tax on alcohol, whether they're going to triple the carbon tax. This government is addicted to tax and addicted to revenue. So if there's an incentive in this bill for them to seize property or personal property and use those proceeds, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to say we have to be very concerned that that is exactly what they're going to do. So this bill, I agree, we should support it. It should go to committee. But this committee needs to do the really hard work of looking at what exactly is in this bill. And I'm hopeful that I've illustrated just some of the concerns that I've had with this legislation. The committee will take those concerns very seriously, find ways to rein in this, the power of the minister that is unconstrained now, define what incidental to means, and make it clear that the proceeds of seizing things is not going to go into this fund. Those are my concerns. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
And when we return, we'll do questions and comments. But right now, statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député de Halifax West.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
To take part in many events this month held in recognition of International Women's Day, including an inspiring luncheon hosted by Nisa Homes, a nonprofit operating 10 women's shelters across Canada, the Vedanta Ashram Society celebration of Halifax's Hindu temple to pay tribute to the women volunteers who have supported the temple for 5 decades, the Power of Success dinner for all women in business, and had the honor to join the 67th session of the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women, where issues like the gender pay gap were on the agenda. I also announced over $1 million in federal support for entrepreneurship centers in Halifax West. Mr. Speaker, much work remains, but I'm confident that we're building a brighter world for women. As my daughter welcomed beautiful baby Isabelle Angelina, my first granddaughter, last week, my hope is that all doors will be open for the next generation of girls. Merci beaucoup.
Before I go to the next honourable member, I just want to remind everybody in the chamber that SO31s are being spoken, and everybody wants to hear, so let's keep our talking to a minimum so that we can all enjoy what's being said. The honourable member for Niagara West.
Earlier this month, I attended the ceremony for the Fonthill Kinsman Citizen of the Year Award. This is a very special event in my riding of Niagara West. We are all happy to gather safely in person to celebrate once again after a 3-year break due to the pandemic. I've attended almost every year since I was elected back in 2004. This year's recipients were Brad and Braden Sapaway, a father and son duo who helped raise almost $10,000 for Pelham Cares, a local charity. How did they do it? Well, for the past 3 years, Braden and his dad have decorated their truck in Christmas lights, 9,000 lights to be exact, to raise awareness for funds for charities. Next year, they're planning on adding 10,000 lights to the truck. What an incredible story of solidarity and generosity. Other folks that have received the Kinsman Citizen of the Year are Gary and Rosemary Chambers, Ron Corr, and Michael Jacques, among many other outstanding members of our community. I'm proud to represent Pelham and other townships in our close-knit community of Niagara West.
Here, here. The honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, today marks World Down Syndrome Day.
the 21st day of the third month was selected to signify the uniqueness of the triplication of the 21st chromosome, which causes Down syndrome. Down syndrome is naturally occurring chromosomal arrangement that has always existed and is universal across all racial, gender, and socioeconomic lines. 1 in every 781 babies born in Canada has Down syndrome. I want to take a moment to recognize the incredible individuals with Down syndrome who make important contributions to our communities every day. Unfortunately, these individuals often face discrimination and are denied opportunities to fully participate in society. This year's theme is with us, not for us. So as we celebrate this day, let us commit to creating a more inclusive society that values diversity and supports those with Down syndrome and their families. Together, we can create a world where everyone can live fulfilling lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the prestigious culinary competition Bocuse d'Or in Lyon, the Signé Caméline oil received the first prize in the innovation category, which is an extremely important global distinction and the first time for a Quebec product. I would like to proudly congratulate the Olimega family business, which uses sustainable methods for its crops and that I saw start up 15 years ago. Chantal Van Winden, Raymond Durivage, Guillaume Cloutier, and Marc-Antoine Cloutier. I'm so pleased to congratulate you and your team. Signé Caméline is a 100% Quebec product, which is very nutritional and which is processed in Saint-Édouard de Napierville. And Camelina is a beautiful yellow plant, which is also cultivated in Témiscamingue, in my area. And I'd like to congratulate as well Agritem, Alain Sarrazin Farm, Mondou Farm, and I'd like to congratulate Lorraine Mondou and Michel Robert, who are here today. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, this week I am celebrating 11 weeks of remission from my cancer. And I have the honor of being the honorary president of the Relay for Life of the Canadian Cancer Society, which will be occurring in Pankow on June 10th.
Tonight, Mr. Speaker, I will be walking for Tarek, a young, bright man who went on to Westwood High School and completed his first year at John Abbott College. He was passionate about history and politics. He loved to draw, paint, play video games, and build Lego. Above all, Mr. Speaker, he loved spending time with his best friends Bella, Aisha, Haley, Maddie, Jazzy, Isabel, and Flanny. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, Tarek lost his battle with cancer on January 26th, taking his last breath in his mother's arms at the age of 19. Mr. Speaker, Tarek was a warrior. During his treatments, his mother said he never complained. He just carried on. If he had a message to share with anyone else battling cancer, it was, be brave. You got this. To Tarek's mother, Donna, his sister, Serene, and his great-aunt, Sharon, who join us in Ottawa today, I want to thank you for sharing his story with me. He truly was a special young man.
It will be an honor to walk in honor of his memory in June, and I would invite everyone in my riding to join me to pay tribute to those who are still fighting, to those we have lost, and to help put an end to cancer. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Elections in Canada are for Canadians to decide, not to be influenced or decided by foreign interference to suit foreign interests or agendas. If our elections have been interfered with by foreign entities, Canadians deserve to know who is responsible, what actions have been taken against them, and what is being done to prevent it from happening again. And yet the Prime Minister and his Liberal NDP government are blocking attempts to get to the bottom of how Beijing operated interference networks to affect our 2019 and 2021 elections. Canadians want and deserve a public inquiry into this election interference, and they deserve to know why the Prime Minister and his NDP friends are doing everything they can to prevent this from happening. What does the Prime Minister know? When did he learn about it? And what did he do or fail to do about Beijing's election interference. These are questions from Canadians and people of the North Okanagan Shuswap. What does the Prime Minister have to hide?
For Vancouver, Grenville.
Across Canada, many communities celebrate Nowruz, the time of the beginning of the Persian New Year, the coming of spring. It's a time for sharing a meal, assembling the HoC table, and most importantly, it's a time for family and friends to come together. However, around the world, from Iran to Tajikistan, Turkey to Afghanistan, many communities that should be celebrating have been facing extreme difficulties. They are in our hearts, thoughts, and prayers, and we wish them peace and happiness. This year, our families celebrated our son's first Nowruz, a moment of great joy for us and a chance to pass on traditions from one generation to the next. May this new year bring us all peace, prosperity, love, and light. Nowruz Mubarak, Navroz Mubarak.
L'honorable député de Vimy.
The Honourable Member for Vimy. Mr. Speaker, as a proud Canadian of Hellenic origin, I rise in this House to commemorate Greece's Independence Day and the struggle of the Greek people to free itself from the Ottoman Empire. March 25th, 1821 symbolizes the courage of the Greek people, which, facing a powerful foreign force, fought for its independence.
Honor all the heroes who sacrificed their lives for the re-establishment of Greece, Greek civilization, democracy, and the Orthodox faith. We also recognize the cultural and political impact of the Greek Revolution and its influence on the modern world. The Greeks have inspired us with their courage, resilience, and love of freedom and democracy, then, and as reliable allies against tyranny more recently. Zito 25 Μαρτίου 1821, Zito η Ελλάς, Zito Καναδάς. Ευχαριστώ κύριε Πρόεδρε. Thank you, Mr. President.
Just want to remind the honourable members that statements are being made, and they're very important to the individuals and very important to us. I just want everyone, if they're talking, to talk much lower or wait until the statements are over, then come back in the chamber so that we can all enjoy and hear what the honourable members have to say. The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, one of the biggest issues small businesses and industries are facing across Canada is labour shortages. However, even businesses that find qualified workers, there's no affordable place for them to live. It's not just workers that can't find a place to live. I have not-for-profit affordable housing projects for seniors that have been impacted by the Liberals' record inflation that has more than doubled construction costs from $3 million to $7 million. Inflation isn't the only problem. I'm hearing from affordable, sustainable housing projects that are running into a wall of bureaucratic red tape with respect to rezoning and permitting that delay construction while costing hundreds of thousands of dollars. During a public housing meeting that I hosted, the frustration from Canadians, developers, municipalities, and not-for-profits was palatable over the lack of affordable housing. Addressing the housing crisis ultimately comes down to a simple question of supply and demand along with urgent action. I recommend the Liberals start adopting the policies we put forth on housing accreditation and getting rid of the gate creepers, or get out of the road and let a Conservative government do it.
The honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the 2023 winners of the New Waterford Coal Bowl Classic and the School Sport Nova Scotia Division II Boys Basketball Provincial Champions, the Breton Education Centre Bears. Known for their relentless full-court press defense, that defense led them to multiple-point victories in each of their wins. This year's Coal Bowl felt for many like a return to form as the first tournament held since the pandemic began to impact our communities in 2020. The first ever Coal Bowl was held in 1982, but this is the first year that both contenders for the top spot came from Cape Breton. The Bears played fellow Cape Bretoner, the Riverview Ravens, in the championship game to take the title. But it's no surprise that two of our top spots were from Cape Breton because Cape Breton creates champions. Congratulations, Beck Bears, on your well-earned victory. Go Bears, and I'm glad you could be here in Ottawa to celebrate that today.
The honourable member for Yorkton, Melville.
Continuing inflation, skyrocketing food prices, rising interest rates, unaffordable housing, labor shortages, foreign interference, daily reports of violent crime, ethics violations. No wonder the anxiety level of Canadians has continued to escalate as every day brings new revelations of overreach and failures by this Liberal NDP coalition. As April 1st approaches, Canadians brace for the tripling of the Liberal carbon tax, and the cost of everything will rise again under their mismanagement. What this government is underestimating is the resolve of the people of Canada. Canadians refuse to yield. The day is coming soon, when they will exercise their power. The Canadian men, women, young, old, will exercise their right to bring about change. Then, together, with a majority Conservative government, we will fix what they've broken.
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, repeatedly this Liberal government proves they do not care about Canadians. If they did, then inflation would not be at a record-breaking 40-year high. Their solution? An automatic escalator on the alcohol excise tax, increasing taxes on beer, wine, and spirits by 6.3% on April 1st, alongside the carbon tax like a sick April Fool's joke. This tax increase will devastate consumers, beer, wine, and spirit producers, 95% of which are small businesses, and other Canadian entrepreneurs who can barely make ends meet as it is. This tax hike will also have sweeping negative impacts on industries like tourism, food, and hospitality, among many others. Enough is enough already. Taxpayers should not have to pay for this Liberal government's chronic fiscal mismanagement. They should not have to struggle under this cost of living crisis. Will this Liberal government axe their planned excise tax, yes or no?
Yeah. Once again, I want to remind everyone that SO31s are taking place, and we all want to hear what the honourable members have to say. So I want to encourage them not to speak very loudly or just whisper amongst themselves rather than talking loudly and interfering with the honourable members and their messages from back home. L'honorable député d'Orléans.
The honourable member for Orleans. Mr. Speaker, March symbolizes our francophone pride and linguistic duality. On March 20th, yesterday, Francophones in my community of Orleans and throughout Canada and the world celebrated International Francophonie Day. In my community, at Merbleu Catholic School, with my colleague, the Minister for Official Languages, I met with students and spoke with them about the importance of speaking French, studying in French, and living in French. March 8th was also International Women's Day. I was lucky enough to welcome more than 115 women in my community for my 9th annual dinner. It was also an opportunity to present an award to 49 women for their leadership and community engagement. I'd like to conclude by thanking everyone for continuing to promote our beautiful French language in all of its diversity. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
I rise today in solidarity with those honouring March 21st as the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. It was on this day in 1960 the Sharpeville Massacre claimed the lives of 69 black people murdered by the police during a peaceful demonstration against the past system in apartheid South Africa. In Hamilton, we have a long legacy of community-wide human rights activism. I am especially proud to congratulate my sister, an MPP-elect, Sarah Jama, who is an ardent anti-racism organizer, for winning a decisive victory in the by-election in Hamilton Centre. Today, I would like to recognize the tireless efforts led by my brother Darren Green, who, with USW Hamilton Steelworkers Council and alongside HCCI, HoC, ACA, CCAR, the Hamilton Community Legal Clinic, the Hamilton Black History Council, with dozens of other local organizations over the past decade who continue to come together on this day to honor the victims of racial discrimination and continue in our pledge to fight to see it eliminated. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Once again, I want to remind everyone that SO31s are taking place, and we all want to hear the messages that are coming across. The Honourable Member, l'Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, filmmaker Claude Fournier died last week at the age of 91. He was a monument to our culture and a pioneer of the history of our film and television. He was part of a generation of filmmakers who started the direct cinema style, which is a contribution to film that is very typical of Quebec. He also made a number of comedies with titles like Hot Dog and La Pomme, la Queue et les Pépins. These were all huge box office hits. But he didn't just stick to that genre. He also made the remarkable film Les Tisserands du Pouvoir and TV shows like Juliette Pomerleau and Félix Leclerc. He was truly a Renaissance man. He even made an English-language film, Alien Thunder, with Donald Sutherland. He is leaving behind his partner, Marie-Josée Raymond, who worked closely with him, as well as his twin brother, a well-known figure in the TV industry in Quebec, Guy Fournier. Our sincere condolences. Thank you for everything, Claude Fournier.
The Honourable Member for Simcoe Grey.
Mr. Speaker, no matter what your diet is, we all want tasty, fresh, and sustainable food at prices that we can afford and ensures a fair living to those who produce it. As parliamentarians, the least we should be doing is to make growing our food more affordable. But not all parties seem to be that way. In fact, the Liberals are slapping the punitive carbon tax on farmers to make it harder to farm and to make our food more expensive. When the Liberals are done, a 5,000-acre farm will pay $150,000 per year in carbon taxes alone. Wow. Those costs will be passed on to regular Canadians. But don't worry, the NDP leader will blame it all on the grocery stores. At a time of food insecurity and food inflation at 40-year high, the family farm is increasingly unsustainable. But the high-tax Liberal NDP coalition will keep increasing taxes because that's what those parties do. Only Conservatives will cancel the tax and help farmers to keep growing. Hear, hear. Hear.
L'Honorable Député de Saint-Laurent.
On March 25th, Greeks across Canada and around the world will celebrate Greek Independence Day. It's the day that marks the beginning of the Greek War of Independence, the start of the revolution which would allow the people of Greece to regain their freedom after 400 years of Ottoman occupation. On this day in 1821, the words Eleftheria y Thanatos, freedom or death, became the slogan of the nation, and brave men and women fought courageously for a better future for their country, for a liberated Greece. The révolutionnaires
Revolutionaries like Theodoros Kolokotronis, Laskarina Bouboulina, and Rigas Fraios, who wrote, "It is better to live a single hour as a free man than 40 years as a slave and prisoner."
It is thanks to the heroes of 1821 that Greeks are still around today to thrive in communities around the world. We remember them, we march in their honor, and tonight the Canada-Greece Parliamentary Friendship Group will host a reception on Parliament Hill to celebrate the occasion. Zito η Ελλάδα, zito Καναδάς, zito η 25η Μαρτίου του 1821.
Oral questions, question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister has changed his mind after weeks of pressure from the Conservative Party to allow just one of its assistants to bear witness on Beijing's assistance to the Liberal Party over the past few elections. But now the Prime Minister is delaying. The Prime Minister has proposed the name of a friend in order to draft a report that will take months. Will he finally unveil the camouflage and start an actual public inquiry starting today? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious issue. It should not be a partisan one, and it should never be. That is the reason for which we have appointed an independent expert, David Johnson, in order to detect any issues in the system, with public recommendations that could lead to an official investigation or another kind of independent oversight investigation. And we will follow up on these recommendations. Two organizations will be studied and will study Chinese interference in our elections because we take this very seriously.
It took weeks of pressure for the Prime Minister to back down and flip-flop, but allow only one of his top advisors, one of the key people who was involved in the campaigns that Beijing helped the Liberal Party win in multiple elections. But what we really need is the full truth. He's named his neighbor, family friend, ski buddy, and member of the Beijing Finance Trudeau Foundation to look into the matter, which is nothing more than a delay. Will he allow Canadians to get to the truth and prevent this from happening again before the next election with a full public inquiry now?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians know this is an extremely serious issue and should not be a partisan issue. That's why we named David Johnston as the independent expert to identify any gaps in our system. He will make public recommendations, which could include a formal inquiry or some other independent review process, and we will abide by those recommendations. Also have two national security bodies that will undertake independent reviews of foreign interference in our elections and are also taking further immediate action to bolster our institutions, better coordinate government efforts to combat interference, counter disinformation, and move forward on a foreign influence registry.
Of the opposition.
Well, data out today shows that food prices are exploding. Anyone who's been to a grocery store already knew it, but what is the Prime Minister's solution? He wants to raise taxes on the farmers that produce our food and the truckers that ship it, which means more expensive groceries at the grocery store. It's part of his plan to triple the tax on heat, gas, and groceries. The Prime Minister loves to jet around at other people's expense, burning fossil fuels. Will he show some decency and some compassion for the people he's harmed and cancel this April 1st tax hike?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when I sat down with farmers a few weeks ago to hear their concerns and to talk with them about how we're moving forward, they expressed to me their real concerns and, quite frankly, their leadership in the fight against climate change and their leadership on protecting the environment. And that's why I underline to them and to all Canadians that the Leader of the Opposition is simply wrong in his approach on not fighting climate change. The price on pollution puts more money back in the pockets of Canadians while keeping our air clean. Indeed, a family of four in the opposition leader's riding received over $185 from our government in January, thanks to the Climate Action Incentive.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
$185 won't even cover a week's groceries for the average family after food prices have exploded under this Prime Minister. If he thinks our farmers are doing such a great job fighting climate change as I do, then why does he have to tax them again with a big tax hike on April 1st? It's worse. It's not just food he's taxing. He wants to increase home heating costs and gas prices, a full 14 cents a litre tax, a tax that he wants to triple. Will he cancel his planned April 1st tax hike so that Canadians can afford to eat, heat, and house themselves?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, again, as of April, the Climate Action Incentive will increase in the member opposite's riding. The Canadians family of four will receive $244 in his riding. We've made that because even as we move forward on putting a price on pollution, we are putting more money back in the pockets of Canadian families, because Canadian families know that we do have to fight climate change while making sure things are more affordable. That's why we stepped up on issues like dental care and rental care, two issues that the Conservatives voted against.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Now he calls single mothers polluters because they buy groceries. He calls farmers polluters because they use fuel. He calls seniors polluters because they heat their homes. This from a guy who we just found out one of his 4 government-funded mansions spent $8,000 a month on utilities to heat the pool and the sauna. He flew 17 times in 1 month, including one 10-minute flight because he didn't want to drive an hour from Waterloo to Toronto. Why doesn't the Prime Minister stop his high-carbon, high-tax hypocrisy and cancel this tax?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are facing challenging times right now because of incredibly challenging global contexts. Whether it's the war in Ukraine, whether it's the end of the pandemic and disruptions of supply chain, there are lots of issues and inflation facing Canadians right now. But instead of offering solutions, Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition plays up partisan personal attacks. On this side of the House, we're focused on delivering for Canadians, delivering a GST rebate that helped 11 million Canadians last fall, delivering rental benefits and dental care that Conservatives voted against. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to be there for Canadians while he plays.
The Honourable Member for Belleau-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, all opposition parties want a public and independent inquiry. And so, a majority here in the House of Commons wants this. A number of experts have recommended this, including Mr. Rosenberg. There is a large consensus in civil society for such a commission to be struck. And intelligence agencies have raised serious issues. I don't understand, and I would like the Prime Minister to tell us very clearly why should this inquiry not be called right here, right now, with a commissioner appointed by this House. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect us to take this very seriously, and that is exactly what we have done. We have appointed an independent expert, David Johnson, our former Governor-General, in order to detect any issue in the system. This rapporteur will make recommendations, public recommendations, that could include an official inquiry or any other type of independent study, pursuant to his reckoning of what is necessary. We will follow these recommendations. What is more, 2 national security agencies will conduct their own investigations with regards to foreign interference and will continue to take this seriously. The Honourable Member for Belleau-Chambly. So I have 2-3 notions when it comes to independence. I kind of know what independence is, but this new rapporteur is about as independent as I'm federalist. The head of the United States will be here on Friday, so isn't it weird to communicate when it comes to national safety for the whole of the North American continent? Isn't it a weird message to send, this non-creation of a commission? I'm not accusing the Prime Minister of anything, but why not take this golden opportunity to stop this impression that he has something to hide? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians must have trust in our electoral system and in our democracy. And that is the reason for which we have appointed David Johnson, a former Governor-General, as an independent expert. We are very pleased to announce that his mandate was made public this morning. David Johnson isn't partisan. He is a patriot, a Canadian who has always put Canada before any other consideration. An admirable Governor-General, appointed by a Conservative politician. We reject unfounded accusations against someone who has served Canada so well. Well, I would like my colleague to explain why he said that he was Federalist as another question.
Do Democrats care deeply about democracy and are deeply concerned about political interference in our system? That's why we force this government to end the obstruction in committee and to allow the Chief of Staff of the Prime Minister to testify, rendering the Conservative motion useless, which is not surprising because they just want to play games. In fact, they are right now, the Conservative Party, blocking our motion to have a vote in this House on a public inquiry. So my question to the Conservative leader, why is he playing games? What does he have to hide? Why won't he stand up? Hear, hear.
If I can just add a small comment, I just want to remind the honourable members what question period is about. It's about the opposition holding government to account, not discussing amongst themselves. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Pleased to be able to stand up to reinforce what my honourable parliamentary colleague pointed out, that the Conservative Conservative leader and indeed Conservative parliamentarians seem to be more focused on playing partisan games and personal attacks than they are on actually seeing Canadians reassured about the state of our democracy and the tools we have to counter foreign interference. But that's exactly why we chose to move forward with an unimpeachable expert, our former Governor General, David Johnston, who is going to look deeply and seriously with a wide and deep mandate released this morning to reassure Canadians that all is being done to protect our democracies.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
I think I figured it out. It turns out the Liberals and the Conservatives both have something in common. They're both opposed to a public inquiry.
Canadians deserve a public inquiry because foreign interference undermines confidence in our democracy.
The honourable member for Burnaby South from the top, please.
From the top. Go ahead, one more time. It turns out that I got to repeat this again because it's so important. It looks like the Liberals and the Conservatives both have something in common. They're both opposed to a public inquiry.
Canadians deserve a public inquiry because foreign interference undermines confidence in our democracy and undermines confidence in our electoral system. My question to the Prime Minister: why this waste of time? Why won't the Prime Minister call a public inquiry right here and right now? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know full well, and we know all full well, that issues such as delicate as national security cannot simply always be discussed publicly, and that is why we have appointed an independent rapporteur, Mr. Johnson, who will dig to the very bottom of things in a non-partisan and independent way with a public inquiry if he decides that this is the way to move forward. On top of this, there's a committee of parliamentarians with a sufficiently high clearance level that can fully examine and report to this House on national security matters. We will continue to work seriously.
Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, to the Prime Minister. According to reports in the Globe and Mail, around the time of the 2021 federal election, CSIS outlined a sophisticated strategy to disrupt our democracy and back the re-election of the Liberal Party and the Liberal government. Has the Prime Minister ever been briefed on the activities of Beijing or its affiliates in support of the Liberal Party in any election, and if so, when?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I hope all members will appreciate that this government takes allegations of foreign interference very seriously, which is why we appointed independent panels made up of non-partisan professional public servants who certified that the elections in 2019 and 2021 were free and fair. We've received recommendations from those panels, which we're now implementing. Last week, we took the additional step of appointing David Johnston, former Governor General appointed by Stephen Harper, a man with impeccable qualifications to do the job, who will now provide recommendations up to and including a public inquiry to ensure that we protect all of our democratic institutions.
Well, member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, these are serious questions that I think the public deserves real answers to. So I'll ask another question that I hope the government can answer. CSIS documents obtained by the Globe and Mail suggest that Beijing's consulate in Vancouver took credit for the defeat of at least 2 Conservative candidates in the 2021 election. Was the Prime Minister or any other member of the government ever briefed on Conservative candidates being targeted by Beijing successfully or unsuccessfully, and if so, when?
The Honourable Minister for Intergovernmental Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, our honourable colleague knows very well that our government, unlike the previous Conservative government, immediately took steps to strengthen Canadian democratic institutions from the ongoing threat of foreign interference, which CSIS identified. My colleague likes to report CSIS, quote CSIS reports, In 2013, Mr. Speaker, when the current leader of the opposition was responsible for democratic institutions, CSIS identified the growing threat of foreign interference, and the previous Conservative government did absolutely nothing. And in fact, they brag about it because it didn't affect the Conservative Party, so they didn't decide to do anything about it.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, we know that the Prime Minister was frequently briefed about Beijing's election interference. In the face of that, this is what a CSIS whistleblower wrote in the Globe and Mail. Quote, months passed, and then years, the threat grew in urgency, and serious action remained unforthcoming, end of quote. That is an indictment on the record of this Prime Minister. Beijing interfered in 2 elections under this Prime Minister's watch, and he turned a blind eye to it. Why?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Nothing could be further from the truth. Since we've taken the reins of government, this government has been proactive, consistently proactive in taking foreign interference seriously by giving CSIS new threat reduction measure powers, by ensuring that we crack down on foreign funding which could be used to meddle in our elections through the introduction and passage of Bill C-76, through the creation of the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians that sees all recognized parties do the important work together to protect our democratic institutions. That is the record of this government. I'm proud of it, and we will continue to ensure that we do everything possible to protect.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, no charges have been laid. No diplomats have been expelled. The Prime Minister kept Canadians in the dark, and it took a CSIS whistleblower to make the public aware of Beijing's election interference. That's the record of this Prime Minister. Either the Prime Minister was completely asleep at the switch, or he allowed it to happen because it benefited the Liberal Party. Which is it?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our colleague should be careful not to make outrageous allegations that he knows very well have no basis in the truth. Mr. Speaker, our government from the beginning took the issue of foreign interference very seriously. We put in place a number of steps, including a National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians created by law, Mr. Speaker, with access to all of the relevant documents and officials to make assessments about this and other national security issues. Far from what my colleague is saying, we have taken this issue seriously from the very beginning and continue to do so.
The honourable member, l'honorable député de Mégantic-l'Érable.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, a whistleblower risked his job by unveiling Beijing's role in our elections. What will happen to my family if I go to prison, he said. This is someone who is responsible for our national security, and he is aware of the consequences of his actions. All this because the Prime Minister did absolutely nothing to stop Beijing interference in the last 2 elections. It's for national security. Someone is ready to go to prison for the truth. Why has the Prime Minister closed his eyes for so long? The Honourable Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, Mr. Speaker, my colleague knows full well that the Prime Minister and our government, on the contrary, took very seriously from the very beginning this very important issue, that is, to strengthen our democratic institutions here in Canada against China's interference and the interference of other countries. This is not a new phenomenon in Canada or in other countries in this world. Mr. Speaker, the good news is that we have implemented measures that have strengthened our democratic institutions, and we will continue to work, including with the Honourable former Governor-General David Johnston. CSIS stated that the Prime Minister was informed a number of times that there was Beijing interference in our elections. The whistleblower said over the past few months and over the past years, this has become an emergency. Tangible measures have never been tabled and enacted. I've tried to raise the issue directly with my supervisors and those who make decisions in order to send this up the chain of command, but they were incapable of doing so and acting. Why has the Prime Minister ignored these warnings? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our colleague knows full well that we didn't ignore these warning signs. That's what the former Conservative government did back in the day. They ignored it. We did quite the opposite. We implemented a number of measures in order to strengthen democratic institutions, in order to share with parliamentarians what essential information is required for national security and national safety. We have a committee of independent experts presided by the clerk of the Privy Council that certified that 2019 and 2021 elections were free and democratic. But the good news is that we will continue to do even more to strengthen these measures. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, the debate over Chinese interference in our democracy demonstrates the Prime Minister's systematic and historic lack of ethics. He has threatened a no confidence vote in the media to avoid a committee appearance by his Chief of Staff, Katie Telford. In other words, he threatened to force an election, nothing less. Rather than have to tell the truth about the information he has long had about Chinese interference. So, Mr. Speaker, what is it that the Prime Minister doesn't want to hear Ms. Telford admit, so much so that he is thinking of toppling his own government? The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House. That's wrong. It is our objective to make sure that we have the witnesses necessary to answer questions. We want to make sure that they are available. There are many ministers that have already appeared before the committee. There will be a number of interveners at this committee, and we will make sure that all questions will have someone there for an answer. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, just imagine, we know that China heavily interfered in the last two elections. The Prime Minister has threatened to call another election with a vote of no confidence. Even before the details of China's meddling practices have been investigated, before the electoral system has been tightened and strengthened to counteract these illegal practices, the Prime Minister has threatened to call a new election, even if it means Beijing can use the same tricks a third time in a row. That's a hat trick, Mr. Speaker. When will there be a public and independent commission of inquiry? The Honourable Minister for National Heritage. Mr. Speaker, my colleague isn't playing in a field of truth. He doesn't want to work with facts. The Prime Minister has said nothing about a no-confidence vote. It is clear, if the Bloc Québécois only wants to try and pick a fight, only wants to cause a nuisance, only wants to hinder our job, then perhaps they could finally turn to the facts instead of just making stuff up. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, while the Liberals are playing election threats, in the real world, there are real people in the Chinese community who are facing real threats from the very real Chinese regime. You know, Mr. Speaker, the famous Chinese police stations in Canada. Well, yesterday, Safeguard Defender confirmed that 83 Canadian citizens already have been arrested and deported to China to face trial. 83, Mr. Speaker. And those are just the known cases. Beijing is arresting Canadian citizens in Canada right under the Prime Minister's nose. This is serious. When will the Prime Minister finally launch a real public and independent commission of inquiry? The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we will always make sure that our position on China is clear, and it is clear. We will never tolerate any form of interference here in Canada in our democracy or in our internal affairs. And I think it's important that all colleagues understand that we will always distinguish between the Chinese government and the Chinese population. Unfortunately, Canadians of Chinese origin are far too often targeted. I ask all members in this House to support Canadians of Chinese origin in every riding throughout the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Brentford-Brent.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and his loyal Liberal caucus keep trying to distract, divide, and cover up their failure to protect Canadians from foreign interference. Canadians deserve to know the truth about Beijing's interference in our elections. We need to learn exactly what the Prime Minister knew and what was done to defend our democracy. Will the Prime Minister finally identify all 11 federal candidates who receive funding from Beijing? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
I assure my colleague and all members in this chamber that we take foreign interference very seriously, which is why we have put in the people, the authorities, the resources, the technology to protect all of our institutions, including most especially our elections. And that is why last week we appointed Mr. Johnston, a former Governor General, appointed by Stephen Harper, no less, Mr. Speaker, someone who is unimpeachable and who has the ability to put forward concrete recommendations, including and up to a public inquiry, which, if he does, this government will respect, because we take the work of protecting our democratic institutions very seriously, and we are committed to continue doing that. Thank you.
For Brantford Brent.
That isn't the truth that Canadians expect. Just recently, Global News revealed that 2 high-level national security reports before and after the 2019 election suggest the Prime Minister's office was warned about Chinese government officials and the direct funding they were given to Liberal candidates. However, the Prime Minister continues to express that the information was never shared with him directly. The question now is simple. Who in the Prime Minister's office deliberately and intentionally withheld the information from him, and will he be terminating that person, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is a government that believes in taking foreign interference with the utmost seriousness, which is why we have raised the bar when it comes to being transparent in how we are doing that work, through the creation of NCCOP, through the creation of the National Security Intelligence Review Agency. And now with Mr. Johnston's appointment as the Special Rapporteur, he will put forward the next best practical steps so that we can continue to reinforce our democratic institutions, including our elections. Mr. Speaker, this is not a partisan issue. It is one that all members should unite behind, and I hope that that will include the Conservatives as well.
Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
We see this over and over again. Skirt, deflect, skirt, deflect, skirt, deflect. At the end of the day, I find this all very perplexing. We know that there have been reports given by CSIS to the Prime Minister's office. Somehow, those reports did not make it to the Prime Minister's ears. At least that's what he tells us. So our question for the Prime Minister is, wasn't he even just a little bit curious as to who those individuals are that withheld that information from him? I mean, wouldn't he want to know? Or did he already know and simply didn't need to ask?
Hear, hear. Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the mandate that has been given to Mr. Johnston will allow him to look into all of the questions and the concerns that have been raised around the elections in 2019 and 2021, also highlighting the fact that 2 independent panels have already verified that those elections were free and fair. Now Mr. Johnston will continue to work with all parliamentarians, will work with the committees and bodies who have and are charged with the responsibility of protecting our national security so that we can shine a light on the way in which we protect our elections, and that is precisely what this government is focused on. I hope Conservatives will join in that effort. This is not a partisan issue. It's a...
L'honorable député de Charbon.
The Honourable Member for Charbon-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the media has reported that CSIS informed the Prime Minister's Bureau that Liberal candidates were receiving money and support from Beijing and that nothing was done about it. Does the Prime Minister really think that Canadians believe that he did not require answers from the people who hid that information? Is it because he already knew that that was happening? The Honourable Member for Intergovernmental Affairs. Mr. Speaker, my colleague knows full well that from the very outset, our government took the threat of foreign interference very seriously. That is why we set up a number of measures that were confirmed by the panel of senior officials overseen by the clerk of the Privy Council that the elections of 2019 and 2021 were free and fair. And we have strengthened those measures, and now Mr. Johnston will be analyzing the situation and making recommendations, and if there are other measures that we must implement to continue to make sure that there is no foreign interference, then...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now that New Democrats have forced an end to the government filibuster at committee and secured the testimony of his chief of staff, I think we owe it to Canadians to make a little more time in this place to talk about the issues that are affecting them in the pocketbook, like grocery prices, for instance, that even as inflation begins to slow, grocery prices continue to rise at an outpaced rate, Mr. Speaker, and grocery companies are walking away with all of that in profit while Canadians are cash-strapped. The solution is to impose a windfall tax on the grocery companies that are overcharging Canadians for their groceries for a clear signal that they won't get to walk away with that money, and that money will be reinvested in Canadians who are staring down the barrel of a recession.
The Honourable Minister for Tourism.
The honourable member for his question. And as he will know, the inflation rate today for February was posted at 5.2%. That is still too high, and we're going to continue to support Canadians who need the support when they need it the most. And in our country, tax fairness is a fundamental principle of our tax fairness. That's why we insisted that the insurance companies and banks pay more with the Canada Recovery Dividend, Mr. Speaker, 1.5% more on income over $1 billion. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to watch very closely what the grocery companies are doing, and will continue to be there fighting on the side of Canadians.
Good job. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, the IPCC just gave another dire warning. If we don't act now, the devastating consequences of the climate crisis will only get worse. President Biden just announced a budget that eliminates billions of dollars in U.S. fossil fuel subsidies and invests that money in the low-carbon economy. This is what leadership looks like. Other countries are stepping up to the plate, but the Liberals want to keep giving billions to rich oil and gas CEOs. Will the Liberals stop dragging Canada backwards and finally end fossil fuel subsidies?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, after a decade of complete inaction by the opposition when they were in government, we are showing that leadership. The IPCC is right. Climate change is real, climate change is urgent, and we are taking action. That's why we need to continue doing what we are doing. We put a price on carbon pollution. We put an emissions reductions plan that speaks to how we're going to reduce emissions across all sectors of our economy. And we have committed to ending all fossil fuel subsidies for unabated fossil fuels.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it's been now over a year since Russia began its devastating further full-scale invasion of Ukraine. And it's important to remember that this invasion is not just a threat to Ukraine's security, but to Canada's national security, to NATO, and to countries around the world. Despite Putin's war crimes, despite his unrelenting aggression, today, Ukraine stands strong. In my view, Canada's military aid, including our training of Ukrainian armed forces, has played an essential role in Ukraine's progress on the ground. Could the Minister of National Defence share with Canadians the impact she believes Canada's training has had on the ground, on the battlefield in Ukraine?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, since 2015, the Canadian Armed Forces have trained over 35,000 members of the Ukrainian Armed Forces. We are training Ukrainians in England. We are training Ukrainian engineers in Poland, and we are training them on the use of the Leopard 2A4 battle tank. As President von der Leyen said, the Canadian Armed Forces have been instrumental in terms of the resilience that is being shown on the battlefield in Ukraine. And we stand with Ukraine as it fights for its democracy, its sovereignty, and its stability. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 long years of this tax and spend Liberal Prime Minister, many Canadians are sinking in debt. They cannot afford food, they cannot afford heat, and they cannot afford shelter. And on April 1st this year, these Liberals are determined to make life even more difficult for struggling Canadians by increasing the carbon tax. It's more money out of their pockets. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are spent. When will this government cancel this cruel and callous carbon tax?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
As I have said a number of times in the House, affordability is extremely important to every member and every party in this House. We have taken significant steps, including doubling of the GST tax credit, enhancement of the workers' benefit, investments in energy efficiency, and a number of other things to address affordability issues. With respect to the price on pollution, 8 out of 10 Canadian families get more money back with respect to the price on pollution than they pay. It is, in effect, an affordability measure itself. Canadians expect their politicians to be smart and thoughtful, to address affordability issues, but yes, to also believe in and address climate change.
Yes. Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, that empty answer is not giving any reassurances to struggling Canadians like John and Judy in my riding. They're just one senior couple among many who built this country. And how does this government repay them? They increase the tax on their already ludicrously high heating bill by nearly 20%. This Prime Minister needs to stand up today and justify this unnecessary and completely avoidable tax hike to John, Judy, and the countless other Canadians suffering under this carbon tax.
The Honourable Minister for Seniors.
To my colleague, we won't take any lessons from the party opposite, whose plan for seniors was to raise the age of retirement to 67. First thing we did, Mr. Speaker, we restored that back to 65. And unlike the party opposite, Mr. Speaker, we have been investing in seniors by increasing their old age security, by increasing their guaranteed income supplement. Mr. Speaker, all the measures which the party opposed. Mr. Speaker, we've had the backs of seniors before, and we're going to continue to make sure we support seniors. Thank you.
Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Prime Minister, Canadians have never been more indebted. Wasteful government spending has driven up the cost of heating, of housing, and of food. We know that Canadians can no longer feed themselves because food banks are overwhelmed. And in fact, in a recent visit to a community food bank in my riding, I was shocked to see people were lined up out the door to get food. On April 1st, it's going to get worse because this Liberal government, completely tone deaf, is going to increase the carbon tax. When will this Prime Minister finally get out of the way and so we can fix what he broke?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Speaker, first of all, it's Canadians who decide who's in government and not Conservative members of Parliament. But let's be clear that 2.7 million Canadians fewer are in poverty today than when the Conservatives were in government. And Mr. Speaker, when it comes to supporting Canadians, we've been there, whether it's supporting children with the Canada Child Benefit, whether it's supporting seniors with the Guaranteed Income Supplement, an increase to the GIS, or an increase to old age security for those who are over 75, or the Canada Workers Benefit. And in fact, when it comes to supporting food banks, Mr. Speaker, our government has been there, and we're there through the Community Services Recovery Fund. We're going to be there for Canadians, and we're going to be there for the organizations.
For Northumberland, Peterborough South.
I would sincerely invite this member to come down to the Coburg Food Bank Food Share and meet with these individuals and tell them that life has never been so good, because that's just not true. The truth of the matter is this government is incompetent at fighting the affordability crisis as they are at climate change. They fail to eat every target. They continue to make life more and more expensive for Canadians. When will this Prime Minister finally get out of the way so we can fix what they broke?
The Honourable Member of Sport. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are concerned about the situation of Canadians, and if they are as concerned as we are, then they should explain that each time it is time to help Canadians who are the hardest off, they oppose it. When we offered a $500 supplement to Canadians that are having a hard time paying their rent, the Conservatives voted against it. And when we eliminated permanently the federal interests on student loans, the Conservatives voted against it. So I think they should explain to Canadians why they refuse to help Canadians in their hard times. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, the ink is not even dry on the agreement on health transfers, and the federal government is already making cuts. The government has announced $82 million in health care cuts, 50% of which will affect Quebec. So Ottawa is taking $41 million out of our health care system. Mr. Speaker, the minister must know that there is a crisis everywhere in our health care centres. Right now in Lachine, the emergency room has been partially closed since February. In the Outaouais region, the emergency room occupancy rate is at 200%. How can anyone be heartless enough to think that it is time to cut back on health care right now? The Honourable Member for the Honourable Health Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am sure that my colleague, like all colleagues in this House, agree that Canadians must receive health care based on need and not based on the capacity to pay. The Health Act is clear. It gives us access to health care, and we know that it covers people who do not have the means to pay for them. And we are going to continue that all Canadians have access to high-quality health care for free. The member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, the federal government is doing something completely unacceptable. Quebec has not received a penny from the forced agreement on health transfers yet, and because we have to wait for the money to be budgeted by Ottawa. But the minister is already cutting. Not only is he barely meeting 1/6 of Quebec's healthcare needs in the agreement, but it's He's cutting $41 million already. Is there someone on the other side of the House that, with enough judgment to understand that this doesn't make sense? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to inform my colleague that the government of Quebec, Mr. Dubé, and myself are working together to make sure that in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada, that access to essential diagnostics remains free. And really, it is a matter of making sure that this happens everywhere. We have been working with British Columbia. We know that the funds of Canada ensure that everyone throughout the country has access to free healthcare services everywhere, including Quebec.
Mr. Speaker, this government's April 1st planned tax hike on alcohol is no joke for Canadian craft brewers. This buzz-killing tax will mean less jobs, fewer paychecks, and high beer prices for Canadians who already pay some of the highest beer prices in the whole world. Talk about hosing Canadians. Will this government help our buds make more suds and freeze the April 1st escalator tax on alcohol, or will it continue its brouhaha on job-killing, inflation-inducing tax hikes to Canadian craft brewers and Canadian consumers?
The Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Notwithstanding, we understand, and I understand, as Minister of Tourism, the importance that the beer, wine, and spirits industry bring to our communities, to our microbreweries, to our very ridings. But, Mr. Speaker, let's be serious about serious matters. This escalator has been in place for a long time. It's about tax fairness, and what we're actually talking about, Mr. Speaker, is less than 1 cent per can of beer. That's what the federal amount is. Let's have the Conservatives talk about serious matters, and we will respond in a serious manner.
Member for Lambkent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, it's no secret that times are tough for Canadians. And on April 1st, our local breweries, distilleries, wineries, and cideries will see a hit on the excise tax, a 6.3% increase on the excise tax, the greatest increase in 40 years. 46% of the cost of a beer is already taxed. And now the Liberals, well, they want Canadians to pay more. So, Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister take responsibility for denying our hardworking Canadians an affordable drink and stop the tax increases?
The Honourable Minister.
Look at the facts. We reduced and actually eliminated excise duty on low alcohol beer effective July 1st, 2022, which makes our practices consistent with the G7. And Mr. Speaker, what the federal amount of this excise tax inflation increase represents is less than 1 penny per can of beer. That's what we're talking about, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has plunged Canadians into the worst inflation in 40 years. As if that wasn't enough, he is now attacking Canadian microbreweries. The excise tax on beer, wine, and spirits is going to go up by 6.3% as of April 1st. This will hurt everyone from producer to consumer. After 8 years under this Prime Minister, everything is going up. Could the Prime Minister curb his inflationary thirst because Canadians have had enough? The Honourable Member for Tourism. Minister of Tourism. So with regard to the excise tax, we know that we are bringing it up to the level for all G7 countries. So with regard to increasing the excise tax, it means less than 1 cent per can of beer. This has been on the books for a long time, Mr. Speaker, and we know that Canadians are going through hard times. That's why we have a whole series of measures to make life more affordable. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis. According to recent studies, the number of Canadians suffering from dementia should reach a record number by 2030. We know that throughout the pandemic, people with dementia and those who care for them were disproportionately affected. Last week, our government announced $68.3 million in research funding into aging and brain health. Can the Minister of Health tell this House how this investment will contribute to the health and well-being of people with dementia, their families, and their caregivers? The Health Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for Lac-Saint-Louis for his excellent work. Safety and wellness are critical to the quality of life of Canadians, particularly aging Canadians, and that is why the National Strategy on Dementia will continue to improve the quality of life for people living with dementia, their families, and their caregivers. This funding will also support research on brain health linked to aging in order to support the latest areas of research, because we know that a healthy brain is essential to a healthy life.
Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal government, there are almost 6 million Canadians without access to primary care. In my province of Nova Scotia alone, there's 140,000 people almost who do not have access. 2 days ago, the Conservatives over here introduced a Blue Seal program under which there will be a common standard for doctors trained elsewhere to gain license here in Canada. Canadians are beyond frustrated knowing that doctors who have immigrated to this country are only to be left out in the cold. When will this Prime Minister admit his wrongdoings and take action on behalf of all Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Access to family health leave and primary care in Canada is indeed essential. I'm grateful for the question. And that is why I'm going to send a copy of a letter that I sent to health ministers a couple of weeks ago to my colleagues so that he sees why and how provinces and territories have already committed to national licensure for health professionals, including the recognition of foreign credentials for health workers in Canada.
Honourable Member for Cumberland, Colchester.
Well, Mr. Speaker, perhaps that's too little too late, because we know that this government promised 7,500 doctors, nurses, and nurse practitioners, and to date, none have been delivered. This is in spite of the fact that there are more than 50,000 doctors and nurses in this Canada who are not working in their chosen profession. The Conservative Blue Seal program will allow internationally trained health professionals a clear pathway to licensure and a clear answer with respect to their credentials within 60 days of coming to Canada. Why has this government constantly and consistently betrayed qualified new Canadians, and when will the Prime Minister take action?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With regret and with respect, I would say that this is indeed a bit too late. We've done that just a few weeks ago. We've been working on that months ago and years ago. And that is why already in Canada this is happening, including in Atlantic Canada, in PEI, in Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Newfoundland, Ontario, British Columbia. We're making important and quick progress, obviously with the collaboration of provinces and territories, so that people that come to Canada can quickly use their tools, their talents, their expertise to serve Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Baldneuf-Jacques-Cartier. The Baldneuf-Jacques-Cartier citizen received 5 envelopes containing confidential documents from Passport Canada from Canadians in 5 different provinces: credit card numbers, passports, social insurance numbers. This is an alarming situation, Mr. Speaker, and Canadians' confidence is shaken. How many Canadians were the victims in this situation? It's a good thing the envelope fell into the hands of an honest citizen. How can Canadians trust this Prime Minister when the Prime Minister's government can't even manage confidential documents? The Honourable Minister for Families. Mr. Speaker, this situation is completely unacceptable, and I would like to thank the member opposite for returning those documents, and also thank the citizen involved. Well, as soon as I heard about this situation, I asked the department to conduct an investigation to ensure that it never happens again, and I would like to reassure the member that it is completely unacceptable, and we are working to solve it efficiently.
Mills.
Mr. Speaker, over a year ago, this government tabled Bill C-11, the online streaming act. Still, there's so much disinformation about how this legislation helps artists in my riding of Mississauga, Erin Mills, and across Canada, while also protecting the freedom of expression for Canadians. Can the Minister for Canadian Heritage please update the House on how this bill will make tech giants pay their fair share, celebrate the best of Canadian content, and serve the needs for all Canadians?
The Minister for Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for her question, her great work.
Excellent.
The online streaming bill is very clear. It makes tech giants pay for their fair share to a Canadian culture, but some tech giants don't want to do that. So with their conservative friends, they're trying to make this about free speech.
That's right.
But it's written black and white in the bill. It has nothing to do with what people post online. It's about the biggest companies in the world contributing to our music, to our movies, to our television. It's about creating the next generation of great Canadian Canadian artists. So let's stand up for them, Mr. Speaker, and pass Bill C-11.
You're standing up. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, everyone knows the Liberals' air passenger protections aren't working. Even the minister himself knows it. Now, he's promised new legislation this spring, but he hasn't consulted with any of the leading consumer advocacy groups on this issue. Well, he's in luck because we did the work for him. And yesterday, I tabled a bill that finally protects air passengers and includes those groups' recommendations. So the question to the minister, will he do the right thing, steal our homework, and ensure that his government's third attempt at protecting air passengers actually works?
The Honourable Minister for Transportation.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his advocacy. He remembers that in January of this year, I reached out to him and asked for his input as I am developing the framework for our government to table in this House of Commons. I have consulted with advocacy organizations, I've consulted stakeholders in the industry, and I am looking forward because, Mr. Speaker, it is our government who's put in place the Passenger Bill of Rights, and it is our government that will strengthen and clarify the Passenger Bill of Rights.
The honourable member for Churchill, Kewetnuk-Aski.
Mr. Speaker, First Nations in our region are in crisis, and the government is missing in action. In God's River, God's Lake Narrows, and Oxford House, drugs are destroying people's lives. In God's River, the RCMP took up to 2.5 days to respond to a serious incident. There's a housing crisis, a cost of living crisis, an unemployment crisis. First Nations leaders and members on the ground are clear. They have never seen it this bad. What will it take for this government to act on the humanitarian crisis that is destroying families and First Nations right now?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, recently I visited God's Lake, and I can tell you that the member is right, that we have to do more together to protect members of that community and all communities, Mr. Speaker, that are struggling under the weight of a colonial system that has not invested in their prosperity. Whether we're talking about economic reconciliation, Mr. Speaker, closing the infrastructure gap, ensuring that people have equity to education, which, by the way, Mr. Speaker, our government has actually acted on. This is the work that we must do together as Canadians, Mr. Speaker, because in this country, everyone deserves a fair chance to succeed.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for question period today. Comme il est 15h13.
It being 3:13, pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Cooper relating to the business of supply.
Thank you. The question is as follows. Mr. Cooper, seconded by Mr. Dowdall, moved that given the many reports of foreign interference, and may I dispense? No, I don't think I heard dispense. That given many reports of foreign interference in Canada's democratic process by or on behalf of the communist regime in Beijing, the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics be empowered and instructed to study all aspects of foreign interference in relation to the 2019 and 2021 general election, including preparation for those. May I dispense? Thank you. La période de 10 minutes.
The 10-minute electronic voting period has commenced. The House will now proceed to the taking of votes For members participating in person.
Of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer. Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Polis.
Mr. Polis.
Ms. Landsman.
Ms. Landsman.
Mr. Halland.
Mr. Halland.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Berthold.
Non, Monsieur Godin.
Désolé. Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Ms. Ledoux.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Miss Rumpel Garner.
Miss Rumpel Garner.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Blanchette Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Vong.
Good 2-6.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Madame Pittspat Taylor.
Madame Pittspat Taylor.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Ms. De Brusen.
Ms. De Brusen.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kuzmarchek.
Mr. Kuzmarchek.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sarbera.
Mr. Sarbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Henley.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Kayabaga.
Miss Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming proceedings.
I would like to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
Were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Turnbull.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to register my vote as against.
Mr. Turnbull, nay contre.
Mr. Massey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to register no. Thank you.
Massey, nay contre.
Le bureau va maintenant.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas for 147, 147. Yeas contre 177, 177.
I declare the motion defeated. Conformément à l'ordre.
Pursuant to order adopted on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the House will now proceed to taking of the deferred recorded division of the motion on the fourth report of the Standing Committee on International Trade.
Is as follows. Mr. Seebeck, seconded by Mr. Genuis, moved that the fourth report of the Standing Committee on International Trade presented on Thursday, February 9th, 2023, be concurred in. La période de 10 minutes pour.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has been activated, and the House will now proceed to members participating in person.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Ms. De Brussen.
Ms. De Brussen.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kuzmerchek.
Mr. Kuzmerchek.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Collins Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Miss Hefner.
Hefner.
Miss Kayabaga.
Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Mrs. Valdez.
Ms. Valdez.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallam.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Bertol.
Mr. Bertol.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormadana, South Glengarry.
Mr. Abouteif.
Mr. Abouteif.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ferrari.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Back to Mr. Perkins.
Back to Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Reddicoff.
Mr. Reddicoff.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Holback.
Mr. Holback.
Mr. Lehoux.
Mr. Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Rempel Garner.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Allison.
Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. General.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Fatzer.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. F.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Blanchette Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Ms. Idlout.
Back to Ms. Kwan.
Back to Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
And Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Blakey.
Ms. May Sanish Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Sanish Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Those opposed to the motion will please rise. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming proceedings. Je désire.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Massey.
Thank you. I vote yes.
Mr. Massey, pour.
Mr. Turnbull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote in favor.
Mr. Turnbull, yea, pour.
Mr. Hussein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote yes.
We already have it. Mr. Hussein, your vote was already registered, but we've confirmed it. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour, 325, 325. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, government orders will be extended by 25 minutes. Resuming debate, orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-23, an act on historic places of Canada.
Order! I just want to remind everyone that debate is about to start again, and we all want to hear the proceedings, don't we? Good. I see the heads going like this. Good. We'll just give everyone a chance to kind of slowly either, get in the places they want to be. I won't mention a place at all.
He's left. He left, yeah.
Oh,
I saw him just leaving.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Manicouagan. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased today to rise as critic for Indigenous Affairs for the Bloc Québécois. And I'm very pleased to talk about Bill C-23. That is the Historic Places of Canada Act as the short title. And so it's the actual title is quite long, but I'm not going to talk about everything that's in the bill, because obviously we're talking about a review of the bill from 1985. And as Indigenous Affairs critic, I would like to focus more specifically on what in that bill concerns Indigenous people. In the preamble of the bill, it is mentioned, one of the major changes that has been made to the bill, it talks about the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Oh, Madam Speaker, I forgot to tell you that I'll be splitting my time with my very honourable colleague, the member for Terrebonne. So I have digressed, but now I'm going to get back to the bill. And one of the major changes was the place that was given to Indigenous people. And in the preamble, it is referred to, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission is referred to, and especially call to action number 79, which, Madam Speaker, in general, if I were to paraphrase, the idea is to cooperate more and more with the First Nations in such a way that these people feel part and parcel and integral partners of the heritage sector. We're talking about parks and any other memorial spaces that might be considered historic or of national interest. So that's one thing. There's also the reference to UNDRIP, which is referred to as well, because obviously what is said in the preamble is that Parliament wants to respond to sections 15.1 and 15.2 of UNDRIP, which theoretically should be implemented in the coming months. I don't know if there will be preliminary consultations, but I know that some have been held. The first step has been held at least. And structural changes as well in the bill with regard to powers, the changes to the legislative framework, and there are three main changes in that regard, and I would especially like to talk about the matter of structure. And I'll tell you why. It is because for reasons of consistency, but also for reasons of respect with what has to do with Call to Action 79 and Sections 15.1 and 15.2 of UNDRIP. Now, that being said, Madam Speaker, I will say that the Bloc will be voting in favor of this bill, but we mustn't let perfection get in the way of good. So we will be voting to send this bill to committee in order to make amendments that would improve this bill. So even though we're in favor of this bill, there are some points that I'd like to raise with regard to the structure of the bill, and that is what I would like to focus on. Now, one of the two major changes, I'm going to talk about two of them. One of them is representation. So before, in the bill, there was no place around the table for First Nations representatives. Now there are three new positions that have been added, 3 new members, so that's the first thing, and that is in Section 9.2 of the bill. So we're talking about the Métis, and they are named on the recommendation of the minister after the minister has consulted with a variety of Indigenous governing bodies and a variety of entities that represent the interests of Indigenous groups and their members. So that is the first thing. We see that this is a step in the right direction, but I'm going to come back to it so that we can suggest improvements that could be made to this matter of representation. And then there's the question of the mandate, where it says a member appointed by the Governor and Council holds office during pleasure for a term fixed by the Governor and Council of up to 5 years, but they continue to hold office until their successor is appointed. And that it can be renewed, that is, and there are really no limits in terms of tenure or time. So the members of First Nations, of Métis communities, and Inuit communities, for those people, this is a very important change. There are places that need to be preserved that are very important to them, because we have to educate ourselves and raise awareness of the importance of these places. However, I worked on Bill C-29 for the setting up of a commission to assess and monitor any progress that is made in terms of reconciliation. And then I found that in C-29, that bill went much further than in this bill, because obviously we're talking about Indigenous representatives around the table, but there was a guarantee for First Nations that they would be around the table. So here we're talking about representatives, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. But when we take a close look at the wording of Section 9.2, there is no guarantee that the Inuit will be represented, or the Métis, or the First Nations. There's no guarantee of that. So it's more like a possibility, but it is not stated here that there will be a guaranteed place around the table for those three sectors. There is also the matter of how this will unfold, because I find in this bill, with all due respect, it's unclear with regard to the process of appointing. Of course, there's a Governor and Council who's going to be able to participate in the recommendations, but the fact remains that we don't know which Indigenous governing body will be consulted. Will it be the Métis, the Inuit, the First Nations? Is it all three of them, or will it be a type of random consultation? The same with regard to Indigenous advocacy groups. Will this be a diversified consultation? Because in the preamble of the bill, focuses on inclusion. So we see that there's an openness to inclusion, but there's no guarantee stipulated in this bill that these three Indigenous groups will actually be represented, as well as the advocacy groups. There is also the matter of the tenure of office, because in a democracy, normally, this is not an election, so the people are going to be appointed. So it might be a way of, for example, it might be an idea to not necessarily renew every single tenure of office. Perhaps we need different representatives successively. So in the current form of C-29, there are people who run, there are candidates who come forward, and so there has to be one elected official by the Inuit Tapiriit Katami, as well as the Métis representation and the Assembly of the First Nations, as well as NWAC. So there is a will to ensure that all these groups are represented, but we need to guarantee, this bill needs to guarantee that these groups will be represented, because it is not up to me, obviously, to decide on this. It's up to the Indigenous groups to decide on whether they actually feel represented or not. And so I need, and in C-29, this guarantee is stipulated. The same thing for the tenure of office. In C-29, there are 2 terms maximum. So we know that there will be some kind of rotation. And so I think that this bill would be strengthened if we included that as well. So that's just a small part of this bill, but I did want to mention it. And I'm not even talking about the importance of consultation. I'm talking about how essential this is for Indigenous people to be transparent, to be inclusive. I think that Bill C-23 could be much improved by studying it in committee and bringing in these changes to ensure diversified and fair representation for these 3 Indigenous groups. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. C-23 does take into consideration the reconciliation calls for action. I believe it's number 79, in which it ensures that there is representation from the Indigenous community on the board. I know the member seems to have some concern whether or not that representation is actually within the legislation, but my understanding of the legislation is that it is there. It also ensures Indigenous consideration on decisions that are being made by the board. And I guess my question to the member is, would she not agree that in recognizing this legislation in principle as good in terms of setting the framework, that many of the ideas and suggestions that she might have as an opposition member could in fact have a positive outcome once it gets to committee stage, and where at the very least her questions could be answered more specifically.
The Honourable Member from Manicouagan. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In fact, if my honourable colleague had listened to me closely, that's exactly what I said in my speech. The 10 minutes during which I spoke said that, yes, we're going to be voting in favor and that there are possible amendments that could be made in committee to improve this bill because we're at second reading. So that's exactly what I just said for the past 10 minutes. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saunier-Lambton. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to really sincerely thank my honourable colleague for her experience with these matters. Does she feel that this bill in government, at cabinet, and with ministers, does she think that there is too much power given to these entities? The honourable member. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for Sonia Lambton, from Sonia Lambton. It's very easy to work with her. I really appreciate her teamwork and her collegiality. And as a Democrat, obviously, I want to ensure representation, and I want to ensure that power should be distributed among as many people as possible, as many representatives as possible. So clearly, I think that's always a concern for me to challenge the powers of the minister, because what we want is certain neutrality and objectivity in these works so that the committee work can be relevant. Questions and comments?
For Courtney Alberni.
Madam Speaker, this is a very important bill, and important that it addresses truth and reconciliation, call to action number 79, and ensures there's going to be Indigenous representation, Madam Speaker, on the Historic Sites and Monuments Board from First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. Now, Madam Speaker, I just came from Sachat Nation, where they announced the findings of unmarked graves of children that attended the Alberni Indian Residential School, and they made it unequivocally clear that Canada, BC, churches, and others fully fund all memorialization projects, including Alberni Indian Residential School survivors, as a priority of a memorial with the names of all students who attended Alberni Indian Residential School, with a gazebo, and more like these seen as in war memorials, Madam Speaker, and that they fund survivors' headstones. And one survivor paraphrased in a quote, "If Canada can help pay for headstones for veterans, why can't they pay for our warriors, our survivors who had to go through the war of the residential schools?" Through you, Madam Speaker, to my colleague, does she agree that Canada needs to step forward and go beyond this here today and ensure that they fund the calls for truth and justice from the Sachat people and other nations that had Indian residential schools placed on their lands without permission, and they're caretakers now of having to uphold the healing process that needs to happen? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. Of course, what his question addressed is not directly linked to the current bill. However, everything can change in a bill. So, yes, certain powers are granted to the minister, but there's not really the same spending powers. However, as I do agree completely with the fact that we need to fund research and go even further than truth and reconciliation. It has to be done and done quickly, because there are sites that are disappearing. So these places of memory are not necessarily internal. So we need to respect the people who have this memory, who hold this memory, and so we have to do this very quickly in consultation, as I said, with the Indigenous people so that they are full-fledged stakeholders in this process. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Terrebonne.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, Bill C-23 seeks to make progress between the reconciliation between colonial Canada and Indigenous nations who share this earth with us. And let me draw your attention to a model of agreement, which is the Peace of the Brave, this nation-to-nation agreement between Quebecers and the Cree Nation. It is based on self-determination, and it gives the Cree Nation the means and resources to ensure self-government in true partnership with Quebec. Now, the Prime Minister didn't have to cry about this to get it done. It was just a conviction inherited from New France that the destiny of Quebec is linked to that of its Indigenous brothers and sisters. And without this alliance, the Quebec people would not exist today. It would have been buried under snow, decimated by scurvy, or massacred by its enemies. Since the beginning of New France, Kondiaronk, Pontiac, and Louis Riel were our allies both in victory and in defeat. And the Bloc Québécois stands shoulder to shoulder with their descendants in their quest for recognition and emancipation. The Bloc Québécois considers that it is always important to give a voice to Indigenous people in matters that concern them. For example, the reconciliation process, and we need to share their demands in a perspective of nation-to-nation relations. Therefore, it is only natural that the Bloc Québécois should support the appointment of a representative of the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis on the Historical Monument Places Commission. Now, this contributes only very little to improving the lot of Indigenous nations. This bill is simply a drop in the ocean of policies that will be needed to get rid of all the inequalities that First Nations have been a victim of. Despite the government's rhetoric, it is unable to ensure the most basic services to First Nations, for example, access to drinking water or assistance in emergency situations such as floods or forest fires. Increasing the participation of Indigenous people in designating historic places is obviously very important, but they need the means and the resources to do so in order to protect their heritage places. It's all very well to give a better forum to Indigenous people in protecting their heritage, but we can do more. As an economist, I would always say that we evaluate the power and ability of a nation through its economic power. The goal of C23 is to increase the participation of Indigenous peoples, and that's a very noble goal, but these nations should be free in their choices, and that means an increase in their economic power. I must insist on the fact that Indigenous services are underfinanced or mismanaged, or both. And they have a vulnerable economic status and have had such a status for the past 150 years. It's shameful. I have major concerns with regard to the protection of the built heritage of Indigenous communities. These communities are unfortunately the first victims of climate change, and it says that, or rather the Auditor General said that this could be a problem for First Nations. Generally, more isolated regions are the worst served. For example, the Auditor General herself said that in a recent report that was studied this week at the Public Accounts Committee that the management of resources is disastrous.
The Auditor General, in her report, concluded that over the past 13 years, First Nations communities have experienced over 1,300 emergency situations, which led to 580 evacuations affecting over 130,000 people. And many of these people were evacuated more than one time during different emergency situations. The Auditor General explained that many of the problems that were raised in the 2013 audit on emergency situation management on reserve still haven't been solved. That was 10 years ago, Madam Speaker, and the problems are due to major underfunding of infrastructure. It's essential to meet the needs of Indigenous peoples by investing in mitigation and prevention infrastructure. And this underfunding will decrease Indigenous people's capacity to protect their built heritage. There is a fund for Indigenous nations infrastructure. It is majorly underfunded. This fund is to build dams, for example, in order to protect against extreme weather events. And in fact, from now through 2024, get this, the fund only has $12 million in it. But the budget as a whole for Indigenous services is $30 billion. But at this rate, with that type of funding, it will take 24 years to properly fund infrastructure that Indigenous peoples need. I have made clear asks to the Minister of Indigenous Services in order to ensure the security and safety of Indigenous nations and their places. There needs to be a full study of all the damages and risks that they are exposed to. And the second ask, there needs to be a clear timeline in order for when material will be sent and when necessary infrastructure will be built. The Standing Committee on Indigenous Affairs, my excellent colleague, the member for Joliette, reported that the Indigenous community in Manawan had to build firefighting equipment by itself because there was no protection plans in place by the federal government. And here we are seeing again and again that the federal government is not doing the bare minimum in prevention and protection. And yet prevention is how you protect historical sites. We need to look into the future and protect now. But the federal government is showing us time and time again that they're very short-sighted. If we truly want to include Indigenous peoples in the protection of our historic sites and our heritage sites, it's all well and good to include Indigenous peoples on the board. That's great, but we need to give them the means and resources they need to protect their built heritage, especially in the face of extreme climate events. Indigenous people are those who are best placed to protect their own heritage. So, Madam Speaker, I hope that at the Public Accounts Committee, we won't have more meetings where we have to have public servants testify and the minister testify to tell us again that the same problems are ongoing. Projects, bills like this one today are good, but they need to be accompanied by serious projects. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Seniors. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague really highlighted challenges in protecting infrastructure and the need to protect infrastructure to protect heritage. Would my colleague agree that this bill will help us? This bill will help us move forward to restore and maintain infrastructure. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Yes, I agree that these monuments, you're right, should be designated. And I'm also concerned with the designation of nation. It's good that we're changing it because there are many nations in Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Honourable Member for Esquimalt.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, I look at my riding and I see a large number of historic sites, many of which I dearly love, as do local residents. But if I run through that list, Craigflower Manor from 1856, Craigflower Schoolhouse, 1855, 4 Esquimalt naval sites, Fort Rod Hill, Fiskard Lighthouse, the first lighthouse, a permanent lighthouse on the west coast of Canada, Hatley Park Castle, the Dominion Astrophysical Observatory, and the Weirs Beach earthworks, which commemorate a Spanish landing site. And what's peculiar about that list? First Nations, of course, have lived forever in my riding, and they're not on this list. And so the thing I hope that this bill will do, by including First Nations representation, is get a better and more representative list of historic sites in my riding. And I wonder if the member shares my enthusiasm for these improvements in our list of National Historic Sites.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. I thank my honourable colleague for his question, and I share his enthusiasm. I would also like to mention that I do indeed feel that better representing First Nations communities, Métis communities, and Inuit communities within the board is positive, because then these major oversights will be able to correct them. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton. Thank you, Madam Speaker. There is an issue with this bill, I feel. The issue is regarding waterways. The Heritage Minister will be authorized to make decisions, but the Fisheries and Oceans Minister can also make decisions. The same goes for the Minister for the Environment. So what will be the mechanism to determine which minister is responsible for waterways? The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. I thank my honourable colleague for her question. And I also thank her very much for asking her question in French. There should be a coordination, someone responsible for coordination, because sometimes with federal boards there are issues with coordination. So this is something that we should discuss in committee. This will go to committee, and that would be an interesting aspect to look into. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate the fact that the Bloc are supporting, at least it appears, the principles of the legislation, and just wanting the member to provide her thoughts in regards to the importance when we think of heritage. And we think of, one could ultimately say, our arts community and the contributions to who we are as a nation, and how important it is that we recognize that heritage. And we do that by having a designation so people can advocate names, places, and events. And it's important that we do in fact treasure it and recognize it. And just her general thoughts on that principle.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. It's rare that I share personal facts in this House, but I will now. I'm married to a historian. So, of course, heritage, cultural heritage, and historical heritage is essential. It's essential to conserve our heritage because it helps us avoid repeating the mistakes of the past. We remember our ancestors, our forebearers, and we remember our identity as Canadians, and for us particularly as Quebecers, because our history is our heritage and it's very important for us. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very happy to take part in this debate. We agree with the principle of this bill, but we do have some concerns about the wording, as well as some of the powers given directly to the Cabinet, which, in our view, could be harmful for Canada. Allow me to elaborate on this. This bill, Madam Speaker, C-23, is about places, people, and events of historic or heritage value, including natural heritage and archaeological heritage. The main improvement that this bill would bring to how we manage these sites and monuments, the main improvement would be agreeing to recommendation number 69 made by the inquiry. This recommendation helps us move forward with reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. In 2008, June 11th, 2008, the Canadian Prime Minister offered an official apology on behalf of our country to First Nations, an apology for the unspeakable, shameful tragedy of residential schools. This prime ministerial apology was what led to the establishment of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which eventually tabled a report. It was tabled 7 or 8 years ago, and recommendation 79 was to give First Nations a more important role in determining what should be designated a historic site, event, or place. We thus agree with this bill in principle. We also agree that it's important to conserve and maintain our heritage sites as well as share them and make sure they're well known. On this subject, I'd like to remind you that in my riding, we have Wendake. I represent the amazing people of Wendake, and there's a beautiful chapel. Truly, it's right near the Kabir Kuba waterfall, and it is the chapel of the Notre-Dame de Lorette, the chapel of the people of Wendake. It was built in 1730. It was in fact identified as a heritage site by the province of Quebec in 1957 and designated a historical site in 1981. And I'm very proud to recount that series of events and to tell you about the chapel. Madam Speaker, we support the bill in principle and we support it going to committee, but we do have some very reasonable concerns. We feel that there could be too much power granted to Cabinet and to the Council, in fact. Because if you look at this bill, Section 34, it says the Governor and Council, meaning the Cabinet, can make regulations relating to historic federal sites. And then there are 18 options, 18 situations in which the government would give itself discretionary power to intervene in the case of heritage sites. 18 exceptions, and that is worrisome to us, Madam Speaker. Moreover, in the bill, the authority is granted to forbid navigation in certain areas, which could overnight have a major impact on trade, shipping, but also on tourism. So we need to take into account that this power, this authority, could be very harmful. Moreover, this could have an impact not only on designated lands, but also the lands surrounding historic designated lands. How could we thus, in a neutral and objective way, determine which surrounding lands would be included? I think these powers are going just a wee bit too far. And we will absolutely bring up these concerns during clause-by-clause study in committee. We look forward to hearing experts and their concerns, but those are our main concerns. And these issues could also have an impact on our growth and development in natural resources and in mining. And on that note, I'd like to say that the leader of the official opposition, the member for Carleton, 6 weeks ago, committed in Vancouver to help First Nations around the country. So his commitment was to include First Nations as partners for economic prosperity, to include them in all development projects, be they natural resources projects, mining projects, any other resource-related projects that could be proposed by First Nations. Well, our leader committed to bringing them in as partners in Canada's prosperity. So the days where Canada decided to step in and just use whatever was in or on the lands, oil, gas, no longer. Those days are behind us. Our leader has committed to work with Indigenous peoples as partners for all development going forward. Now, Speaker, we know that there are over 1,000 heritage sites in Canada. 171 of them are managed by Parks Canada. Some of them, for example, are sites of former battles. There are historic homes and houses. There are also discovery sites and sites of scientific discoveries. Madam Speaker, I like to reflect on history. I'm not a historian. I would have liked to be a history teacher, but when I started on the workforce, they told me that they weren't hiring, so I decided to do something else. So I became a journalist and then a member of parliament. And I'm pretty happy with how that turned out. When it comes to history, though, Madam Speaker, it's very important to recognize events, and where they happened, the sites where events occurred. This morning, my colleague I'm forgetting my colleague's writing, just a moment, I'm looking for it. Apologies, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Calgary Centre. This morning, the member for Edmonton, Watiskini-to-Win, said that he visited a site where on February 13, 1947, there was the discovery of the oil well, which was the beginning of the major oil and gas boom and has been beneficial to all Canadians for over 70 years. Leduc number 1. I think that could become a national designated site, Madam Speaker. And some people will say, oh, this Quebecer is talking about Alberta and oil. And yes, I am, indeed. 3 weeks ago, there was a study according to which in Quebec last year, we used 18 billion liters of oil, and a lot of that came from the United States. We are an oil-producing country, so why should we send all our money to Texas and Louisiana? And those are some reasons why I feel that Leduc number 1 should be considered for designation as a heritage site, important historic site. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, in 1953, the federal government recognized that Berbeau-Arnois, apologies, that was actually in 1910. In 1910, the hydroelectricity plant Beauharnois was recognized as a national site. It was designated, and that was positive, Madam Speaker. Beauharnois was the first hydro plant in Quebec to be expanded. It was expanded from 1948 to 1953, and that was what really led to Hydro-Quebec becoming a Crown corporation. It was then created and nationalized with Montreal Eaton Power. Montreal Eaton Power ran Beauharnois near Montreal, and Hydro-Quebec had authorities for the first time to increase their hydro production. And it was a huge, massive expansion project from 1948 to 1959. That is a heritage site, and there could be other similar heritage sites important for Canada's industrial past. And that's all my time. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, as you may know, within C-23, it enables and encourages, in fact, recommendations and ideas that people might have. Now, the member has made reference to a few very specific thoughts, and when you think of our heritage, you need to think in terms of people, you can think of places, you can think of special events, and a combination of any of those three places, and advance it where there's criteria and eligibility that needs to be met. And what's nice about the legislation is that it sets a more detailed framework to allow this to take place. My question to the member is, would you not agree in the principles of the legislation that this is good legislation that should ultimately go to committee?
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
Pleased to repeat what I've said earlier at the beginning of my speech. We do agree with the principle of this bill because it opened the door to the First Nation, which is the recommendation number 79 of the Crown Commission that we had to address the issue of the First Nation with the reconciliation. And everything started when the Right Honourable Stephen Harper tabled official excuses to the First Nation here in the House of Commons on June the 11th, 2008, which was the most important, and as far as I'm concerned, among the most important statement made by any Prime Minister in history to please and to reconcile the First Nation with the authority of this government. So yes, we do agree with the principle. We have concern with too much power given in the hands of the cabinet ministers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my very honourable and dear colleague. I would like him to confirm that he really said that he wanted that the Line 1 pipeline become a historic place in Canada. And if this is the case, does he not think that this would not be the right time for this, since we're kind of moving towards renewable energy and this historic site would not age very well? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't have the authority to declare anything, but I would think it would be a good idea. Why? Because, yes, since February 13th, 1947, Alberta and other provinces nearby, such as Saskatchewan, have significantly contributed to the creation of wealth in this country. And more than $500 million has been paid to all the provinces of Canada. And yes, we are facing major challenges today with respect to the environment, but I'd like to also remind the member that the province of Quebec, which I love very dearly, and as Quebecers, over the past year, we've also consumed how much? 18 billion liters of oil. That's the reality. Don't count on me to talk about the cars, which have sold the most, but 47% of this oil comes from where? The U.S. And to the best of my knowledge, and I checked this morning, but I think to the best of my knowledge, neither Texas or Louisiana are currently contributing to our funds here in Canada.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I remember last time we heard him on the subject, he exclaimed, how interested he was in history, and that really came through here. And I just want to say the historic sites that are in my riding, there's the Roslyn Miners Hall, the Roslyn Courthouse, the Nikkei Memorial Center in New Denver that talks about the Japanese internment during Second World War, the Doukhobor Suspension Bridge, a remarkable bridge built over 100 years ago over the Kootenay River near Castlegar. But as we know, none of these speak to that First Nations Indigenous history of Canada that is so important. And the good thing about this bill is that it more than encourages that. It makes it possible. And I'm just wondering if he could comment further on that, about letting First Nations and Indigenous peoples take the reins there.
The honourable member for Lévis-Saint-Laurent.
Absolutely, Madam Speaker,
seconds.
because this is why we do support the recommendation number 79 from the Crown Corporation report of the reconciliation with the First Nation that has been created by our former government. Yes, we do agree with that. I'm very proud to raise the fact that in my own writing, I have a lieu, the monument historique, with the parish of Notre-Dame de Lorette, Wandake, which is part of my writing, and I welcome any other historical site for the reconciliation and recognize the First Nations, very important in our history.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a pleasure today to rise in this House of Commons to speak to Bill C-26, and I am very pleased to represent the interests of people in my riding. It is a pleasure, Madam Speaker. This bill creates a historical site commission. This bill gives the minister the following powers: recognition of the national historic importance or national interest of a certain site. It also gives regulatory powers, and we had a bit of a problem with this. The government and council can pass regulations with respect to historical sites.
Where we might differ a little.
There are many other regulatory powers that are concerning.
Main parts of this bill that we strongly support, of course, is the call to action number 79 from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And if I may read those into the record here very quickly, Madam Chairman, we call upon the federal government in collaboration with survivors, Aboriginal organizations, and the arts community to develop a reconciliation framework for Canadian heritage and commemoration. This would include but not be limited to: 1, amending the Historic Sites and Monuments Act to include First Nations, Inuit, and Métis representation on the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada and its Secretariat. It's the most important part of this one, and that is also what's in this bill that we need to support strongly. This is something that has gone on for too long in Canada, where we're not including the most important part of our history, pre-colonialization, in the decisions in the historic sites across Canada. I don't know how that happened. I've been exploring it in my riding and across Canada, but where the division happened between what was a real consensus between the colonialists that came to Canada and the First Nations that were here before they came to Canada. They used to work very much hand in hand together. And somewhere in our history, that compact seemed to get broken, and we seem to be separate entities. And we're only coming past that dark part of our history in these years. as we deal with things in the House of Commons here. This call to action, of course, is part of that reconciliation, and an important part of this bill that we need to make sure we instill in law here in Canada and in the laws going forward. There's other things in this bill that are a huge regulatory overstep. The Minister of the Environment, in this case, will have the sole authority to designate a historic site. That might sound innocuous to my colleagues. It's not so innocuous when you look at everything that's been given to this minister, everything that's been given to this minister that he's made gross oversteps upon. And I could give a few examples here. First thing I'm going to talk about is the Impact Assessment Act. The thing about the Impact Assessment Act, passed in 2019, August 2019, is that it allowed this minister, not government and council, the cabinet, but this minister alone, Minister of the Environment, to actually say, yes, I get to approve a resource development by myself in any parts of Canada, or I get to disapprove of such resource development, which is contrary to the Canadian Constitution. The Canadian Constitution allows, of course, resource development in the provinces to be the purview of the provinces. It's only when it crosses provincial boundaries that the federal government, or in this case the federal Minister of the Environment, might get involved. This was an overstep. That overstep was recognized by the Alberta Court of Appeal in May of 2022 when they overturned by a good margin, 4-1, the actual constitutionality of the Impact Assessment Act. What was lost to Canada in those 3 years, almost 3 years, between the passage of the bill and the overturning of the bill, ruling it unconstitutional in the Alberta Court of Appeal, is 3 years of project developments in Canada's natural resource industry. Now that's a whole bunch of uncertainty and hundreds of billions of dollars of projects, thousands upon thousands of jobs, literally hundreds of thousands of jobs, and billions of revenue, billions of taxation revenue to this government to pay for things like healthcare and education. And we'll note the deficits this government has plunged themselves into as a result of not having enough revenue to pay for the programming that they're so fond of signing checks for. This is a problem. So the Impact Assessment Act is in limbo right now until it's going to the Supreme Court of Canada after being overturned by the Alberta Court of Appeal. People need to recognize the Alberta Court of Appeal is 5 justices, all appointed by the Prime Minister of Canada. So this is not an Alberta versus federal decision. This is actually people that are appointed by the federal government that have overturned a piece of federal legislation soundly. And I think anybody that is actually a constitutionalist around here can actually look at that and say, if the constitutional authority rests with the provinces, why does the federal Minister of the Environment by himself get the authority to turn this over and say, no, the provinces can't do this? It defies constitutional law, and I'm going to be wondering what happens when the Supreme Court of Canada actually hears this, if they're going to acquiesce, or they're going to agree with everybody else in Canada that says, yes, this has been a gross overstep and needs to end. The second thing I'm going to talk about is something that happened this past summer. In June of 2022, the Minister of the Environment thrust some new regulations upon it's the Migratory Birds Act. It's regulation to actually say you cannot construct anything anymore if you discover a pileated woodpecker nest anywhere near your construction site for 3 years. Well, no sooner did that new regulation go through, and regulations don't come to the House, you'll know that, Madam Speaker. They actually go through just the hand-sorting process. So all of a sudden that became a regulation that impeded the progress of the Trans Mountain Pipeline, which had been under construction for a number of years at that point in time and is still under construction. And there's a reason it's grossly over budget, because this Minister of the Environment keeps putting roadblocks in the way to getting it completed. Matter of fact, he stated he does not want to ever see this pipeline created. In stark contrast to his Minister of Finance, who's responsible for the entity that actually builds the pipeline, who says we need to build this pipeline, you've got a conflict here at Cabinet. Governor and Council, now you've got one minister able to make this decision in so much of these regulations that are going forward. This is a problem in our governance. A serious problem. We've already been exposed to what it means. $30 billion, $22 billion over budget for a major Crown project. That is obscene. And that is something Canadian taxpayers are paying for. Dissonance on the front bench of the Liberal government. Get your act together, I would say to the Liberals, Madam Chair. But this is something that we need to kind of make sure we don't replicate in this legislation going forward. It is a gross overstep. Not to be outdone, I should add one more thing about the TMX pipeline. TMX pipeline is over budget. The benefit of the TMX pipeline at the end of the day is that we are actually going to receive about $22 billion a year in national benefit as a result of the building of this pipeline. So in as much as the project itself is not going to pay the proponent the amount of money that's gone into it, we need to acknowledge that. It is a huge benefit for this country on a yearly basis going forward. Think about that, $22 billion in revenue per year going forward, and we're way behind on getting it built. I'll also talk about the budget in 2019, where the Minister of the Environment couldn't get things one way, so he got things another, when he actually...
Yes, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary on a point of order.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I've been very patient in listening to the member, and he's talking about everything but, it seems, Bill C-23, when you're talking about oil development and the type of thing he's been talking about for
that there's a lot of latitude in what is permissible in speeches. Yes, and the honourable member has made mentions of the bill in question. Please proceed. The honourable member has 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the intervention from my learned colleague, as always. Let me say Budget 2019 was another example of the Minister of Environment overstepping in such a way as we're seeing the authority being given in this bill when they actually unilaterally withdrew lands that were designed for ski resorts in the Rocky Mountains without even discussing with the proponents of that. What's the problem here? All kinds of things. This is about waterways regulation that's going to be unilateral. This is about development in lands that's going to be unilateral approval or disapproval by one minister. We've already seen in my speech, which was very relevant, I think, Madam Speaker, how this affects negatively our country. And we need to make sure that we address that and make sure that parts of this do not go forward as written, but make sure that we have full authority of the government and they have proper authority in order to make this happen. Now, the minister may want all this authority. It's not up to this House of Commons to give him alone that authority. Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak today, and now I'm ready for questions.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, to the Minister of Rural Development, Economic Rural Development. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First and foremost, I would like to thank my colleague, congratulate him for his French. Excellent, thank you. My colleague also mentions in his speech that he would like to remove the responsibility and the evaluation for heritage sites from the minister. But this bill really does respond very well to the call to action 79 on recommendation. But if it's not the minister who should do this, who is in the best position to do this? Because the minister and his whole team can negotiate with all levels of government, including the city. So I'd like to know what my honourable colleague thinks about that.
Calgary Centre.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's a good one. But it's not the minister himself who's in charge of approving regulations. It's the government in council who's in charge, the cabinet, who is responsible for Canadian laws, not just one minister, but all ministers. And as I've said, there seems to be an arm wrestle between the Minister of Finance and the government with respect to Trans Mountain Pipeline. And this can't continue. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Saint-Hubert. I'd also like to thank my colleague for his French. All the efforts that members make in this House with respect to French are very important. Right now, there is a decline in French that is being seen across the country, and I think it's important to send a message in this House, across Canada as well, that we are concerned with French, so I congratulate my colleague. With respect to this bill, C-23, it's somewhat boring because everyone agrees. There are a few points, but we agree in general. It's somewhat boring. I'd like to know from my colleague, since this bill is unanimous with respect to Indigenous peoples and reconciliation, does he not agree there are really more important action that could be taken? Yes, let's move forward with this and vote on this bill, but there's our housing issues. There's homelessness and spousal violence. We know that 8% of assassinated women in Canada are Indigenous versus 4% in the general population. So there are many areas that have not yet been addressed by this government. So does my colleague not agree we need to act as quickly as possible? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague also for his question. The call to action 79. It is a call for a representative that is Inuit or Métis on the board of directors on the Government of Canada to pass these regulations. That is one of the calls to action, not the others. The other calls to action are very important as well. But in this respect, we're looking at the call to action 79, but we don't agree with the powers that we're giving now to the Minister of the Environment. This legislation allows the minister himself only to give approval for such sites.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I listened to my colleague from Calgary Centre's interesting speech on National Historic Sites. He spent a great deal of time talking about the Trans Mountain Pipeline, and it did pique my interest and made me think that perhaps there's a category of historic sites that has been egregiously overlooked by the federal government, and that is boondoggles. And I wonder if perhaps my friend would support the preemptive designation of the Trans Mountain Pipeline, a pipeline that is costing Canadian taxpayers some $30 billion, as a National Historic Site. Perhaps he could offer his thoughts. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we are in accord with our friends in the NDP in this regard. This has been a gross overspend. We would like to see exactly where the money has been spent. But in the annals of Canadian history, to be $22 billion over on a $7.5 billion project before the government got involved shows exactly what's wrong with this government, because it thinks it can spend its way without any accountability whatsoever. This bill we're
we have to resume debate. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise and address a packed House this afternoon. The government often calls its legislation historic, and often it is not historic. But in the very formal sense, this is a historic piece of legislation insofar as it establishes rules around national historic sites. Now, Madam Speaker, just as preface, though, to the points I'd like to make about this legislation, you have been no doubt hearing a great deal from Conservatives about this issue of gatekeepers, about how this government's great fondness for red tape, for regulations, for gatekeepers, is making it harder for people to go about their business. So what is a gatekeeper? A gatekeeper is a regulator. It's an authority of some kind that prevents people from being able to go about their business, do things that they should reasonably be able to maybe the gatekeeper allows them to get through the gate eventually, but it imposes additional conditions or challenges that prevent that individual from going forward in a sufficiently timely way. And I think many Canadians look at various aspects of their life. They look at the way government is operating, and they see way too much gatekeeping. They see way too much red tape. Modern life, because of bureaucratization of various things, it just becomes excessively complicated and frustrating for people who are trying to who are trying to proceed with normal life and do things that at times past were not over-regulated. And so Conservatives are putting forward an agenda that's aimed at reducing red tape, that's aimed at making life easier for Canadians, and that's aimed at allowing development to proceed without undue barriers. And we made a number of, I think, genuinely historic announcements in the past week about initiatives that a Conservative government would implement aimed at removing gatekeepers. One of those announcements was around housing. And we've said that there was too much gatekeeping, too much NIMBYism happening at the municipal level that prevents housing from getting built. And when you have all sorts of little barriers that accumulate into large barriers, you see a shortage of housing getting built, which in turn makes housing less affordable for Canadians. So our leader has announced strong measures that are going to require municipalities to get that gatekeeping, that red tape out of the way. We've also announced a new measure around credentials. You know, for over 50 years, people with a trade certification have been able to work in other parts of the country, but people with certain professional distinctions are not able to easily, if someo's working virtually, for instance, provide that professional support across the country. So these are some instances of gatekeeping that we have committed to addressing, and I think need to be addressed urgently because they're part of this whole constellation of red tape that the government is piling on Canadians. And so, Madam Speaker, this is the reality about how this government approaches things and how we approach things, and that brings us to the discussion of Bill C-23. Now, and I welcome the applause from across the way from the member for Winnipeg North. I've mentioned this before, but he recently referred to me as a mischievous little guy, and I'm very proud of that. Actually, I know that if the member for Winnipeg North has considered me mischievous, that I've had a good day, and I will do my best to keep it up, Madam Speaker. But when it comes to Bill C-23, the government is saying a number of things about the designation of historical places and sites that on the face of it seem reasonable. They say, okay, we want to have the government be able to designate certain places, persons, events as having historical significance for the country. We want to be able to have the designation of those places. We want to have plaques erected to celebrate those places, perhaps, and we want to be consulting widely, including consulting Indigenous Canadians on these designations, and we want to thus regulate the use of those places in some way that accords with their historic status. And on the face of it, at least, for the principle, for the second reading vote, where we vote on the principle, okay, there's some logic to saying yes, there can be a framework for the designation of certain sites, certain places, recognizing their historic significance. But the concern is that when we have a government that has such a tendency to use every possible pretext for imposing additional red tape, for making it harder to proceed with development projects, that talks a good talk sometimes about the housing affordability challenges, but in practice has done nothing to actually get housing built. A government that is fundamentally comfortable with red tape, with gatekeepers, with barriers preventing people from going about their normal lives. When that is the reality of what this government is all about, then people are understandably looking at Bill C-23 and saying, what tools does this provide for the government for additional gatekeeping, additional restrictions on development? And when the power is vested in the hands of the minister, and the minister is saying, okay, well, we were able to make these designations, and that will automatically impact the use of that place and of areas around it, by the way. That can create significant problems if that power is used in a way that is unreasonable. And if the government then is making these kinds of designations, and the effect of making those designations are that development projects in and around that area are not able to move forward. If the effect of making those designations is that the existing use of particular land or particular place is no longer allowed, and if these designations are made in a way that doesn't reflect proper engagement or consultation with local people in the area, that's going to be a significant problem. So we can look at this tool that the legislation provides to the minister, a tool to make designations and to use those designations in a variety of different ways. And frankly, I'll say this is consistent with a pattern we're seeing from this government in terms of legislation. That we're seeing legislation with less and less practical detail. Rather, we're seeing a lot of legislation that enables the government to do a thing later on. We saw with just right beside C-23, we had C-22, a bill providing a benefit for Canadians living with disabilities. But in effect, the bill empowered the government to create aspects of that benefit, but it didn't prescribe the nature of that benefit in legislation. We have Bill C-41, a bill that empowers the government to make certain exceptions in the Anti-Terrorism Act, but it doesn't provide specificity around places that would apply to and many other aspects of how those exceptions would function. So we have this pattern with the government of them taking on new powers for themselves through legislation without seeing the specifics in the bill. And the kind of rhetorical approach that the government kind of brings to these debates is they say, well, just trust us. You know, we mean well. We're gonna make sure that when we're designating these places, that it's going to be in accordance with what makes sense. You know, we're reasonable people, for goodness sakes, right? But the problem is that Canadians don't see this government as reasonable. They don't see this government as trustworthy. Because what we've actually seen, and in particular from the Minister of the Environment, but I think from the government in general, is a lack of recognition of the important role that jobs, opportunity, development play in our country, of the need to remove gatekeepers, of the need to remove red tape. We haven't seen from this government a proper appreciation of that, and the effect, I think, has been very negative for this country. And in particular, I want to speak now to the issues of Indigenous consultation that are in this bill. The legislation happens.
If I may interrupt the honourable member for 2 seconds, I have to read this before 5 p.m.
It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
For Saskatchewan Public Services and Procurement, the Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke Democratic Institutions, the Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes, Finance. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for announcing to the House that I'll be delivering a late show later this evening. So if after this speech the member for Winnipeg North and others feel that they haven't heard enough, they can certainly stick around, and I'll just to preview a little bit, Madam Speaker, I will be speaking at that time about the Liberal McKinsey scandal, about the fact that this government has members are asking which one over here. I have to say there are so many scandals, it's hard to keep track, right? It's we're gonna need to publish a scandal almanac, so we'll know exactly which one at all times. But this is the scandal in which the Liberals, their government gave over $100 million in contracts to McKinsey. McKinsey, a company, frankly, with a very shady record of activity around the world, that includes, I think, most concerning to many Canadians is it included giving advice to Purdue Pharma on how to supercharge the opioid crisis. So stick around for that, Madam Speaker. I'll be speaking about that later tonight. But anyways, on the issue of the Speaker may not have a choice. There will be someone in the chair regardless, Madam Speaker. But on the issue of Bill C-23, I was speaking about the government's engagement in terms of consultation with Indigenous Canadians. And I think sadly, but very clearly, what we've seen with this government when it comes to engaging with Indigenous communities is that it's always been a one-way street. If there are Indigenous organizations, communities that are expressing opposition to development projects, the government says, "Okay, well, we've got to listen. We've got to really elevate the voices on that side of the debate." But on the other hand, if you have Indigenous communities, organizations, Indigenous nations that are supportive of development, that are wanting to see development projects proceed, then the government very clearly doesn't listen. They try to elevate one perspective that exists within Indigenous communities while ignoring others. And let's acknowledge that within any community of people, there are going to be a diversity of perspectives about the best way to proceed on certain issues. And development projects can be one of those contentious areas where there will be differences of opinion. But the government takes a very one-sided approach to their supposed commitment to consultation. And what sticks out to me most in this regard is some time that I spent in the Northern Territories and meeting with Indigenous leaders there who talked about development restrictions the government had imposed with absolutely no consultation. It was sort of a phone call to a premier right before an announcement was made. That's how they stopped development projects. And yet, they expect that anyone proceeding with development projects, increasingly they talk as if proponents of projects have to get to something near unanimity. So it's if you realize that in the process of talking about consulting Indigenous Canadians, the government is actually only interested in listening to one side of the equation, then you realize it's not about meaningful consultation. It's about the government trying to find people within Indigenous communities who share their perspective and ignoring people who have a different perspective. And I fully acknowledge the diversity of views that exist in any community on development projects, but I know certainly with people I talk to, Indigenous peoples living in my riding and others across the country, that there is a sizable constituency out there who are saying that natural resource development projects in particular, they contribute to job and opportunity growth, and that is very positive for these communities. So in the process of that consultation, I think it's important to ensure that Parliament, the government, is hearing from the full spectrum of opinions. But what we then often see is when the government is creating consultation mechanisms is that they preserve for themselves control of who actually participates in that consultation mechanism. I'll mention another, actually I won't mention the bill because I don't remember the number of it, but there's a bill recently the government put forward creating an Indigenous Advisory Council, and in that context the minister was able to do the initial appointments. So saying on the one hand we want to consult with people from Indigenous communities, but the government is going to choose the people they're consulting. Well, that obviously takes away to some extent from the meaningfulness that could have been realized if representatives were in fact not selected by the government that was then going to consult them about specific issues. So I flag this because the particulars of this legislation in Bill C-23, it speaks about setting aside seats for First Nations, Inuit, and Métis representatives on the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada. But again, the process of appointment there retains substantial control over those appointments in the hands of the government. So it's saying they're going to appoint someone from these communities, but they're going to be the ones doing those appointments. So again, that's something important to flag in terms of whether this is actually going to be effective. As I said, Madam Speaker, Conservatives are supportive of the principle of having certain sites with genuine historic significance being thus designated, and having particular frameworks around the protection of those sites once they are thus designated. We are supportive of that in principle. We'll be supporting this legislation at the second reading stage, which is where we're at, and this is where we consider the general concept of a bill in principle. But the rubber's going to hit the road when we get to the committee study on this legislation. And when we work through how to ensure that the government isn't able to use this legislation to such a general extent as to be able to put a halt to development projects anywhere and to use the designation of a place as having historic significance in order to block that development. You know, it's worth saying, sort of as a bit of a coda, that almost any place is probably of significance for somebody, right? And so the broad enabling power that this legislation could give government is something that we have to be very careful about. How limited is its use going to be, or is it going to be so broad as to be open to the Minister of the Environment, who, let's be clear, has a particular animus for the energy sector and for development in that sector, who at one time illegally climbed on the roof of the Premier of Alberta to protest that Premier's policies, and you know, we see rightly condemnation of instances where politicians are even protested or targeted in their homes. But the Minister of the Environment has never addressed, I think, his record on this. So we know that he's got a particular approach when it comes to the development in this sector. So the giving of such significant enabling powers to the government, to the Minister of the Environment in particular, raises some red flags. And that's why, again, the rubber will hit the road at the committee stage of this bill. And finally, the approach of Conservatives is to recognize that reasonably, yes, there is a role for government, but that we want to be doing everything we can to get red tape, to get gatekeeping out of people's lives, to make people's interactions with government simpler, clearer, more predictable, to reduce their taxes, to give them more control over their own lives. Madam Speaker, our goal as a party is to realize a fuller vision of human freedom, where people can live in strong communities, strong families, independent of government overreach and government bureaucratic control, independent of the bureaucratization of every aspect of their life. That is the vision that our leader has articulated about removing gatekeepers, about defending freedom, and recognizing that strong individuals, strong families, and strong communities are the fundamentals of life, far more important than government. And so while we recognize some value in the principle of this legislation, I can assure you that we will continue to be vigilant to ensure that the government is to the extent that we are able, is blocked from overreaches into people's lives, that we fully realize that vision of human freedom. And I suspect it will take a new government, a new Conservative government, to bring us to that point. But for the time being, we will use the opportunities we have in opposition to do precisely that. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire de la...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Rural Economic Development. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First and foremost, I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. The part of his speech that was actually about C-23, that is, because he talked a lot about the government's track record with housing, and also he talked about labor shortages. He only talked about C-23 for a part of his speech. He put a lot of emphasis, he really emphasized the aspect of designation of sites. Here's my question. Does my colleague agree that this bill will improve access to information as well as improving the quality of information, and that the registry will help us take better decisions?
Speaker, I do disagree with some aspects of his characterization of my speech, I have to say. I mean, I think part of the obligation of members of Parliament is to provide broader, deeper analysis of the principles that are involved, and I think I've done that. And maybe the member can take some time this evening to watch the speech again on CPAC. He might enjoy that, and perhaps perhaps it will be edifying to him and those who he watches it with. I know the member for Winnipeg North does this on a regular basis as well. Okay, excellent. If that didn't make it on the record, the member for Winnipeg North shared that he has my speeches on repeat when he goes home, and I very much. Unfortunately, it hasn't had the desired effect. You would think that if he was really watching and listening, he would.
We're going to another question. It's going. L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech, which was really all over the place, but I'll try to ask a succinct question. So as for cutting down on paperwork, we absolutely support that. And in Quebec, we want a single tax form. Now, as for the issue at hand, as for C-23, I just went to the United Nations and with the Interparliamentary Union, and we've discovered that Canada is really behind. It's 2023, and there are Indigenous peoples in Canada who don't have drinking water, which is absolutely unacceptable. Also, with the Interparliamentary Union, we talked about Canada's historic treatment of Indigenous peoples. And currently, in Status of Women Committee, we are talking about human trafficking. Indigenous women are hugely overrepresented in human trafficking and modern slavery. So we need to go beyond the symbols of historic sites and really take real action to help Indigenous peoples. How can we do that, Madam Speaker?
Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member mentioned human trafficking, and I believe the member is one of the co-chairs of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Human Trafficking, and I want to thank her and all members that are involved in that group, including my Conservative colleague from Peace River Westlock. This is a very important issue, and it requires additional action. And I agree with the point that the member is making with respect to Canada's relationship with Indigenous peoples, that it has been easy for this government to reach for the acts of recognition. And acts of recognition are very important. I don't want to dismiss those at all. Acts of recognition are important. But they're not as important as the substantive changes that happen on the ground. So the designations, apologies, putting a plaque on a historic site. These are things that are very much meaningful, but they don't have the same level of impact as clean drinking water, as jobs and opportunity in all parts of the country. And these are areas where I think the government has fallen behind. They found it easy to make steps of recognition and harder to actually deliver the results.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, this bill adds 3 members to the Historic Sites and Monuments Board from First Nations, Métis, and Inuit groups. This isn't about adding red tape. Indigenous people sitting on this board is not red tape, Madam Speaker. In fact, this bill is in response to the Truth and Reconciliation Calls to Action, number 79. These aren't recommendations. These are obligations by Canada. When he refers to gatekeepers, Indigenous people, the only way I can bring that connection to gatekeepers is that they're caretakers of our lands, caretakers of the people that live on their lands, Madam Speaker. But I don't think they should be referred to as gatekeepers in this context. And Madam Speaker, I'll bring it back to the dissenting report the Conservatives put forward in the 2017 Standing Committee on Environment on heritage sites. They agreed that, in principle, with the report, but that they support Indigenous perspectives in regards to heritage sites. However, they emphasize that this would, quote, represent additional stresses to the federal government's fiscal framework, end quote. Does my colleague acknowledge that seeking and protecting the truth requires funding and resources, or does he think it should be forgotten and support the colonizers' approach to remembering Canada's history?
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There were a few respects in which, respectfully, my colleague attributed views to me, I think, either directly or indirectly, that I do not hold. I for instance, do not oppose, in fact, would support the inclusion of Indigenous representatives on the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada. I did make the point that the appointment process for those individuals remains one that the government is able to control, and I suggested that maybe when we talk about Indigenous representation on certain boards, we should think of ways of that appointment process to ensure that those individuals are in some way selected by the community. But I certainly agree with the principle of representation. I think the issue I have with this bill is not about powers that it gives to Indigenous communities. It's actually about powers that it gives to the minister. Is that the minister has extraordinary powers under this legislation around the designation of sites and setting regulations with respect to their use. When I'm speaking about gatekeepers, I'm speaking about powers that are invested in the hands of government to arbitrarily block or control development in ways that are contrary to what may well be what local Indigenous people want as well. So I hope that clarifies that the issue is with the powers of the minister. That's the concern that we have. We're supporting the bill in principle, but these are issues we're going to raise at committee.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Longueuil.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his very long speech. And at the very long, he was really sidetracked at the beginning, and we were wondering how he would end up talking about C-23. And he did talk about it for a few minutes. He talked about housing, and he bragged and boasted about his party, which presented a housing plan a few weeks ago. I've never heard the Conservatives present anything for housing or housing plans. Now, when it comes to the housing crisis, the current government is really one of the worst ever, because in Quebec, and according to CMHC analysts, we need 1,100,000 housing units. So the government needs to build 600,000 units over the next 10 years. And this means that the government has to spend. The government has to invest in housing. Does the colleague have a plan to solve the housing crisis?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I will say that the announcement that our leader made in the last week was, I think, quite historic. So historic that actually the place where he made the announcement might one day be designated as a historic site. The important point about that announcement was that the current situation is that we see so much gatekeeping at the municipal level, and we need a federal government that's prepared to stand up and say across levels of government, in terms of the funding that the federal government provides, we need to ensure that barriers are removed and that housing is actually getting built. There are a variety of different factors that influence the price of housing, but a key one surely has to be the supply of housing. If there's not enough housing supply, then prices are going to be pushed up. So I will say that it was a historic announcement by our leader, and I think it will be proven to have a very significant impact. And Conservatives have been proposing a number of different measures around improving access to housing for a long time, opening up federal lands and other such measures. And I think our leader is taking this an important step further with these historic proposals.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. L'honorable.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Rural Economic Development. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I would like to inform you that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to C-23, to speak to the actual topic, because what I've heard in previous speeches, I've heard talk about everything other than C-23, which is what I would like to talk about. I would like to talk to you about this bill, which responds to the TRC's call to action number 79. This bill provides an inclusive and transparent designation framework and protects federal historic sites for present and future generations. This is for our children and our grandchildren. This legislation today is for them, for their future, to designate our built heritage, to designate historic sites which have been neglected over time. This bill will give Indigenous communities an important say, an important stake. I feel that Bill C-23 is an essential measure to ensure that national historic sites, persons, and events are designated in an inclusive, sustainable, and transparent manner, in a manner that reflects the depth and the diversity of our history. This designation will help foster reconciliation and social cohesion, Madam Speaker. Bill C-23 was based on the principles of inclusion, transparency, and sustainability. It modernizes the identification, the presentation, and the preservation of national historic sites, persons, and events in order to ensure that designation is done in a fair and equitable manner. Madam Speaker, in all of our ridings, we have sites which are historic, but which face challenges, environmental challenges, maintenance challenges, recognition challenges, budget-related challenges. And sometimes these files end up lost in the huge piles of files that we deal with in our ridings. This bill, though, pays particular attention to the cultural richness of our country, the presence of First Peoples, and the recognition of their heritage in Canada. It's very important. Moreover, the bill ensures that federal historic sites are protected for present and future generations. This will allow these sites to be reused and adapted to a changing climate. This will contribute to a sustainable future for Canadians. There are heritage buildings in my riding, Madam Speaker, which were heavily affected during the flooding season in 2019. We did everything. We put up sandbags. We had volunteers. We did everything that we could to protect the buildings, but we need to do more. Climate change is here to stay, and we must face this challenge. C-23 will help us support heritage building, and it will also give us an action plan and a registry of these buildings so that we can know where they are and how to best protect them, these heritage buildings. Now, Bill C-23 also affects the powers relating to historic canals. I'd like to talk to you about historic canals. All historic canals are federal historic sites under the administration of Parks Canada Agency. This means that the provisions relating to the protection and conservation of federal historic sites would apply to historic canals, as would the provisions relating to regulations, enforcement, offences, and penalties. The Carillon Canal is in my riding. It's one of 9 historic canals which will be protected. Now, there's also the Rideau Canal, which will be protected. During our time in government, we made some historic investments to protect the Rideau Canal, to protect its use for tourism, and to protect its beauty. The canal in my riding will be protected by C-23. It's in my beautiful riding, Saint-André-Argenteuil. And the canal on the Ottawa River in Carillon, Quebec, was designated a National Historic Site of Canada in 1929, almost 100 years ago. It was designated in recognition of its importance to the history and economy of the country. Now today, the Carillon Canal is primarily used to cross the Carillon hydroelectric plant and to provide a gathering place for the people of my community. But it's played a very important historical role, and Bill C-23 will ensure that the Carillon Canal and other historic canals are protected for present and future generations, which will ensure their importance to Canada's history and economy. Now, they are also important symbols of Canadian history and culture. Now, I know my time is running to an end, so I will conclude. These historic archaeological areas, we will be able to protect them, as well as the natural features, flora and fauna. The authority would also allow for the prohibition of certain activities that could be harmful to our heritage areas. I'm proud of this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
And my colleague talked about canals, and I think this is a very good example that we need a little more detail in this bill. Because if this bill gives the sole responsibility for decision-making about these heritage sites like the canal, then if something comes up that is a concern to the Minister of Heritage or to the Minister of Fisheries or to the Minister of Tourism, what is the mechanism to sort out those differences?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci pour la question.
Thank you to my colleague for her question. This bill will allow us to identify and categorize these places, as well as describe the state of the infrastructure and how we can protect from climate change. We will add these sites to a registry, which means that we will be able to improve these 9 canals. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. It's interesting that he talked about historic canals. During a few months, I had a job where I was promoting historic canals. I'm a sailing gal, so I had already visited some of those canals with my father. Now, the colleague mentioned the Rideau Canal. We've all had beautiful times skating on the Rideau Canal. Now, the colleague also talked about climate change. This year, I was not able to skate on the Rideau Canal. Climate change also has a significant impact on Indigenous peoples. So on the one hand, the government says it cares about Indigenous issues and it cares about environmental issues, but then the government also continues to invest in industries like the oil sands in Alberta, and that industry causes a lot of damage and increases our GHG emissions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her very relevant question about climate change. We're the government that has done the most to deal with climate change, more than any other government in Canadian history, and we will continue on that same track. It's true, unfortunately, the Rideau Canal was not skatable this winter for the first time in Canadian history. The first time in Canadian history that you couldn't skate on the Rideau Canal. So this, of course, is yet another piece of evidence that climate change is real. This bill, Madam Speaker, will allow us to assess the Rideau Canal, and we will maybe even be able to keep it open longer in the winter for skating.
For South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. You know, in 2018, the Auditor General pointed out that this Liberal government wasn't assigning enough funding to National Historic Sites to keep them from falling apart. And we are adding more, and with this bill, we will add, I hope, more Indigenous-led historic sites. And I'm just wondering what this government's plan is to properly fund the preservation of these sites.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, it is time for us to really list all of our sites, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, because in each of our ridings, we have buildings that are affected. They're also decrepit because work is not being done. They're poorly evaluated. So this bill will allow us to note the state of dilapidation of our buildings, but also work so that we can protect our heritage. We have condemned buildings to be destroyed because they were not maintained over the years. So we need this legislation so we can all work together to preserve our Canadian heritage for our children and grandchildren and to remember this Canadian heritage.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Skeena Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to rise this evening and speak to Bill C-23, an act respecting places, persons, and events of national historic significance or national interest, archaeological resources, and cultural and natural heritage. This is a bill, of course, Madam Speaker, that we support, in large part because it contributes towards the implementation of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's Call to Action 79. So at the outset here, I'll just note two of the main things that this bill achieves, adding 3 members to the Historic Sites and Monuments Board from First Nations, Métis, and Inuit groups, and secondly, requiring that Parks Canada incorporate Indigenous knowledge into the designation and commemoration of historic sites. Of course, Indigenous participation and leadership in these processes is so vitally important as we come to terms with the legacy of colonization and as we begin to fully recognize the value and significance of Indigenous history in our country. Earlier, I was talking to my colleague and friend, the member from Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke, and he was noting that despite the long Indigenous habitation in the riding he represents, there isn't a single Indigenous National Historic Site. And that prompted me to look at the list of National Historic Sites in British Columbia, and I was overwhelmed to see that there's a bit of an embarrassment of riches, Madam Speaker, and I thought at the outset here I would read through some of the really remarkable National Historic Sites in Skeena-Bulkley Valley, which comprises northwest British Columbia, the beautiful north and central coast, and the islands of Haida Gwaii. There are 15 of them, and I'm just looking here, and I think all but about 5 of them are Indigenous sites. It's truly remarkable. 5 of the National Historic Sites in Northwest BC are located on Haida Gwaii, many of them in Gwaii-Haanas National Park Reserve and Haida Heritage Site. I'm not going to try to accurately pronounce some of the village names, these ancient village sites that have been protected by the Haida people in partnership with the federal government, other than the village site of Skedans, which I had the great privilege to visit last summer alongside the Haida hereditary chief Gujau, who has a long history of leadership on Haida Gwaii, and of course the former Premier of British Columbia, John Horgan, was with us that day as well. A gorgeous summer day, we took a boat out to Skedans, the site also known as Kuna, and walking among these ancient trees and seeing totem poles that date back hundreds and hundreds of years, covered in moss, many of them leaning, some of them decomposing into the ground, seeing the house site excavations where these majestic longhouses once stood, and reflecting on the long history, it made me recognize that one of the great values of designating these National Historic Sites related to Indigenous history is that for newcomers like myself and my family, it gives an opportunity to reflect on the length of Indigenous occupation of these lands and waters. The fact that, the community that I grew up in, the community that I currently live in, was founded in 1913 with the advent of the railroad. And on the north coast of British Columbia, there are archaeological sites that have dated habitations back 14,000 years. It's truly, truly remarkable. But there are, of course, other National Historic Sites in Northwest BC worth mentioning. Kitsillis Canyon. This is a spot just outside of the community of Terrace, where the Kitsillis Nation makes its home. It's the mighty Skeena River is forced through a cleft in the rock, and I had a chance last summer to paddle through it in my little solo canoe. It was a bit of a terrifying experience, to be honest with you, Madam Speaker. But the Kitsillis people who lived at the village site of Gatas were once toll keepers on the Skeena River. And as other nations traveled upriver, they would, at this narrow canyon, they would charge a toll as they passed by. It's a really remarkable place. Gitwangak Battle Hill is a National Historic Site near the village of Gitwangak. historic hill fortress where the Gitwangak people, part of the Gitxsan Nation, defended themselves against intruders. There are so many, I could easily fill my time just reading them off of this list. Fort St. James, a historic Hudson Bay Company post on the shores of Stewart Lake, somewhere I had a chance to take my two daughters when they were very young. The first crossing of North America by Mackenzie in 1793, which is noted with the National Historic Site in Bella Coola. Of course, the Chilkoot Trail, which extends between the riding of Skinnabuckley Valley and Alaska. These are all important sites, and they deserve protection. There are many, many more historic sites in Northwest British Columbia that I believe are worthy, particularly Indigenous historic sites. And the hope is that this bill, should it pass into law, would empower the federal government working with Indigenous people to seek out and designate additional sites and ensure that Indigenous knowledge is properly recognized and communicated through these sites. So one of the things we note in this bill, of course, the two actions that I mentioned, adding members to the board and ensuring that Parks Canada properly incorporates Indigenous knowledge, these are important things. But of course, the other aspect, beyond designating new sites and ensuring that knowledge is properly conveyed through these opportunities, the other aspect is that we need to properly resource and fund national historic sites so that this history is preserved for the future, for future generations. And I think this is somewhere where the federal government has a lot of work to do, noting that numerous studies have pointed to the need for additional funding for national historic sites. In 2017, the Standing Committee on Environment issued a report recommending that the annual funding for the National Cost-Sharing Program for heritage places be increased to a minimum of $10 million annually. Well, for 23-24 funding cycle, there's only $2 million available. That brings me, Madam Speaker, to a national historic site that I want to talk about for my remaining minutes, and that is the North Pacific Cannery. This is a historic salmon cannery on the bank of the Skeena River near the district of Port Edward. It operated for 125 years, or over 125 years, between 1889 and 1981. It's owned by the district of Port Edward, a very small municipality, and it's run by a nonprofit society. This is the last remaining intact salmon cannery on the West Coast, and it is a truly remarkable historic site. Now, I've met down at North Pacific Cannery with the mayor of Port Edward, Knut Bjorndal, with the manager there, Heather, and the board president, Mona Izumi, and they talked about the need for more operational funding, the need for restoration funding. There are 27 buildings that are part of the North Pacific Cannery. It reflects a unique piece of history for workers from Indigenous descent, Chinese, Japanese descent, European descent, who worked there on the bank of the Skeena River processing wild salmon. It also it harkens back to an era when there was incredible abundance of wild salmon coming up the Skeena River. We need to protect this place, and they need additional resources to do so, both to renovate the buildings that are at risk of falling into the river and falling into greater disrepair, and operational funding. This year in Prince Rupert, which is right next door, there are going to be over 24 cruise ship visits. And this is a key tourist attraction for those visitors to the North Coast. And unless we invest properly, and unless the federal government recognizes the value of this history and provides adequate funding to this small nonprofit society and tiny municipality that own and operate this site, there's a real concern not only that it won't meet its potential as a tourism destination and that future generations of visitors won't get to reflect on the history that it represents, but much more gravely, that it could fall into serious disrepair and that aspects of this history could be lost forever. So on behalf of Mayor Knut, I told him, I saw him a couple days ago, and I told him, if I ever have a chance to plead your case in the House of Commons, and to urge the federal government to provide funding for the North Pacific Cannery, this truly unique historic site, I would do so. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to reflect on this bill. I look forward to the rest of the debate.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for a very interesting speech. Now, I share his concern about the fact that this bill is ambitious, and we can't even fund the heritage sites we have currently. In my riding, Prime Minister Alexander Mackenzie came from Sarnia, and his grave is there, and it was very difficult to get money to even keep that up. And so my worry is that this bill is supposed to promote reconciliation, but if it's not adequately funded, and you're adding Indigenous members on the board, they may start to perceive that they're not actually seeing anything. Does he share my concern?
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague from Sarnia-Lambton for the question. Yes, as I was remarking near the end of my speech, providing adequate resources is such a key component. It's not enough to simply alter the composition of the board or provide direction to Parks Canada. We need to also ensure that the federal government is providing adequate resources to protect our built history, to ensure that the sites that are designated have what they need to manage the history in perpetuity. And I think that's a real shortcoming in the conversation around National Historic Sites.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, which was rather extraordinary, because it really makes you want to travel to BC, because the tourism office should perhaps hire him and send his speech to everyone there to say, go check it out. It's really interesting. So it really makes me want to go there. A question with respect to C-23. Everyone agrees with this today. It's rather unanimous. But this whole issue of reconciliation, well, we talked about jobs, housing, assassinated women and girls, homelessness, reserves in Northern Ontario that don't have drinking water. There are a lot of serious issues. And what is, in his opinion, the most important issue, the greatest concern that we need to take care of aside from C-23? The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question.
French is a very early work in progress, but I heard his early remarks about how much he values the effort, so I'll do my best. He was talking about reconciliation and the need for us to do better, to do more, and the opportunity that National Historic Sites represent in that regard. And I don't believe that this bill goes far enough to realizing the potential of that, to ensuring that the way in which we're portraying history and the way in which we are recognizing the sovereignty of these nations and the relationship that we have, it's in its very early days, that relationship. And I would have hoped that this bill would have gone further when it comes to National Historic Sites.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for South Okanagan. I know I'm going to get it correct here because this is what happens when you come in late in a show. South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley for his wonderful speech. And just following up on the comments we've heard just now is, in terms of the funding that needs to be available for the upkeep of these sites, a lot of these sites commemorating the Indigenous history of our country really don't have a built environment. And I think what's important there is creating the interpretive centers that will tell us finally about the Indigenous history of Canada and how important that is to provide funding for that necessary part of our National Historic Sites.
The Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley in about 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my dear colleague for the question. This is, I believe, one of the really important aspects of this work, because often we fixate on the built environment, on built history, artifacts, on these types of things for interpretation. And when it comes to Indigenous history, so much of it is contextual and part of oral history. And so having Indigenous-led interpretation to help understand the context of places that are significant to Indigenous people, I believe is very important and deserves investment, deserves attention by this federal government.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
And just to advise the honourable member that there'll be about 18 minutes worth of her speech. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to rise and speak in this House, and today we'll be talking about Bill C-23, which is an act respecting places, persons, and events of national historic significance or national interest, archaeological resources, and cultural and natural heritage. Fortunately, it also has a short title, Historic Places of Canada. And so this bill is an attempt to follow up on one of the recommendations from the Truth and Reconciliation report. You'll recall that the Right Honourable Stephen Harper made an official apology to First Nations people for the residential school situations, and then commissioned this Truth and Reconciliation report, which came with over 90 recommendations. Recommendation 79 is the one that this act is trying to address. And so absolutely, Conservatives are supportive of this. Stephen Harper started it, and so definitely we want to see this come to pass and send it to committee. So what I'm going to do in my talk today is try to reflect some of the concerns that I have with the bill, and as usual, some recommendations on how to fix my concerns with the bill. So I'll start off with Section 43.3. So what's going to happen in the parks part of this bill is that the park rangers are going to be given new authorities. They're going to be given similar authorities to what peace officers do. And so they will then, carry out their work. And if you read the section, basically there's a Section 3 that I want to read to you because it's very concerning. Because it says a park warden or enforcement officer may exercise any powers under the search and seizure without a warrant if the conditions for obtaining a warrant exist, but by reason of exigent circumstances, it would not be practical to obtain one. So obviously, it would be a violation of Section 8 of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms to search and seize without a warrant. And so the important part of that phrasing is exigent circumstances. But I don't know that a park ranger would necessarily understand that, and there's no indication of a requirement for training so that they would understand that normally they would get a warrant, and but if someone is going to be injured or some building is going to be destroyed or something, there may be some urgent circumstance. So I think there needs to be some training on that one. Second concern I have with this bill is that it gives additional powers to the minister and to the governor and council, which is essentially cabinet, to designate places or to prevent a place from being designated. I think that's way too much power to give to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. And the reason I say that is because he's got a history of doing things to influence the outcomes that he likes or doesn't like. For example, in 2022, when he decided to put in regulations about migratory birds that caused a delay in the Trans Mountain Pipeline project that he's already said he never wants to see built. So I wouldn't want to get in a situation where there is some kind of project or, natural resources thing that's in the public interest, in the national interest, and have the minister have the sole power to decide he's going to designate a heritage place somewhere. That would become a barrier to that. I think we don't need to put that kind of power in his hands, because you have to keep in mind, this is the minister who, in his former life, was arrested for his environmental activism. So clearly, for example, in my riding, I have a heritage site that is where oil was first discovered in North America. I don't ever want to see the minister have the power to decide that's not going to be designated as a site anymore. So I think that sole power thing is a problem, and there needs to be checks in place. The other thing the governors and council, which is really cabinet, can do is that they are allowed under Section 34 to make regulations on about 18 different circumstances. Well, this is becoming a chronic problem with bills that the Liberal government brings forward. They have no detail in the bill, and they leave it to the regulations later. And sometimes, you know, Mr. Speaker, if you think about C11, the government knows what the criteria are that they're going to bring forward to the CRTC on which content should be promoted or buried. But they won't share that, even though the opposition has been asking for more than a year. If we look at C22, and that's the bill about disabilities, it doesn't say who's eligible, how much they get, and when they're going to get it. And so those are details that are actually very important in order to approve bills in more than just principle. So we're at the stage where we're approving this one in principle, but I do think that the ability for Cabinet to make regulations after the fact needs to be much more limited than it is. There has to be some driver of why it couldn't be foreseen. There is also a part of this bill that will increase Indigenous representation on the board, First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, and I think that's a great addition. The only question I have is, there are some occasions when they don't all agree on something. And so, you know, we've seen instances before, like the Coastal Gas Project, for example, with the Wet'suwet'en, where 85% thought one thing and 15% another. And again, there doesn't seem to be a mechanism to resolve when the board can't agree about something. And so that would be very important. Another protection that I would like to see in this bill has to do with the issue of cancel culture. We have seen in our country over the last number of years quite a number of historic monuments either vandalized, destroyed, been forced to take down. I think about the Queen Victoria statue. You know, I wouldn't want to get in a situation where you know, somebody's not a monarchist and they become that minister that has that sole power to designate something as not a site, for example. Or you know, I can remember when I was at university in Kingston, there used to be a pub there that was Sir John A. Macdonald, and they made them take that away. And, you know, that was, I don't know if it was officially a historical site. It was certainly historical in my life, but definitely I don't want to see that. The other thing is we've had the burning of 15 Christian churches, some of which were historical sites, and the government has not taken any action. So the question is, how are we going to address the protection of things that are already heritage sites and not go and try to rewrite history, as it were? I think that will be an important question. I also want to make sure that the board members, you know, are chosen and they've got the best interests of the country and the people that they're representing at heart, okay? Because in my riding, I have people who are paid environmental activists that, you know, chain themselves to my employees' pipelines, et cetera. And really, that could cause a lot of trouble if those people were on the board of this particular committee. So I think who is vetting the board members? It says that the government's going to choose. If by the government they mean the Minister of Environment that was previously an environmental activist, then I do have a concern there as well. Now let's talk about navigable waters. So there's a lot of red tape already in the area of navigable waters. And there's federal regulations, there's provincial regulations, and there's always a long delay in getting any resolution. And so now you've got the Minister of Environment and Climate Change having powers. But what about the Minister of Fisheries? And what about the Minister of Tourism if they all don't agree? I've raised this point in the questions a few times, but there hasn't really been a good answer. There needs to be some mechanism to sort out who's on first, who's got the prime responsibility. And I personally don't think that it should be the Minister of the Environment when it comes to navigable waters. I think that's clearly something that's a concern of fisheries and oceans, unless it is for tourism. If we think about some of the balancing of priorities, we know that when it comes to designating heritage sites, they're expensive to maintain. In my previous questions, I've talked about how in my riding I have Prime Minister Alexander Mackenzie's graveyard, which was falling into disrepair and took a really long time to get fixed. I think we need to make sure that there is a plan in place to afford the things that we're designating. I do like the idea of the registry of which locations are heritage locations. I think that will be helpful. And I think that will also help prevent people from removing things that were heritage sites, because the reasoning for why they were chosen in the first place will be part of that. And so then if I look at the final concern that I have again about this is that the government has brought this bill and again is giving more power to the government. And their track record is not great on this. I think we've seen numerous times where the government, has used their powers and not in the interests of the people. So I think that's why people are losing trust in the democracy and in the current government. So I think there need to be some protections that are put into this bill that will allow us to expand and recognize heritage sites, to afford to fix them, to make sure that we are not going to cancel them later, and to make sure that it's clear how we sort out conflict. Those are the main concerns that I have with the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I'd be happy to answer any questions people have.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Sure, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's interesting listening to the debate this afternoon on what I would have thought was fairly straightforward legislation, definitely the principles of it. I understand, don't necessarily agree with, but I understand what the official opposition is saying. But the legislation also is a very significant contribution towards reconciliation with the Clause 79. And from what I can tell, many of the discussions that have been coming forward could easily be dealt with at the committee stage. And my concern is that to what degree the Conservative Party would like to see the bill pass? Is there an interest on their part to see it passed? I said earlier this morning or today that it would be nice to see it passed before the end of the year. If she could just provide her perspective, given the importance of the principles of the legislation when it could go to committee.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for that question. Absolutely, I would like to see this bill passed. But the reason that we have to raise our concerns in this House at second reading is because my experience with committee has been that this Liberal government pays no attention to comments that are raised at committee, and many committees are not televised, and so the public will never know what the concern is with the bill. So we need to get them on the record today, and then the government's got time to think about what the solutions are, take my great suggestions, put them in place, and get ready for committee.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honorable député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. She mentioned resource development in her speech, but my colleague from Terrebonne spoke earlier on this bill. And she mentioned the resource development agreement between the Government of Quebec and Indigenous agreements, which is called the Peace of the Brave. And it's a true nation-to-nation agreement. So Indigenous communities are also concerned about climate change, and so they don't agree with every single resource development agreement. But first and foremost, what the question I want to put to her is how important is it to hold dialogue in a nation-to-nation fashion to ensure that Indigenous viewpoints and environmental concerns are taken into account as well, so that we don't go forward with resource development willy-nilly. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. It is very important to have discussions with Indigenous groups on a nation-to-nation basis. And it's great that Quebec has this type of agreement that allows this type of dialogue, but other provinces and territories do not have such agreements. So I don't think it's not good to hear the government announce that there will be heritage sites but does not provide the funding to set them up. So that's part of my concerns, is that it could make the situation worse.
Kiskani Kamaltara, the very patient honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just wanted to make a remark. This is the second speech I've heard today on National Historic Sites that mentions the Trans Mountain Pipeline, and I know there's a lot of people out there who can't wait for this project to be history. But what really got me going was when the member brought up the gatekeeper aspect, but mentioned that birds were the gatekeepers. And, you know, this is the first time I've heard people blame birds for these things. And I'm just wondering, similar to the previous question, would she rather get rid of the Migratory Birds Convention Act, get rid of the Fisheries Act, and let these developments happen willy-nilly? And, you know, is this what she really wants?
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question. Absolutely, I care about the species. I care about the environment. What I don't like is when those that are in power use excuses, such as designating a heritage site, which maybe was just a heritage site conveniently because it's in the way of a natural resources project that's going to be built, or comes with, picks one bird, that one bird that can only, be in that one place in order to prevent something from going forward. That is the kind of abuse of power that we don't want to see, and that's why we need protections in this bill to prevent it.
Well, 40 seconds left. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I have more of a comment to get on the record and see if my honourable member agrees. I have the Old Durham Road Black Pioneer Cemetery located in my riding. It's located near the terminus of the Underground Railway, which has been recognized by Ontario for over 30 years now as an important historic site for the province of Ontario. However, it's been rejected to get its national historic sort of recognition, partly because of unique things under the Act tied to cemeteries. I'm just hoping that during this debate we'll be able to get it amended and be allowed that this important Black history site in my riding gets recognized in the future. Would the member agree?
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton, quickly.
Absolutely.
It being 5:55, the House now proceeds to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, resuming consideration at third reading of Bill C-241, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, deduction of travel expenses for trade persons, standing in the name of Mr. Louis Essex.
I think we've talked about this recently. The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parole aujourd'hui sur le projet de loi.
I'm speaking to
La loi de l'impôt.
I rise to speak to C-241, which would allow workers to deduct their expenses for travel when they have to travel to a work site in construction that is at least 20 kilometers from their place of residence. I am the granddaughter of a mason, and I am niece, sister, and stepsister of carpenters and tradespeople. So this is a sector of our economy that I care deeply about and am knowledgeable about. The Bloc Québécois will support C-241. Today, I'll talk to you about the needs of the construction industry. I'll talk about the current economic situation, and I'll finish by talking to you about the labor shortages that we have. Now, this bill relates to a recommendation by the Building Trades Union of Canada. It represents 500,000 workers in construction in Canada who are members of 14 international unions, and they work in 60 trades and jobs and generate 6% of Canada's GDP. Now, salespeople, professionals, many workers in many sectors already have tax deductions for their travel costs, meal costs, accommodation costs. So it's only logical that such specialized laborers who work at work sites in regions or provinces other than their principal place of residence should have access to the same deductions. It's just a matter of basic fairness. Growth and investments in infrastructure are often uneven from one region to the next, and that leads to labor shortages, and this is one of the main obstacles to economic recovery. That is, labor shortages. It's an obstacle. And one of the ways that we can act to bring down price increases is to better improve the mobility of these workers. When costs aren't covered by the employer, the workers have to pay for them themselves. And when they have families or dependents, then their extra spending to travel for work can be too high, and it will make them less mobile. This tax deduction is a tangible, effective way to improve and increase the mobility of construction workers. According to calculations, this would also allow the federal government to save $347 million. In other countries like the U.S., they have in the U.S. Revenue Code provisions for these employees, so they can deduct meal, travel, and accommodation costs for temporary jobs far from their place of residence. If we were to do this, then it would incite people, encourage them to go back to work, and it would also address labor shortages and reduce dependence on government programs like insurance employment. And also, as we've said, travel costs to go to a worksite that's far from your residence can impact a worker's decision to accept the job or not. Now, inflation is the highest that it's been since 1982, as we know. It was 6.8% in 2022. But the increase of prices is unequal across sectors. In 12 months, the price of food rose by 9.8%, gas 28%, and the consumer price index without gas and food, inflation was 5.3%. And you know who has suffered the most from this? The most from the rising costs? Those with the lowest wages. The Bank of Canada announced 2 weeks ago its 8th rate hike, bringing the rate up to 4.5% versus 0.5% a year earlier. This rising interest rate benefits those who have savings, but it is very expensive for those who have debt. Young households who bought their first property during this real estate boom might have some major problems, especially if they have variable rate mortgages. Canadians are very worried. In fact, 50% of Quebecers say that they're worried about the increasing cost of living, according to a survey conducted by Scotiabank. The Bloc Québécois tabled a bill about this in May 2021. Our goal is to attract and retain recent graduates in our regions. The Bloc Québécois also wants to increase to $110 a month OAS pension payments for all seniors over 65. Like all other workers, specialized workers are dealing with rising costs, and according to a recent survey done by Canada's Building Trades Union, 75% of specialized trades workers say that this tax deduction will give them access to more jobs and job opportunities. This tax deduction will decrease the pressures that they face and the financial pressures that they face and live with. So with this, workers will accept jobs further away from home because gas prices are very high. In fact, Ukraine being invaded by Russia drove up oil prices to levels we haven't seen in 8 years. And gas prices are coming down, but it's very volatile and unpredictable, and that's enough to deter a worker from accepting a job far from home. So that's unfair. This tax deduction will also help deal with labor shortages in a specific sector. The pandemic made many people leave the sector for health reasons and increased labor shortages in some sectors. We need to take action urgently in order to support sectors that were hit hardest by labor shortages. Labor shortage is a major obstacle to economic recovery, and it leads to forced closures, contract losses, canceled investments for our businesses, and employees who are overworked. We need to improve working conditions for employees who are already working. Labor shortages are massive in Quebec, and we're going to be experiencing this until at least 2030, especially because our population is aging. We need to create jobs. The government said in its 2021 budget that it would create 1 million jobs. But that's not really logical, because how can you create jobs if you don't have enough workers? And the Bloc Québécois has been worried about this for a while. We need to value experienced workers. So the exemption that are used to calculate the OAS. OAS is for seniors over 65 who have low income, and that's in addition to, that's the GIS, and then there's also the OAS. But GIS decreases with the income that you make. The first 500 earned doesn't have an impact on your GIS, and we feel that the exemption should be increased by 1,500 from the current 5,000. We also need to transfer the temporary foreign workers program to Quebec. The Bloc Québécois wants it given to Quebec because Quebec knows better than Ottawa what its needs are in labor shortages in Quebec. There is a trend in Quebec. Businesses are really trying to accelerate their digital transition in order to increase productivity and get around labor shortage issues. We need to support small and medium enterprise businesses in order to keep them competitive. Also, when it comes to research and development, we need to strengthen tax credits in research and development in order to boost innovation. There is a tax credit up to $3,000 a year for new graduates who set up in our regions, up to $8,000 total for some recent graduates who work in designated specific regions. And to conclude, Mr. Speaker, a few numbers about the construction industry in Quebec. The construction industry is a main sector in Quebec. It's so important economically, but there's not one magic solution. And there are many solutions we need to implement because this is a major and very important industry in Quebec. It's important economically and also jobs-wise. It generates so many jobs. There were $53 billion in investment in 2019, and also construction generates 264,000 direct jobs on average by month. That's 1 in 20 jobs in Quebec, and it generates thousands of jobs in other sectors too. So in conclusion, the Bloc Québécois spoke about this at the beginning because this is a private member's bill, and with private members' bills, the government doesn't seem to propose any provisions or amendments, and that's not reassuring. No amendments were proposed. The bill was adopted without amendment on division in just 15 minutes. So, Mr. Speaker, we can see that this bill fits very well with the current challenges in the construction industry. This is very important. Construction is important to our economy, so we really need to deal with labor shortages in construction and other skilled trades, and this bill is one great way to do that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, thank you. Mr. Speaker, there are some aspects in which I agree with and others that I disagree with the member and the statements that she has made. When we talk about the Bill 241 itself, Mr. Speaker, there's issues that are surrounded in terms of the tax fairness within the legislation. There are a lack of safeguards within the legislation. It's, the member talks about supporting. And there are some technical deficiencies within the legislation, Mr. Speaker. I think that if we take a look, if I may, at Bill C-19, which was the federal legislation that was brought forward, Mr. Speaker, you'll see that in moving forward with the labor mobility tax credit, it does allow for workers in the building and construction trades to deduct up to $4,000 in eligible travel and temporary relocation expenses, giving them a tax credit of up to $600 a year. The labor mobility tax credit, I think in good part, goes a long way in being supportive of an industry. The member made reference to the construction industry in the province of Quebec. And the construction industry in the province of Quebec is, in fact, very important to this government. We recognize that there are many ways and many areas in which throughout the country that we can look at how it is we can further enhance and support the construction industry, Mr. Speaker. There is a labor shortage. The member made reference in terms of, well, what kind of actions, made reference to the number of jobs that the government committed in terms of creating. I think it's worthy of note. Do you know that over 800,000 jobs have been created if you look at the number of jobs in Canada pre-pandemic? So before the pandemic started, Mr. Speaker, take a look at the number. You could add, it's about 830,000 new jobs since that time. I would ultimately argue that the government has been very successful at ensuring that Canada is in a great position to be able to come back in a better and healthier way when it comes to the whole issue of jobs. Yes, there is a huge demand for employees in the different regions of the country. There are certain sectors, and the construction area is one of them, and that's one of the reasons why we looked at other mechanisms that we could put into place to support. So whether it's the forgiving of apprentice interest on federal loans, whether it's the enhancement of the labor mobility tax credit, or other initiatives, Mr. Speaker, I believe that it is contributing and making a difference. Recognize that immigration can play a critical role in meeting our labor demands, not only for today, but also into the future, Mr. Speaker. Further to that, I've always argued that if we looked outside of Canada to supply workers, we should also at the same time look at ways in which we can enable those workers to become landed immigrants to Canada. That is something that's been very important to this government. We've been looking at ways in which we can add to the workforce by bringing in international students and the positive impact that has had in Canada in many different ways, Mr. Speaker. Not only filling literally tens of thousands of jobs, but also adding to the social fabric in which we all live in and have grown to appreciate, Mr. Speaker. The numbers, and I use as an example of international students today compared to what it was 7-8 years ago, has multiplied significantly, Mr. Speaker, from the 40,000 to closer to 350,000. Significant numbers of international students. International students that are studying a wide spectrum of issues. When the member that spoke prior talked about construction jobs, many of them are taking those type of construction jobs. They're getting the education at our colleges and in some cases universities, Mr. Speaker, in order to work either directly or indirectly in the construction industry. We're looking at ways in which we can further enhance those opportunities for those that want to enter into the occupation, Mr. Speaker. There are many examples of low-income families that are working in the industry. And, I'm very pleased with the fact that we have the federal refund tax credit for Canada's worker benefit program. Tens of thousands of Canadians are directly benefited by that particular credit. And it's significant. A single family is close to $1,500, whereas a family or a single individual, I should say, is close to just over $1,400, and the family unit is up to $2,400. And that's to assist those workers on that lower income area. We take a look at the basic tax exemption. And I talk about this because taxation policy does matter. It does make a difference, Mr. Speaker. The government has looked at the labor market mobility tax credit within C19 and has addressed many of the shortcomings that I pointed out in regards to 241. I looked and had the opportunity to take a look into what it is C241 is proposing. And I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that there are just too many technical deficiencies. It is an issue of taxation fairness, Mr. Speaker, in some of the areas. There is, in fact, a lack of safeguards, as I pointed out. And the sponsor of the legislation maybe can sit down and with ministers or others that have been able to expand on some of those points, Mr. Speaker. What I do know is that when it comes to apprenticeship programs and ways in which we can support labor enhancement, the government has been very progressive in trying to deal with that, in enhancing that, Mr. Speaker. I myself have been with the Prime Minister in Manitoba at least on one or two occasions where we're taking a look at how it is that we can contribute to the enhancement of trades and labor, Mr. Speaker, in the province of Manitoba alone. We have wonderful organizations out there. We're developing programs. You know, earlier today we heard from the Conservatives finally get on board in terms of the whole idea of national not standards, but national opportunities for individuals to get recognized in healthcare professions, and even that mobility rights, if I can put it that way, across Canada. They make reference to it as a blue seal. I suspect where they're taking that idea in part from is the Red Seal program, which is for trades people, Mr. Speaker. That if you, whether it's an international or someone that takes culinary arts, and to be able to achieve that Red Seal has a profoundly positive impact for that individual. When we take a look at the construction industry, there's potential growth in that area in terms of getting that recognition from a national perspective. The government, through taxation policies, has been there and continues to be there for the construction industry in particular, but also, as I pointed out, to those that are on the low-income scale, Mr. Speaker, because not all, for example, construction workers are able to collect the money, the annual money necessary in order to provide for a full family or even as an individual. And that's why we've provided that enhancement of the Canada Worker Benefit Program. I do believe that it's important that we use our taxation policy as a mechanism to support families and individuals in different situations, and one of those situations is looking at ways in which we can enhance our labor market and support the people that are working so hard to get ahead in life, in particular in upgrading of skills, Mr. Speaker. Apprenticeship programs is an excellent example of that, and I thank you for the opportunity to share a few thoughts.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to join the debate here this evening. Bill C-241, sponsored by the member for Essex, is an excellent bill that the NDP will be supporting. I'm also pleased to be in the same area as this member, and I think it's a good example of how you can bring forth responsible and solid legislation that reflects not only just your area, but also is now going to impact the rest of the country. And unfortunately, I can't get the last 10 minutes back from the previous speaker, but I can tell you this much. The member has been open to meeting with the government and meeting with ministers on an open basis, and has approached this very responsibly, trying to get the Liberals to come on board. And quite frankly, I think the only reason the Liberals do not support this is because it's not their idea. It's as simple as that. I'm going to go through the specifics as why it's important, but very much a lot of people would see that this is a housekeeping bill in many respects. But I want to point out that this is a modest tax credit and a piece of legislation and an approach that should be in a minority parliament, a bipartisan way to get some stuff done for Canada. And I commend the member for actually coming forth with a bill right away. He was selected high in the order. And we only get a certain amount of opportunities and time. It's like winning the lottery, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker. And this is not a, I guess, going through the motions type of a bill. It's going to provide a tax credit where we know there are many tax credits out there for other individuals and for corporations, and it's unfortunate that we can't actually do this one. So this one in particular is to give travel-related expenses for work to at least 120 kilometers away from their place of residence. And so in Windsor and Essex County, that includes LaSalle and Tecumseh and Kingsville and even Chatham-Kent area in Southern Ontario, we often have different times where we might have a flux of employment with the auto industry or other types of trades that go up and down. And from there, we have many workers that will fly out to Alberta for the oil sands. They'll fly out to other places to do skilled trade work. And this is a modest tax credit to help them in that process. And so they're almost like self-employed in many respects, these individuals, because they do often belong to unions, like LiUNA, a very good union, and Unifor, another good union. And other times they're individually contracted and go out to different places, and the costs can be quite significant. And as the previous speaker before the last from the block mentioned, a really good point with regards to the inflationary costs that have gone up for travel and other things of that nature. So I think that's a really excellent point with regards to it. And so this keeps people working at a time and also stops them from having to go on unemployment. It also encourages young people to be able to have more stability. And it's a challenge when you actually have to work abroad. It's a lot of stress when it comes to family, raising young children. And these things are measures where they're controllable in terms of the person has to prove and receipt, and there's full accountability for the money that actually is taking place. So, Mr. Speaker, I looked at some of the other tax havens and types of taxes that we have on credits for people, and I'm going to read a few of them, and I'm going to focus on a couple of them to see how unfair it is for these workers to not be able to write off a few business-related expenses for their travel, and it's actually helpful for our country versus we have a corporate dividend tax credit, we have tax breaks for the oil and gas industry, we have stocks option deductions for taxes, we have a number of different business taxes that businesses can write off. They include, Mr. Speaker, can you believe it, private boxes for sports tickets, concerts, vacations, office parties, deductions for executive pay. All of those things, if you can believe it, can actually get a tax deduction. But a skilled trades worker, and we know as well, too, we're trying to get more women and diversity in our skilled trades. They can't get the same things that you can do with like an office party. It's outrageous. And for the government to complicate this or to make it more difficult than it seems is irresponsible. I don't know why they just can't get behind the bill. It's unfortunate. It does have a history in this House. Former New Democrats from Hamilton Centre, and the current one from Hamilton Centre, have brought forth this, and that includes past members Chris Charlton, Dave Christopherson, and Wayne Marston, and now our current member from Hamilton is doing an excellent job on this. And the member for Essex has pulled this together, and I think it's worthy bringing forth on the merit of it alone. But we have done this before. Last Parliament, I worked with the member from Saskatoon. I had a private member's bill on single event sports betting, and because he got selected higher, I took it off the order paper and gave it to him, and he took it and done a wonderful job, and it got passed as legislation, and that affects reduction of organized crime, and now we have an accountable process, and that was a good example of making Parliament work. And I think that this should be in the same type of a lens. And I don't know why government members would want to oppose this. Some of them argue it's redundant. Some of them argue it's not well enough, or it's not, it's ridiculous. I mean, those arguments are shallow and vain, quite frankly, because if there is still a problem, it can go to the Senate and make some amendments. Be creative and suggest something. Show something that is wrong with this in a concrete way, other than just trying to wind the clock down on the process. And I really think that when we get an opportunity in the House of Commons here, when we get our lottery, for those that people don't really know, is it's basically like we're all a ping pong ball in many respects. And the process is that we get drawn randomly at the process. And if you get selected in the top 40, you at least have a chance, some hope, to actually getting your bill through the entire process in a regular parliament. In a minority, it's even more shallow, because if we don't have a 5-year term, if it's a shorter term, you won't be able to get it through. And even the last one I did with the member for Saskatoon, again, who did an excellent job on working that bill with myself and others, it only came into effect within a couple of days because the Prime Minister refused to do it. And it finally took, outside lobbying efforts to get him to finally officially authorize and bring into force the legislation. It happened a couple of days before the last election. So it's hard enough. And my point being is that we all have a collective responsibility to use these opportunities to the best that we can. And so the member didn't choose to do this is happy Groundhog Month or something else like that. That's very shallow. This is well thought out. It's legislation that's been in the House here before. It's not going to break the Bank of Canada. In fact, it passed the test of mettle of being proper and due diligence by the Speaker's ruling. And that's one of the things that should be noted. And when we actually have the unions that are behind this as well too, Canada's building trade unions have been supporting this tax deduction for a long time. It becomes operably really good. And I mentioned LiUNA and Uniform as well. So again, Mr. Speaker, what we're talking about here is for a long period of travel for 120 kilometers that they're actually able to deduct a little bit of those costs. And we've all seen in the last number of months and the last couple of years, really, the rate of inflation going up. So I couldn't think of something that had a more appropriate timing than this. In fact, this, again, merits the government to steal the legislation if they want and actually impress upon getting something done for workers at this particular time. And if it was my choice, if we're saying the government say, oh, we can't afford this for skilled trade workers, well, why don't we just stop letting people write off private boxes and corporations from deducting office parties and other nonsense like that? Versus out of something that can go right to the worker and again goes through our accounting process that's already established. So he's not even creating another bureaucratic arm or another bureaucratic process. It's actually amendment of our current tax code, which again is commendable in an approach that's being taken because it's responsible and it can actually be triggered right away. So I feel passionately about this because I think there's two things that are behind this motion or this bill as I wrap up here. The first and foremost is that you have a member that sincerely brought forth legislation that's been having a number of different versions in the House in the past that is very much respectable to a bipartisan approach to doing work together. And then second to that, it's very effective for the tradespeople and it has a real direct correlation to the economy and how we can actually protect workers, enhance their opportunities, their families, and also a social justice element from my end of it to conclude is that, again, there's a lot of other tax things that are out there that are a bunch of nonsense. And they really should be reviewed and eliminated or at least discussed, whereas this one is extremely responsible. And I hope that this bill receives the proper weight through at least the government looking at what they can do, and we can move it to the Senate and go from there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Le débat continue. The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it is a great pleasure for me to rise in support of this excellent piece of legislation from my colleague from Essex, a great part of Canada. The good people of southwestern Ontario have got behind this honourable member and our leader, by the way. Our leader, the new leader of the Conservative Party, visited that part of the world. Lots of skilled trades workers in southwestern Ontario, and a massive rally came together for our leader's visit there. Over 1,500 people came out to hear the positive Conservative message about making sure that work always pays. There are so many people in this country right now, Mr. Speaker, working so hard, juggling different jobs, often more than one job, trying to pick up extra shifts and finding, always looking for new ways to earn a little bit more. People will always want to do better for their families. People always want to leave more for their children and give their children the types of things that they never had when they were growing up. That's a pretty standard, constant human emotion, especially here in Canada. But with the inflation crisis that the Liberals have created, the need to pick up extra shifts and to have a little bit more money at the end of every day is even more pronounced, because the dollars that they were earning aren't going far enough anymore, as the Prime Minister devalues the value of the paychecks that people bring home. More and more Canadians are forced to work more and more, longer and longer hours, or harder and harder at this job. Now, construction workers, skilled tradespersons, they often have extra costs that office workers don't. You know, we all know that that skilled trades have to spend a lot of money on tools, for example, and various governments at various times, the previous Conservative government wanted to recognize that cost for skilled trade workers and brought in special tax measures for tools that skilled trades workers have to spend their money on. This bill, though, this is not a tax credit. This bill is a great way to compensate, to recognize the costs that are often associated with traveling to work by allowing those workers to deduct those costs from their income altogether. So, you know, Mr. Speaker, as you know, if you go into a restaurant, you pay for a burger, maybe it costs $5. Well, we know that the restaurant owner doesn't have to pay tax on the full $5, because that $5 of revenue first has to go to pay the cost. Has to pay the cost of the meat that's in the burger, the bun, the worker who cooked it and put it together. So the business owner only has to pay tax on the profit from that $5 cheeseburger. So we're kind of applying the same logic to the skilled trades here. When someone has to travel a long distance, that should not be, the payment for that work should not ignore the reality that the worker had to pay money out of their own pocket to get to where they had to go. So, great example in the province of Saskatchewan that I'm so proud to represent. We have lots of large-scale infrastructure projects, mining projects, natural resource projects that occur, that take place far away from large urban centers. You know, we have potash mines where big companies are investing big dollars and they're desperate for workers to fill those jobs. And there are workers who would love to go and work there, but they can't relocate their family for a short period of time. They don't want to pull their kids out of school, sell their house, and move to in some cases, a very small town that may not even have housing available to them. So what do? They commute. They might rent a place nearby, or they might literally drive there and back every day. And they're doing that to work. They're doing that to both fill a need in our economy, a project or a job that needs to get done, and they're doing it for themselves. But their paycheck and the taxes that are charged on that should reflect the costs that they had to spend to do the very job that they're qualified to do. This, by the way, happens in the corporate world. You know, companies that have to spend money on transportation, companies that have to fly their staff various parts of the country or have to transport in materials, or they're allowed to deduct those costs against their revenues and only pay tax on the difference. So I view this measure as tax fairness for skilled trades workers. You know, one point of differentiation between the Liberals and the Conservatives, anytime you hear the Liberals talk about tax fairness, you can be sure of one thing: they're raising taxes. That's literally the only way that the Liberals know how to even think about tax fairness. When Conservatives think about tax fairness, we think about lowering taxes. We think about getting government out of the way. And one of the things that's been so inspiring to watch from the leader of our party now is how he's showing Canadians how many barriers, how many obstacles to growth, to prosperity exist all around the country. We just had a fantastic announcement. The leader of the opposition, the leader of the Conservative Party, announced that a Conservative government would bring in what's called a Blue Seal program to allow highly skilled, trained medical professionals travel from one province to the other, or move from one province to the other to fill a need in a province there, or for people who have credentials from outside Canada to have those credentials recognized so they can fill badly needed positions in our healthcare sector all across the country. This type of initiative builds on that. This type of initiative to encourage workers to go to where the work is and removing that impediment, that obstacle to that prosperity is just an incredible method to get people working and to get big projects built again. And, you know, this initiative is needed because the investment that goes into a lot of these large-scale construction projects are cyclical. You know, you build a bridge, you don't need to build another bridge for many, many years, but another municipality might need a bridge. So our skilled workforce has needed to become very mobile, very flexible. They need to be able to go to where the work is. And when a company has take a mining company, for example, they can only do so much exploration every year. They can only do so much drilling. They can only do so much infrastructure building because of their own equipment barriers. So they tend to rotate and they tend to move around where they focus their investments on. So one year it might be in Saskatchewan, the next year it might be in British Columbia. We need to ensure that our workforce can be flexible too, and that we remove this barrier. Because otherwise, Mr. Speaker, if we don't, then there may be a job that goes unfilled, and there may be a worker that could do it, but they look at the salary offered for it, and they say, you know, by the time I fly in and out several times a year, or by the time I drive the long hours, as the Liberal carbon tax makes the cost of fuel go up, those costs are becoming more and more significant. And so the worker might say, you know, I'm not that much better off if I take this job. At the end of the day, by the time I pay for all those out-of-pocket expenses, by the time I pay my taxes on the money I've earned, I've done all this work and spent all this time away from my family, I'm not even further ahead. This bill removes that barrier, that obstacle, and makes it that much easier for a worker to say, yes, I'll take that job. I will go and take the skills that I've learned over my years and I will apply it to the job that's needed to be done, and everybody wins. Everybody wins. The worker wins, our overall economy wins, Canadian pension holders win as Canadian companies do better and better. This is literally, my colleague from Essex has found a win-win-win solution to help all aspects of our economy with this great initiative. And I just can't tell you how shocked I am that the Liberals are going to vote against it. But I say that, and then I realize I shouldn't be shocked at the hypocrisy. When Liberals say one thing and do another, it's more disappointing than shocking, I guess is the right word, Mr. Speaker, because we see it all the time. They talk a good game. They like to make announcements. They like to go to conventions full of workers that they're trying to win their votes over. They like to have fancy meetings with the heads of some of the unions. But when it comes time to actually doing something, to actually delivering, they're going to say no. The Liberal excuse for saying no is so flimsy. You know, they claim they have another type of solution. It's not going to benefit workers the same way that this is. Because of the nature of how my colleague from Essex has designed this bill, by allowing workers to deduct those expenses right off the top, it's a massive tax savings for them. But overall, it won't be that much of a cost for the economy, because instead of looking at it as a reduction of revenue for the government, we should be looking at this as an expansion of the work that's going to be done all over the country and the economic activity that's going to lead to even more economic activity. So once again, disappointed but not shocked that the Liberals have said one thing during an election and done another thing after the votes are counted. That has been the story of this Prime Minister and this government. But once again, Conservatives have shown the way. We're showing how we are going to bring home better jobs, better paychecks, and the money left over in Canadians' pockets will go farther with the Leader of the Opposition when he becomes Prime Minister of Canada, Mr. Speaker.
Le débat continue.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Good evening. We're here this evening to debate Bill C-241, or an act to amend the Income Tax Act, deduction of travel expenses for tradespersons. Bill C-241 is sponsored by the member for the Ontario riding of Essex, and it is at third reading. C-241 is to amend the Income Tax Act to allow tradespeople and indentured apprentices to deduct travel expenses from their income when they travel. When they are employed in the construction industry on a job site that is located at least 120 kilometers away from their ordinary place of residence. I would like to announce that the Bloc Québécois will vote in favor of this initiative. It's not a major initiative, but it's very interesting. And it's also my feeling that this is a fairly consensual bill. We could handle this evening if you like, have a vote with a show of hands. Is there something in our procedure? I find it rather tricky. We know that everyone will vote in favor, but we have to go through various stages. And we'll end up with the same result. The tax benefit introduced in Bill C-241 responds to a request from the Canadian Building and Construction Trades Union, which represents over 500,000 construction workers from coast to coast to coast. These people are active in over 60 trades and occupations and represent 6% of Canada's GDP. That's not negligible. In Quebec, the construction industry is an extremely important sector of activity. We're talking about investments of nearly $53 billion in 2019. This industry also generates 600,000 direct jobs on average per month, or 1 in 20 jobs in Quebec. In Canada, salespeople, professionals, and many other workers in various sectors already benefit from a tax deduction for their travel, meal, and accommodation expenses. Therefore, it's normal to claim the same for specialized workers who work on sites far from their main place of residence. It's just a matter of fairness. And at its core, the scope of C-241 is fiscal and economic. And this bill aims to address the labor shortage and, by extension, inflation, because when expenses are not covered by the employer, workers must pay for them themselves. And with families to support, extra travel expenses can become very high and therefore dampen a worker's willingness to accept certain contracts. Mr. Speaker, inflation was 6.8% in 2022, the highest since 1982, when it was 10.9% at that time. Just think of the extreme volatility of the price of oil, or gas rather. In June 2022, a litre of gas cost $2.20 in Quebec. Enough to ruin any family who has to travel for work. And as I was saying, the tax deduction brought in by C-241 is a concrete and effective measure to promote the mobility of workers in the construction sector. It's an incentive to return to work. Indeed, according to a recent study by the Building Trades Union, 75% of skilled trade workers say that a tax deduction will give them access to more job opportunities.
Avec l'inflation actuelle, le moment est donc bien choisi.
With current inflation, this is a perfect time to put in place this tax deduction, which will ease the financial burden for tradespeople. This tax incentive will compensate for the labor shortage and reduce the dependency of Quebecers and Canadians on government programs such as EI. From this perspective, calculations have shown that C-241 could save the federal government some $347 million. I would like to point out that we're not reinventing the wheel with Bill C-241. Other countries, such as the United States, have authorized a similar tax deduction some time ago. So this is a targeted, timely, and proven measure, especially south of the border. So it would be very difficult to vote against it. I drew a correlation between the tax deduction under C-241, the labor shortage, and inflation. We, in the Bloc Québécois, argue that acting on the labor shortage would ease inflation, which affects and troubles more and more of our fellow citizens. The pandemic forced many people to lose their jobs for medical reasons and exacerbated the labor shortage in certain sectors, especially in the trades. This shortage, it hampers economic recovery, and we can see it in forced shutdowns, lost contracts, and reduced investments in our businesses, and as well as overworked employees. Inflation comes partly from an imbalance between supply and demand, especially with a limited supply because of this labor shortage, and a stable or growing demand. Reducing the labor shortage in a specific sector, as C241 seeks to do, could ease the imbalance between supply and demand and reduce inflation. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, it was a bad idea on the part of the Liberal government to seek to create 1 million jobs in the 2021 budget without including effective mechanisms to counter this labor shortage. For many years now, the Bloc Québécois has taken this labor shortage seriously. During the election campaign, we proposed an array of measures to tackle it, including focusing on experienced workers, transferring the temporary foreign worker program to Quebec, investing in research and development, investing in the digital shift, and tax credits for new graduates working in the regions. In closing, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois has always been an ally of tradespeople because of their contribution to Quebec's economic prosperity. C241 introduces a timely and targeted tax measure that will ease the financial burden of tradespeople while tackling the labor shortage and inflation. For all these reasons, once again, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois will be voting in favor of Bill C241. Thank you very much and have a good evening, Mr. Speaker.
And the debate continuing.
And the debate continues.
No, if I'm to recognize the Honourable Member for Essex before his right of reply. The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. They say it's a marathon, not a race. And tonight I think we've got halfway through the marathon. So tomorrow could be a really monumental day for skilled trades, across Canada. If it's passed in this House, it'll go to the Senate. And they're one step closer to building Canada, to building our economy, and quite frankly, to building their own careers. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-241, it's a common bill for the common people. It makes common sense, something that doesn't happen a lot in this House, but this one does. So, first and foremost, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank God, because without this opportunity, without him, this opportunity would never come to existence. So I say thank you so much for this opportunity. Number two, Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you so much to the Bloc Québécois for their amazing remarks this evening, and to the member from Windsor West for really understanding what this bill and what this bill can do for skilled trades across Canada. Thank you to those members. I want to thank Tommy Hulkinen, Carpenters Union down from Windsor. Truthfully, one of the curators of this bill, if you will. He was here this evening. I got a chance to speak to him before this. Really want to say thanks to him and Carl Lovett as well from the IBEW, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. Really, really awesome. Nancy Yan, who helped me get to this spot as well. She knows who she is. All of the various trades across Canada that I've spoke to over the last year or so, scripting this bill, tweaking this bill, ensuring that it's actually doing the work that it's designed to do. So to each and every one of you, thank you. You know, Mr. Speaker, I'm not one that says anything other than let's get it done. Let's get the darn job done. Let's fast forward this as fast as you possibly can. And so this afternoon, I got a chance to speak with our leader, and I filled him in, and I really want to say thank you to our leader of the official opposition for being very, very influential in this bill as well. I know back when he was a shadow minister for finance, I went to him for thoughts, and he said, make darn sure it's a tax deduction, and make sure there's no limit on this, so that folks, workers, skilled trades across Canada, don't have a limit on how many hours they should be working per year. I guess the question now is, Mr. Speaker, why doesn't the Liberal Party support skilled trades? That is the question now in this House. I don't understand, to save my soul, why they wouldn't support skilled trades, but apparently they don't. But tomorrow's a fresh day and a new day. Speaker, it's only ever been and will only ever be about the people. You can have the greatest widget in the world. You won't build one and you won't sell one unless you're surrounded by the greatest people. And our skilled trades are exactly who will build this amazing country called Canada, but equally who need our support. I don't care who gets the credit, Mr. Speaker. I truly don't care. If the government wants to take my bill, Bill C-241, and put it into legislation tomorrow, I'm good with that, as long as our skilled trades get the support that they deserve and need.
Good job.
Mr. Speaker, again, it's a marathon. It's not a race. My phone is on. My door is open. If the government will reach out to me and have a conversation with me about how to enhance, perhaps in the Senate when it goes to the Senate tomorrow, thanks to the amazing Bloc and NDP support, I'm all ears. Let's just support our skilled trades. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I will say it one more time. It's only about people, Mr. Speaker. It's only ever been about the people. And unless we support the ones that fix our bridges and build our roads and hold our electrical system, keep it going, we've got nothing. Mr. Speaker, it's been an honor. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mr. Lewis, Essex, seconded by Ms. Rood, move that Bill C-241, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, deduction of travel expenses for tradespersons, be now read a third time and do pass. If a member of a recognized party, President of the House, wishes the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, we would request a recorded division, please.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, March 22nd, 2023, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Alors, à ce moment-ci,
now, pursuant to Standing Order 38, therefore the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure for me to be able to speak about this government's relationship with McKinsey in follow-up to a question that I asked further. Now, this has been an important issue for me, an important issue for the opposition. Why? Well, there's a number of reasons. First, the government is spending over $100 million, has spent over $100 million on contracts for McKinsey, work that public servants have told the media in many cases could have been done inside the public service. More broadly, we're seeing a significant increase in spending on outside consultants by this government at the same time as we're seeing growth in the public service. So the government is spending more inside the public service, and they're spending more contracting out activities as well, Mr. Speaker. So there's a basic fiscal probity question that's at play here. But there's some other issues that are, I think, very important as we look at the government's relationship with McKinsey. One is that Dominic Barton, the managing partner of McKinsey, was leading the Prime Minister's Growth Council, having special access through that Growth Council to ministers and to the government, at the same time as McKinsey was pitching services for sale to the government. And we know this, in fact, from emails that Mr. Pickersgill, who was working for McKinsey, was supplying analysts for the Growth Council at the same time as he was sending emails to the government requesting work, and we've seen those emails. So very clearly, there are questions of conflict of interest. There are other issues of conflict of interest. The fact that our Minister of Defense yesterday at the Operations Committee was asked, is it acceptable for McKinsey to be doing work for the Canadian Department of Defense at the same time as they're potentially working for other departments of defense for hostile actors around the world, and learning things from our Department of Defense that they may be using in those other interactions. Now, the Minister of National Defense did not know or wasn't willing or able to tell the committee which other departments of defense around the world McKinsey was working for. But we were told by the deputy minister, don't worry, because the information, the issues that McKinsey are working on, I mean, they're not that secret. I mean, really, they're just talking about operational, structural details. They're not getting access to national security. It's just operational aspects of the work of government and so forth. But on the other hand, the minister was unwilling to provide basic information about these contracts to the committee unredacted. So what we heard from the Minister of National Defense and her department effectively was that the information, it's not so secret that we need to worry about what McKinsey may be learning and using in their engagements with other hostile powers. But at the same time, that the information is so secret that it couldn't even be shared with members of a parliamentary committee, despite the order to produce that content. And a final issue I'll raise tonight, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that McKinsey worked for Purdue Pharma and gave them advice specifically on how to supercharge opioid sales. Now, that's not just an issue of something happening beyond our borders. The opioid crisis has affected so many Canadians. I think every family has in some way been touched by the opioid crisis. And McKinsey specifically advised Purdue Pharma on how to turbocharge their sales engine. Advice included, for instance, how to circumvent traditional pharmacies by operating mail-in pharmacies to circumvent the controls that were being put in place at traditional pharmacies. That advice included paying bonuses for overdoses that occurred, Mr. Speaker. This was advice that McKinsey provided to Purdue Pharma at the same time as McKinsey was working for the Government of Canada, and at the same time as Dominic Barton was leading McKinsey and leading the Prime Minister's Growth Council. So it raises the question, why is this government willing to do business with McKinsey? Why are they comfortable with the risks that this poses in terms of fundamental ethics, the opioid crisis issues, as well as the conflict of interest issues? And we've repeatedly raised the broader question of all the money that's being spent on these outside consultants. The government relationship with McKinsey stinks and needs to be addressed.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to spar with the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, who is definitely one of my favourites in terms of talking to in this House. Let me start by referencing one of the things that the Honourable Member said in questioning our Minister. The Prime Minister is a very close personal friend of Dominic Barton, who is the managing partner of McKinsey. Of course, Mr. Speaker, as you know, Dominic Barton has not been the managing partner of McKinsey for the last 5 years, and he's not a very close personal friend of the Prime Minister. In fact, when we had Dominic Barton before our committee, I had a chance to ask Mr. Barton some questions. I said, Mr. Barton, are you one of the Prime Minister's 5 best friends? No. Is the Prime Minister one of your 10 best friends? No. Is the Prime Minister one of your 25 best friends? No. Is the Prime Minister one of your 50 best friends? No. Do you have the Prime Minister's phone number? No. Have you ever had dinner with the Prime Minister? No. Have your wives and the Prime Minister and his wife ever socialized? No. Do you consider the Prime Minister to be a friend? No. Have you ever worked out with the Prime Minister? No. Well, that's how, Mr. Speaker, with my men friends, one of the things that I do with them is work out. We play tennis, we swim, we run. So, in any case, I don't think that Dominic Barton is a close personal friend of the Prime Minister. And then another thing that has been referenced again today is, well, let me read this. Dominic Barton was running a government advisory body while at the same time his company was collecting over $100 million in contracts on the side. Well, Mr. Speaker, that is also factually not true. Almost all of the contracts that went to McKinsey, and now we're talking about $115 million in contracts, $104 million came from our department, Public Services and Procurement Canada, came after Dominic Barton was no longer the managing partner of McKinsey and had his shares from McKinsey, whatever he had, were divested at the moment that he left McKinsey. He clarified at committee, and my dear friend from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan was at committee, that he had zero financial interest left in McKinsey and didn't have any financial interest at the time that 99% of these agreements were actually entered into with the government. So what we're seeing, Mr. Speaker, is actually a very important issue, two very important issues. Number one, the question of whether or not we should be reducing the amount of outsourcing in the federal public service. And as we know, federal public servants themselves determine when outsourcing is needed, when there's a surge capacity required or when there is work that is outside the core mandate of the federal civil service. But that doesn't mean we should not look and see if we need policies that will further reduce the amount of times we outsource, because of course it is an added cost when you outsource. And my minister has been tasked, along with the president of the Treasury Board, to look into this specific question. Also, my honourable friend and I share, I believe, a very strong commitment to human rights-related foreign policy. And one of the things we should be looking at, and which we are looking at, and I hope the OGO committee will focus on, is what changes to the integrity regime should disqualify companies from bidding on business from the Government of Canada. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, what's happened is this has become entangled in a question about McKinsey, where there's been a political narrative that some people have tried to build that somehow McKinsey is close personal friends with the government and getting contracts in an untoward manner, which is not the case. So we've unfortunately moved away from the large policy questions we should be focused on, which I think Liberals and Conservatives and New Democrats and Bloc members could perhaps all agree on. Let's get to an OGO report and let's start having meetings about McKinsey. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, Mr. Speaker, on the all-important question of whether the Prime Minister and Dominic Barton ever worked out together, I think this is a bit of an exercise in absurdity. What we know factually is that Dominic Barton has told the committee, this Prime Minister guy, we're not friends. We barely know each other, right? I didn't recognize him in an elevator once, right? And the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister have said precisely the opposite over and over and over again. In fact, there are various clips, and I've shared them, others have shared them, where the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister have spoken very specifically about how accessible Dominic Barton is, about how they have a connection. In fact, to the issue of who has whose phone number, the Deputy Prime Minister said at the time that Dominic Barton was appointed ambassador, we need an ambassador who can be able to call the Prime Minister at any time on the phone, and this is a connection that Dominic Barton has with the Prime Minister that has been built up over time. So who's telling the truth, the government or Dominic Barton? But it's clear that there's a cushy relationship, that McKinsey has, through quote-unquote pro bono work, sought to integrate itself in government and use that integration to push its business forward. That's the problem. Over $100 million of contracts have come out of this close integration of relationships, and it needs to be scrutinized.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much again, and I thank my honourable friend, and I guess I would disagree with him about whether or not working out is a way to bond or not, but I invite him to come run with me, Mr. Speaker, and if you want to join, that would be be delighted to have you as well, and the honourable member for Winnipeg North. But in the end result, I think the committee should be focused on the big picture questions of whether or not we should be outsourcing as much as we do, and whether or not the integrity regime needs to be changed. I think the question of whether or not McKinsey got contracts in McKinsey, if they indeed were getting contracts in the way that my honourable colleague is suggesting, has done a terrible job because they have way fewer contracts than comparable companies. And all of them almost have occurred after Dominic Barton left. This is not the issue. The issue is not that our federal public service has not appropriately given contracts to McKinsey. It's a question of the large policy issues, and I share the honourable member's objective. We hopefully can cooperate in getting to a better place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of my constituents and all Canadians who want the truth about the extent of the communist interference in our elections. The truth is out there. It's not even that far. The truth lies just across Wellington Street in the Prime Minister's office. That's why Conservatives are asking for the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff to appear before committee. It's also why the Liberals are filibustering. We want the truth, and the Liberals are desperate to prevent the truth from coming out. The facts, as they stand, are damning. The Liberal Party was warned about the communists funneling cash to candidates. The Prime Minister's office was informed of CSIS concerns about the member for Don Valley North. The Prime Minister's refusal to answer is an answer in of itself. The government knew and did nothing. The only matter left in question is why did they do nothing? The best case scenario is they thought informing Canadians would make them look bad. Many Liberals still blame the RCMP for announcing an investigation into their finance minister during the 2006 election. It's a comforting fantasy Liberals tell themselves so they don't have to admit that the Liberal government had funneled money to ad agencies for little or no work, other than to pass the cash back to the Liberal Party. Of course, the Liberals don't want to admit they put their partisan interests ahead of national interests. The worst case scenario is that they put the interests of an authoritarian communist regime ahead of our national interests. The truth lies somewhere between the best case and the worst case. Having the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff testify is both imperative and insufficient. We've seen from the Liberal filibuster that they really don't want the whole truth revealed. We can only get at the truth with an independent public inquiry led by someone all parties agree to. Now, in a minute, the parliamentary secretary is going to rise and respond to a series of talking points prepared by the Prime Minister's office. They'll claim the government has launched multiple avenues of investigation to get at the truth. No one's questioning the actions of CSIS, no one but the Liberals. And just in case there was a risk NSERA could reveal anything, any uncomfortable truths, this government went and ordered NSERA to investigate the Canada Revenue Agency for alleged anti-Muslim bigotry based on documents the RCMP claims are fake. Next, the parliamentary secretary will point to the Prime Minister's secret committee of parliamentarians. Unfortunately for this government, Global News has already reported on a redacted document produced by the secret committee, which confirms the government was aware of the communist funding and did nothing. The secret committee already reviewed the matter, reported to the Prime Minister that there was a communist network funding Liberals, and recommended he take actions. Those recommendations were ignored. Reports were ignored. Warnings were ignored. Red flashing lights were ignored. Canadians want the truth, and we won't be ignored.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my friend across the way. Speaking notes not required here. So I can assure the member that what I'm sharing with her now is strictly what I personally believe. And at the end of the day, I think that we have to put things into a proper perspective here. You know, foreign interference into elections is something that's not new. Mr. Speaker, it's been happening for many, many years. In fact, Mr. Speaker, when it was first really brought to the attention of the government, it was when Prime Minister Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister of Canada. It's when her current leader of the current leader of the Conservative Party of Canada was actually the minister responsible for democratic reform. Now, I want you to imagine the current leader and this information being brought to his attention, and what did he actually do? The simple answer, Mr. Speaker, and the truthful answer, the factual answer is he did nothing. As Stephen Harper and the government just ignored the issue completely in its entirety. Now, contrast a lack of action to what it is that we have done. Virtually from day one, Mr. Speaker, we have made changes. We can talk about the establishment of the parliamentary committee joining the other Four Eyes of the Five Eye countries to ensure that members of Parliament on all sides of the House could hear the most secretive information that our security agencies have. That was something that we put in place virtually months after taking the reins of power here in Canada in terms of government. Mr. Speaker, we have heard from numerous security agencies and civil servants on the issue of foreign election interference. We even heard the other day, yesterday, I made reference to the ambassador of the United States to Canada, all of which have said that the allegations, the foreign interference that we hear about did not, and I underline the word not, impact the outcome of the last federal election. This is an issue, Mr. Speaker, that should be done in such a manner that the partisan politics should be taken to the side, as election interference affects the fundamental principles of our democracy. And I don't think there should be any member in the chamber that should be accused of not protecting Canada's interests on that file. So not only have we had significant actions taken by this government, many of which were initiated by this government, but we have had overtures of ensuring that we will continue. And the biggest one that comes to my mind is the Special Rapporteur. A Conservative Party appointment as Governor General, Mr. Johnston, is now charged with the responsibility of looking into the matter and reporting back ultimately on his recommendations, which could include a public inquiry into the future. Why do the Conservatives not have confidence in our civil service in a former appointment made by Stephen Harper?
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary secretary opened up with the whataboutism. He deflected, saying foreign interference isn't anything new. Mr. Speaker, David Johnston was one of Canada's best Governor-Generals, and incredibly, this Prime Minister made David look even better in retrospect when compared to his predecessor. If you look up eminent Canadian in the dictionary, you'll see a picture of David Johnston, which is why it's all the more disappointing he take the position giving the real perception of conflicts of interest from his time with the Trudeau Foundation and his role leading the controversial debate commission. Should David Johnston return anything less than a recommendation for an open and transparent public independent inquiry led by someone agreed to by all parties, it'll be completely reasonable for Canadians to ask if the fix was in. That'll be an unfortunate eulogy for a distinguished career of public service. Canadians deserve better.
Hear, hear. Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, think about it, Mr. Speaker. It's a threat to the Honourable Mr. Johnston, someone that has been an incredible Canadian. The threat is, you better come with a public inquiry recommendation or we are going to sandbag you at every opportunity we get. Mr. Speaker, how disrespectful for a true Canadian, someone that has served our country in many different ways. It shows you to the degree in which the Conservative Party is prepared to be partisan on this issue. Foreign interference is nothing new. Not only has it happened in Canada before, it's happened to many of our allied countries, Mr. Speaker. We have a government that has aggressively been pursuing the issue. We now have an appointment of a Canadian with exceptional credentials. And I find it unfortunate that the Conservative Party would sandbag such an incredible individual.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Reed Lakes.
Well, thank you, Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise this evening to talk about the struggles that Canadians are facing with affordability. We know that to be able to afford to feed their families and heat their homes and to put gas in the car to get them to work, they need to have a job. And we start out at a point where after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, 4 in 10 Canadians are actively afraid that they're going to lose their job. And 50% of Canadians are on the brink of insolvency. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, the average price of groceries for a family is up around 15% more on a week-by-week basis, spending thousands more on groceries this year than they did last year. And after 8 years of this Prime Minister, there's no relief in sight when Canadians look down the road, they look what's to come on the calendar, and it's tax increases. Tax increases on April 1st, and more tax increases when they plan to triple their carbon tax on everything. I receive in my office regularly a particular type of correspondence from Canadians. Actually, at church, 2 Sundays ago, Chuck wanted to share with me his natural gas bill and just can't believe the tax that he's paying on top of the tax that he's paying. He's wondering if it's legal that the government's charging tax on tax. But what everyone's wondering when they're looking at these bills that they're sending to my office, asking, what can we do to help them? How are they going to be able to get through another year? Well, we've presented the government with several options that they could choose from that would help to make life more affordable for Canadians. Scrapping their carbon tax on everything is the first and best way for the government to have a positive impact on the affordability crisis that's facing Canadians. The price of homes have doubled under this government. And they'll say, well, no one spent more. No one spent more to achieve less than this government has. It's a devastating picture when you look at the impact of the policies of this government. But the prescription is clear. They can cap new spending and they can cut taxes and start with scrapping that carbon tax. That's what we're asking the government to do. And it's what Canadians are asking of them. They need a break, and it's time to bring those savings, bring that relief, bring that affordability home for Canadians. That's what Canada's Conservatives are offering, and that's the bare minimum that we expect from the government. And with that, I think my time has expired, Speaker, so I look forward to the response from the government. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure to participate in tonight's debate about affordability as well as fiscal responsibility in Canada. I share the concern that many Canadians are struggling to make ends meet in this period of elevated global inflation, and the fact that the high cost of food and housing in particular is having significant economic repercussions. Now, we have disagreed significantly on the cause of inflation, and that has led to significantly different policy outcomes. While the Conservatives have made proposals such as cutting seniors' pensions and reducing employment insurance, we have put forward an affordability plan with measures to support Canadians, such as increased retirement security, as well as inexpensive access to childcare and to dental care. Thankfully, we continue to see a gradual decrease of inflation, and the OECD predicts that we will return to target by 2024. Last June, inflation in Canada was 8.1%, and as we heard earlier today, in fact, it is down to 5.2%. Now, that is still much too high, but it is lower than what we are seeing in peer economies. For example, in Europe, inflation is 8.5%, and in the UK, it is 10.1%. In fact, Canada is facing global economic headwinds from a position of fundamental economic strength. In the member's opening statement, he worried about Canadians losing their jobs. Well, Canadians have actually created more than 800,000 new jobs since the pandemic, This represents a 126% recovery rate from jobs lost due to COVID, compared to just 114% in the United States. In fact, the employment rate in Canada remains at historic lows. Also, the International Monetary Fund projects that Canada will have the strongest annual growth in the G7 by the fourth quarter of this year. Through the COVID-19 pandemic, our government provided over $119 billion of support, which benefited 8.9 million Canadians through the CERB and over 900,000 small businesses through the CEBA. This allowed our most vulnerable families to put food on the table and to keep small businesses from going bankrupt. Now, while it is always difficult to demonstrate the counterfactual argument, or in other words, what would have happened if we didn't step up to support Canadians during the pandemic, but it is fair to say that our recovery would have been significantly worse, and that thousands of businesses whose doors are still open wouldn't have actually survived. Now, the Conservatives have criticized us by saying that not all of these funds went to their intended recipients. However, they also know that we are continuing to audit and cost recover those specific cases. Further, it was actually the Conservatives who put forward and passed a motion to stop auditing businesses that claimed the wage subsidy. As we prepare for Budget 2023, I would like to reaffirm our government's continued commitment to prudent fiscal management. We continue to enjoy a AAA credit rating, as well as the lowest deficit and lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7. This allows us to continue to support our most vulnerable citizens who are struggling with elevated levels of inflation. This includes $2.5 billion for 11 million Canadians with low and modest incomes through the special GST credit payment, spending that was supported by the Conservatives, including the member opposite. I thank the member opposite for his support because it benefited over 50% of seniors. We are also providing dental care for 230,000 children under the age of 12 and affordable childcare so that working parents can re-enter the workforce more easily. We will continue to invest in our economy to grow opportunities for the middle-class Canadians while making life more affordable and getting inflation under control. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, the Liberals checked with their friends around the world, and they've decided that Canadians have never had it so good. I can tell you that the inflation rate at 8.5% in Europe or 10.1% in the UK, as the parliamentary secretary offered, those numbers, those words, do nothing to fill the bellies of hungry Canadians who can't afford to eat because they're being crushed by the inflationary policies that have come to pass after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister. Canadians are looking for relief, and these Liberals can offer it to them. Their carbon tax is not lowering emissions, but it is lowering Canadians' prosperity. And I caution people against diminishing the concern that 40% of Canadians have about losing their job. Well, lots of jobs were created, they reply. Well, the uncertainty and the concern and the inability to meet their financial commitments has Canadians up at night because they're concerned. And they're looking for a government that is responsive to those fears, to those concerns. And this carbon tax is not helping Canadians get ahead. It's not helping to provide a cleaner environment, and the government needs to scrap their carbon tax.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government understands that inflation and affordability is an important issue for many Canadians, and that is why we are working hard to help Canadian families who need it the most. Our plan is simple. We are making life more affordable for Canadians while continuing to build an economy that works for everyone. And that includes the carbon price, because as that member knows, through the climate action incentive, individuals in his riding, families in his riding, actually get 8 out of 10 families in his riding are the climate incentive program, and the carbon price is actually making life more affordable for those. So if we canceled it, it would actually make life less affordable. And why he advocates to make life less affordable for Canadians at this time of elevated global inflation is beyond me, but I'm sure we'll have more opportunities to debate it.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until 1 p.m. pursuant to order made on Friday, March 10th, 2023.